Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching. Chapter 1 Najin, the hunting dog, the wizard of the lake Merlin. A constellation, usually like a beautiful and tranquil lake, always marked by gentle ripples, was boiling madly like water in a pot. Wow, wow, wow. She clutched her feverishly hot neck. What kind of insane person is this? Stars listen to human voices. It's a well-known fact, but the reality is a bit different. There's one more condition attached. Stars listen to the voice of those with the right qualities. Not every human voice reaches the stars. Most voices become mere noise, passing by the constellations, but only the voice of someone with the right qualities can become meaningful sentences. Even then, it's heard only as a faint murmur. It should have been so, but why? Merlin recalled the voice that had echoed in her ears moments ago. It was so clear. It wasn't just a sentence with meaning. She could even understand the mocking tone. A clear voice heard for the first time in hundreds of years. A definite will of someone with the qualities of a hero. And the will conveyed by that voice was enough to stir Merlin's tranquil lake. It outright denied King Arthur's achievements, marking him as a man of his time. Is this really happening? Fury flared in Merlin's eyes. The constellation, the sword of selection, the protagonist of the Chronicles of Arthur, had the most followers among constellations across the continent. Everyone knew that. Yet to insult Arthur with such nonsensical words, was this guy desperate to die? Merlin's eyes widened as she looked down upon the earth. Her gaze could reach anywhere touched by starlight. She rapidly scanned for the owner of the voice that had echoed in her ears, but she couldn't see him. She thought she had seen an insolent boy when the voice echoed, but now she couldn't see his face anywhere. Has he hidden in a place where the starlight doesn't reach? It didn't matter. Let's see if he can hide for a lifetime. Just get caught in my sight. With a click, Merlin bit her nail. Her eyes, filled with blood vessels, moved rapidly. She wouldn't miss even the smallest trace. You won't die an easy death, kid. Whether he was a genius with the qualities of a hero, an apostle of a star serving another constellation, or a favorite disciple of the sword master, it didn't matter to Merlin. She just needed to make him pay for insulting her king, the wizard of the lake vowed by her pride as a constellation. She would find and crush that audacious brat. Ah, what's this? He massaged his neck. Suddenly, his neck felt tight, as if someone had made a vow to the sky to catch and beat him. Who is it? Honestly, he had made quite a few enemies here and there, so there were more than a couple of people who might be vowing to get him. Probably nothing. It could be the pickpocket, Tuss, whom he had disarmed a while ago, or the drunkard, Belga anyway. It didn't seem like a big deal. Shaking off various thoughts, he opened his eyes once more. Afen, does this meditation stuff really work? He turned his head and looked at a corner of the clearing. There sat a man in shabby clothes. He was like a mentor to him, teaching him swordsmanship. Responding to the lad's question, he slowly opened his mouth. Of course, gathering one's mind through meditation is the very basics. If your mind wavers, so does the tip of your sword. Here we go again. He shook his head and drew his sword. Enough of that. Just watch me swing my sword. Show some respect for your teacher, you damned brat. Then at least put down that bottle of liquor. You're taking care of more than your student. He looked disdainfully at Afen, who had been drinking since early morning. Rumor had it that he was a well-known mercenary in the upper city before being exiled to this underground city. Every time he saw him like this, he doubted those rumors. Unkempt beard, shabby clothes and drunken eyes. Afen looked like a man who anyone would just mumble, "Ah, a drunkard," and move on. But still, he took his stance and swung his sword. His skills are undeniable. As soon as he swung his sword, a sharp voice echoed in the clearing. You're too rigid. Loosen up. Tuck in your elbows more. It was Afen's critique. He adjusted his stance accordingly, and the effect was immediate. The sound of his sword swing became heavier. Surprisingly, it sounded heavier even though he was using less force. Whoosh! He continued to swing his sword, and Afen occasionally gave brief pieces of advice. His teaching was always like this. He wouldn't show or adjust the stance himself, but always gave advice. And his advice was always genuine. Although he might look and actually be a drunkard, Afen became infinitely serious when it came to the sword. Lower your stance, like now. Keep your eyes open, sharp voice. Breathe, exhale, you're putting in too much strength. Not drunken eyes, but sharp pupils. It's not about pressing down with weight. What you're holding is not a blunt instrument, but a blade for cutting. Don't press down, swing it as if you're brushing past. Listening to Afen's voice, he swung his sword for a long time. Sweat dripped down his back. Put strength in your legs and step forward. It's not about swinging with force. Probably this swing would be the last for today. He had a lot to do. The last one should be clean. He adjusted his grip on the sword. Remembering the advice he heard today, he steadied his breath. Afen's voice echoed in his ears like an illusion. Take a big step. Thump. Compose your breath and watch the tip of the sword without stiffening up. He exhaled and swung his sword. From top to bottom, a basic swing that hardly qualified as swordplay. Yet at that moment, he had an intuition. It was different than usual. Swoosh. The sound of the sword cutting through the air resounded. The trajectory of the sword tip was clearly visible. A clean silver trace, drawn without any wavering. Only after the slicing sound echoed did he take a deep breath. Cough, cough. For some reason, the breath he inhaled felt hot. Confused by the hot air, he coughed dryly and turned towards Afen. Afen, wasn't that last one pretty good? It was a surprisingly clean swing. He asked with a bit of expectation and excitement, but Afen looked at him with a lukewarm gaze. He opened and closed his mouth repeatedly. Well, after a brief pause, Afen muttered blankly, wasn't it good? What kind of vague answer is that? Well, it was good. Clean. Right, he smirked, wiping the sweat off his forehead before sheathing his sword. As he was finishing up, Afen asked him a question. Got any plans? You finished up earlier than usual today. Where else would I go? Work, obviously. Who is it this time? Afen's eyes narrowed instantly. He answered with a bitter smile. Trixie. Trixie of the Lilac Tavern. He nodded, and Afen clicked his tongue briefly. That bastard finally crossed the line, huh? Seems like he got caught by Ivan after taking kids and slicing them open to sell. What can I do? I've got to take care of it. You. Who else but me? I'm Ivan's hound, after all. Afen grumbled and took a swig of his drink. That Ivan, always making a kid like you do all sorts of things. Damn it, he's messed up, and so is his whole group. You're part of Ivan's group too, aren't you? That's because he kept asking me to, forget it. Afen waved his hand dismissively. It was his way of saying to get lost. He chuckled and began to walk away. Najin. He had only taken a few steps when he heard his name and turned around. There stood Afen, staring straight at him, an empty bottle of liquor at his feet. Come back tomorrow. I would have even if you hadn't said anything. The empty lot where Najin had vanished. Afen slowly stood up and walked over to where Najin had been swinging his sword just moments before. He silently observed the traces Najin had left behind. His gaze lingered on the spot where Najin had swung his sword last. Afen exhaled deeply. Before getting stuck in this underground city, he had been a famous mercenary and a swordsman, although he hadn't been strong enough to take on real powerhouses. But at the very least, he could recognize someone's level. Afen pondered over the trajectory of Najin's final sword swing. That damn kid probably didn't even realize what he had done at the end. I'm sure he heard the sound. The swish of cutting through the air. He probably thought nothing of it. He heard a slicing sound, even though he was cutting through thin air. There was only one reason for that. Afen touched the ground where the sword marks were. It was where Najin's sword had passed through. The ground was hot. He could feel the heat emanating from the ground. Digging through the dirt, he found pebbles that had melted and fused together. This kind of feat couldn't be achieved by merely swinging a sword. Afen's lips twitched. He knew what it was. Mana and remnants of sword aura. Crazy kid. He's learned things I never taught him. Afen laughed hollowly, realizing his hunch was right. He had been watching over Najin's swordsmanship for 2 years now, at the request of his old friend and Najin's employer, Ivan. 2 years, enough time to gauge talent. He had known all along that Najin was a promising lad. He would understand 10 things for every one thing taught, and he often realized things on his own that were never taught to him. I knew the kid was a genius, but to think he was this talented. Afen's face turned sour as he considered the extent of Najin's abilities. He clicked his tongue briefly. He understood the value of Najin's talent, and also knew that in this damned city, such talent could never shine. Anxiously, Afen muttered, "Kid, having such talent in this place only leads to misery." In this city, which was like trash. In this damned city, filled with nothing but trash. Children with light are still born, and everyone in the city, not just Afen, knew what would become of those children. No matter how brilliant their talent, no one could leave this city. That was the rule. So ultimately Najin, that unfortunate kid too, would slowly rot away in this city, losing his light. In other words, it meant dying, being buried and rotting among the mountains of trash. Knowing this, Afen let out a long sigh. Stomp. Afen stomped roughly on the ground, erasing the traces of sword energy left behind. He thought he needed a drink, more than usual. Just as he was about to leave the spot, Afen suddenly looked up. He was reminded of a rumor he had heard during his days as a mercenary in the upper town. It was said that those with brilliant, star-reaching talents would always catch the attention of the stars, no matter where they were. Instead of stars, the sky was studded with oars. Looking at the ceiling of the underground city, Afen let out a wry laugh. For a moment, he found himself amusing for even entertaining the thought of perhaps. If it were that easy, then nobody would speak of it. It was nothing but a vain dream. Why would the constellations of the night sky care for a nobody from an underground city like this? After all, rumors were just rumors. Dreaming such dreams only added to one's misery. Who? With a sigh that seemed like resignation, Afen left the empty space, picking up an empty bottle of liquor. The constellation, the staff of selection screams. The staff of selection swears on its star to catch and punish that insolent brat. Unbeknownst to Najin, the constellations in the night sky were boiling over with obsession for him. Chapter 2 Najin, the hunting dog, 2, in the underground city of Atman, even the mornings are colored with twilight. The dawn in Atman, where the sun never rises, is illuminated not by sunlight, but by lamps fueled by oars, casting a twilight glow. Thus, Atman is always bathed in the light of dusk. Those who have forgotten the light of the sun reminisce about it through the artificial twilight of the oar lamps. Of course, this story doesn't apply to the boy currently strolling the streets. Born in the underground city and having never experienced the outside world, the boy had never seen the sun. A letter for you. Early in the morning, on a street dyed with twilight, Najin, dressed as a postman, was knocking on the door of a tavern. Although a postman's virtue is to leave the letter if there's no answer, the boy persistently knocked on the tavern's door. Damn it, who is it? Unable to bear it anymore, a man opened the door. He grabbed the postman standing in front of the door by the scruff and lifted him up. Hey, kid, you could have just left it. Why are you being so dumb? The man's words trailed off. The boy he had grabbed by the scruff, Najin, slightly lifted his postman's cap, revealing his face. The moment the man locked eyes with Najin, his face stiffened. Cabin. Najin called the man by his name. Looking at Cabin, the boy smiled. Is Trixie inside? Why do you want Trixie? A letter from Ivan. It's for Trixie. Cabin silently shifted his gaze inside the tavern. After briefly exchanging looks with his brother sitting there, Cabin let out a long sigh and released Nadjan's scruff. My brother says to come in. Oh, do you have something to drink? I'm kind of thirsty. Though clicking his tongue, Cabin headed to the kitchen. As he went to fetch water, Nadjan casually walked into the tavern. The tavern was filled with men, each with a blade at their waist, roughly 7 or 8. Despite receiving sharp glances from all of them, Nadjan leisurely made his way to the center of the tavern and flopped down on the sofa which was for customers. This sofa is nice, Trixie. It's a luxury item, cost a pretty penny. Responding to Nadjan's mutter was a middle-aged man sitting opposite him. Trixie, the man known by that name, swirled his drink and narrowed his eyes. So, what's up, Nadjan? I told you, Trixie. Nadjan reached into his coat. At that moment, the men glaring at Nadjan twitched, their hands moving toward their waists. Watching them, Nadjan smirked. A letter from Ivan. What he pulled out from his coat was a letter. Showing the letter in his hand, as if to ease their tension, Nadjan continued, but the wariness did not fade. Everyone in the room knew that the boy, despite wearing a postman's disguise, was not a postman. The underground city, Artman, governed by 3 powerful figures in a city almost lawless. One of them was a man called One-Eyed Ivan, and the boy in front of them was a figure well known to anyone in Ivan's family. Trixie. Trixie, also a member of Ivan's organization, knew well what kind of person the boy who so casually uttered Ivan's name was. I told you to keep it low-key. Ivan's right-hand man. This time you went too far, the organization's collector. Using kids to harvest organs for sale, you know that's crossing the line, especially when Ivan hates it the most. The enforcer in the guise of a postman. Ivan's hound. The boy known as Nadjan sighed and tapped his fingers on the table. Watching him, Trixie clicked his tongue. This insolent brat. He was a well-known merchant in these parts, not as much as Ivan but still with a high rank in the organization. He couldn't harbor good feelings towards the boy who treated him so disrespectfully, but he couldn't voice that. This boy sat before him as Ivan's proxy, and he was someone with the skills to back it up. Trixie took a sip of his drink and spoke. So what does Ivan want to say? Should I read it for you? That'd be good. Trixie gestured with his chin. Nadjan unfolded the letter and cleared his throat. Trixie, Nadjan's lips moved. Your 3 chances are over. An ultimatum. Trixie didn't need to hear the rest to know what it meant. With that sign, the men surrounding Nadjan drew their blades. Cabin, who had left under the pretext of fetching water, opened the back door of the tavern. Creak, the lamps hanging from the tavern's ceiling swayed precariously. Each flicker of the lamp's shadow was accompanied by a scream. Sounds of agony, frantic footsteps, and things being smashed echoed throughout. Ugh, that crazy bastard! Blood spattered far and wide. The splattered blood stained the tavern's tables, bottles, and windows a dark red. Amidst the vibrating stench of blood and screams, Trixie's eyes shook. With every blink, one more fell. Severed arms and legs lay messily around. Even with their limbs cut off, the men charging at Nadjan were met with his knees in their faces and jaws. Nadjan's movement among the falling men was eerily smooth. He slipped through the blades swung at him as if gliding. With a light step, Nadjan stomped down on a thug's knee. Crack! With a chilling sound, the thug's knee bent backwards. Nadjan's knee struck his face before the thug's head hit the ground with a thud. Slice! An arm of another thug lunging at Nadjan flew through the air. Amidst the blood, Nadjan was seen swinging his sword. Right after, he lunged forward with a powerful kick. His movements were bizarre, too fast. The rumors of his monstrosity had seemed exaggerated, but they were understated. As more than half of the thugs lay defeated, Trixie felt cold sweat running down his spine. Crazy! Trixie staggered backward. There were 13 of them. He had heard rumors about Nadjan being a monster, but he thought 13 would be enough to handle him. Half of them were skilled swordsmen sent by land spider Horus, accustomed to years of blade battles. Yet they were falling in mere moments. I was mistaken. He had to admit it now. His calculations were wrong. The boy was more of a monster than he had thought. Trixie turned and ran towards the door, but click. The door handle turned, but the door wouldn't open. The door, locked earlier to prevent intruders from escaping, now trapped the fleeing tavern owner. Damn it! Trixie cursed and fumbled at his waist for the key, just as he was about to unlock the door. Crash! Something slammed next to Trixie. He froze, then slowly turned his head. There lay his trusted henchman, Cabin, not one of Land Spider's men. Cabin's forehead was split, bleeding. Their eyes met in shock. Trixie slowly turned around. Standing there was Ivan's hound. If you run, it won't just be you. Do I need to mention your son and wife by name? You bastard, the one who had slammed Cabin's head against the door. Nadjin, still holding Cabin's head, looked at Trixie with tired eyes. Trixie's gaze shifted beyond Nadjin's shoulder. Ah, gah, no one stood anymore, but none were dead. Lying around, moaning in pain, though crippled, they were all alive. Yet Trixie knew he wouldn't be so fortunate. The boy before him was Ivan's representative, and Ivan never spared the leaders. Knowing death was imminent, Trixie let out a hollow laugh. His legs gave out, and he slumped against the door. Nadjin, looking down at Trixie, yanked Cabin's hair. Cabin, with wood splinters embedded in his face, groaned. Nadjin tapped Cabin's cheek with the back of his hand. Cabin, facing the trembling Cabin, Nadjin spoke shortly. I said I was thirsty. Cabin nodded frantically. As Nadjin released him, Cabin limped off, finally getting water from a corner of the tavern. Who? Nadjin sighed deeply, running a hand through his hair. He wiped his blood-stained face with his sleeve and crouched to meet Trixie's eye level. Why cause unnecessary trouble? Trixie, you weren't known for poor calculations. Ha, heh, Trixie chuckled bitterly. Any sane person would think gathering 13 would be enough to handle a brat like you, even if the opponent was Ivan. That monster is an exception. Then you should have made an exception for me, too. Trixie burst into laughter. In the underground city of Otman, Ivan, the man who dominated it, was known for his prowess. He was a knight who once made a name for himself in the upper town, a true warrior among warriors, capable of manifesting sword aura unlike the ordinary. Trixie, looking at the young Nadjin who boldly equated himself with such a powerful figure, couldn't help but laugh. However, at the same time, Trixie couldn't completely dismiss Nadjin's words. The boy in front of him had an extraordinary martial talent. Properly trained, he was clearly a genius with shining potential. But this was the underground city, Artman. Regardless of their talent, those abandoned or born here could never leave. Thus, talent in this city was nothing but a subject of mockery. Ha ha, Nadjin. Sensing his impending death, Trixie chose to scorn instead of begging for his life. With a sneer, he opened his mouth, his jaw trembling. In this place, you will, His words were cut off as Nadjin's sword pierced through Trixie's throat. Choking on his blood, Trixie toppled to the side. The pool of blood spread across the tavern's floor. As Trixie's movements ceased, Nadjin finally pulled the sword from his neck. I know, Trixie. Muttering so, Nadjin slowly stood up. Turning around, he saw Cabin, trembling, offering him a glass of water. Nadjin gestured to Cabin. Yes, yes. Take a sip. Cabin hastily drank the water. Despite being told to sip, he downed almost half the cup, making Nadjin frown. Seems like there was no poison in it. Thanks, Cabin. Nadjin snatched the cup before Cabin could finish it off. He sipped the remaining water and looked around. Clean this up by today. Ivan doesn't seem to want this place closed. Just tidy up neatly and take over. Me, sir. That's why I didn't cut off your arm. Nadjin tapped Cabin's arm with the flat of his blade. Cabin's eyes shook. He was the only one here with intact limbs. By cleanup, I mean everything, including the money made from nonsense and your dealings with Land Spider Horus. Don't make me work twice, Cabin. Land Spider Horus. Though Trixie didn't specify which side he was on, Nadjin seemed to know who it was. Cabin swallowed dryly and nodded. I'll remember that. Please do. Nadjin, looking tired, stood up from his seat. After he left the tavern, Cabin collapsed, feeling as if a storm had just passed through. Chapter 3. Sword of the Star and Voice. Nadjin deliberately didn't change his clothes. Drenched in blood, he walked the streets in his postman's outfit. As the time for shops to open approached, merchants started to appear one by one. He walked silently among them. Those who caught his eye flinched and quickly looked away. They pretended not to see him, knowing he was Ivan's enforcer. In this street, under Ivan's protection, Nadjin was both a fence and an absolute ruler. Nadjin protected those who followed his rules and showed them mercy, but those who crossed the line received no mercy and were ruthlessly punished. Ivan often warned those accustomed to his mercy not to take it for granted. Today's chaos at Trixie's tavern and his decision to walk the streets in his blood-soaked attire were part of that warning. Ivan had instructed him to act this way. Lately, things have been too lax, Ivan had said. Signs of people crossing the line are showing up. Scare them a bit while you're dealing with Trixie, Nadjin. He was merely following his orders. A merchant who used to hang around Trixie and who had been tightrope walking over Ivan's line flinched and stepped back in fear upon seeing Nadjin. He just looked at him silently. The merchant's eyes shifted from the blood clotted on his coat to the sword hilt at his waist. Nadjin passed by him without a word. Ivan hadn't ordered him to deal with the man yet. He just hoped this served as a proper warning. Please, he thought, don't cross the line. Don't upset Ivan. The more you do, the more work I have, and the more needless killing I have to do. And I don't find it enjoyable at all. It's sticky, messy, and unpleasant. It wasn't about moral guilt. It just felt terrible, especially when facing the families of the deceased. With a long sigh, he continued walking. How long had he walked? He stopped and looked up, reaching his destination, the most bustling part of the underground city. Here, the best of everything was gathered. Bright, ostentatious ore lamps, luxuries made from refined ore, goods, food, and fabrics from the upper world. This was the hub of the underground city of Otman, where ores mined here were sent up, and goods were received in exchange. It was also the only passage to the upper world. Nadjin headed towards the most splendid building in the area, the domain of Ivan, the One-Eyed, his employer. Ivan, the One-Eyed, was once a knight and a swordsman who had reached the level of a sword master. Though he had fallen into this city, he was still a powerhouse, capable of drawing out sword aura. A strong person like him would stand out wherever he fell, and Ivan was no exception. He quickly took control of the underground city. He pushed the original owner of the commercial district, Land Spider Horus, to the outskirts and took his place. Ivan crushed anyone who challenged his authority, expanding his power in a long and brutal civil war. He didn't know the full story, but he knew that the war had ended long ago, and Ivan had emerged victorious. To this day, he remained the de facto ruler of the city, and at the same time, he was Nadjin's mentor and employer. Ivan had taken him in when his parents abandoned him, teaching Nadjin how to survive in this city, mostly how to kill. "Are you there, Ivan?" Nadjin knocked on Ivan's office door. Soon, a voice from inside invited him in. As he entered, he saw a middle-aged man with an eye patch over his right eye. Broad shoulders, arms covered in scars, and streaks of white hair among the black. This was Ivan's office, and he was its master. Ivan looked at Nadjin with his one good eye, a fierce gaze that could tear a person apart. But when he recognized who had entered, "Nadjin, it's you." His expression softened, and he let out a hearty laugh, thumping the table vigorously. "I thought Land Spider had sent an assassin or something. Why are you covered in so much blood? I thought you decapitated everyone downstairs and were coming for me next. I didn't see any sign that you were worried." "Hey, man, don't you see? I'm sweating here." Ivan pointed to his neck, but Nadjin could only see tiny scars. The latter shrugged and took off the postman's coat and hat. You told me to give them a scare. Did I say that? Aren't you too young for dementia? It's a joke, man, a joke. Ivan lit a cigarette and gestured for him to report. Nadine sat on the sofa and began his story. Just as you guessed, Ivan, Trixie had sided with Horace. I saw some of Horace's men there. I knew it, Ivan muttered, exhaling a puff of grey smoke. Trixie liked to play on the edge, but he wasn't brave enough to cross it. But he suddenly crosses the line. He tapped the table. So, how many were there? 13. About half seemed to be Horace's family. And then, Ivan's lips stretched into a long grin. Nadine replied shortly, 12 of the 13 lost an arm or a leg. I left the cleanup to Cabin, who still had all his limbs. And Trixie is dead. All 13 without a scratch, Nadine nodded, and Ivan laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the office. After a while, he sighed deeply. I bet Trixie's face was a sight to see. He probably thought he could handle a kid like you with 13 men. Trixie said the same thing. This crazy guy. Trixie. No, you. Where did such a monster come from? Muttering to himself, Ivan extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray, creating a sharp, sizzling sound. If there's more work, I'll call you. Until then, take a break. And Ivan paused, as if recalling something. Stay away from the plaza for the time being. The plaza? Nadine inquired. Yes, they've sent someone from above. It's about the trial of the constellation that's about to take place there. The trial of the constellation. The very mention of constellation made Nadine reflexively ask, "What is the trial of the constellation?" Ivan explained. It's a kind of event that happens every 13 years. Have you never seen it? When I was 5, 13 years ago, I wouldn't have known. Ivan continued, You know the constellation, the sword of selection, right? King Arthur. Remember the legend where he pulls the sword from the stone. That's the most famous part of his story. Excalibur, the legendary sword stuck in stone, marked the beginning of Arthur's saga and later became the shape of his constellation in the sky. The sword of selection, every 13 years, sets a trial across the continent, a straightforward challenge to pull the sword from the stone. It's more of an event, really. No one has managed to pull the sword in centuries. Ivan shrugged. It's about spreading the legend, keeping it alive in people's minds. Since these swords appear in every major city, one appears in our underground city too. That was the problem. Ivan clicked his tongue. Even though they appear in all sorts of cities, it's still a sword created by the light of King Arthur's star, a sacred relic. When such a relic appears in a place like this, do you think those above would stay quiet? Considering the perception of this city from above, the answer was clear. They won't let anyone even touch the sword. Exactly. Every time this period comes around, the Order of the Stars throws a fit. And if someone tries to approach the sword, they get executed for blasphemy. Something like that. Usually they just get beaten up badly, but in some cases they might even get decapitated on the spot. Ivan shook his head as if disgusted. Pretty brutal. So, stay away from the plaza. The guards sent from above will be guarding the sword all day. When will the sword appear? Ivan. He looked at Nadine steadily, his earlier playfulness gone. As a senior and a mentor, he advised, it's best not to stir up those from above. Remember that. Pointing to his eye patch, Ivan gave a bitter smile. Live within the lines drawn. Cross them and life gets tough. Perhaps it was Ivan's own experience. Reluctantly, Nadine nodded. I'll keep that in mind. All right, off you go. As he was about to leave, Ivan stopped him. Nadine. Leaning back, Ivan casually said, The trial of the constellation starts at midnight tonight. If you find a good spot, you might see the sword planted. Curious, Nadine tilted his head. Ivan sighed and added, Section 31, Terrier's Tavern by the window. Use my name, and they should give you a spot. Understanding his intent, Nadine smiled, thanked Ivan, and hurried out. The tavern was buzzing with people not wanting to miss the event that comes only once every 13 years. It was one of the rare opportunities for those in this city who had forgotten the sun and the stars to remember the outside world, a chance to see the stars, a chance to reminisce about the world they had forgotten. For this brief view, they were willing to pay double the usual price, especially for a window seat. At Terrier's Tavern, Najin took his spot by the window, overlooking the plaza. He had an old fairy tale book with him, the Chronicles of Arthur, open to the last page. As midnight approached, only a few minutes remained. He stared out the window, swallowing dryly. Stars, starlight, constellations. The one longing a boy from the landfill, who cared for nothing of the outside world, couldn't let go of. Though the stars hadn't fallen yet, his eyes shone like stars themselves. 1 minute, he counted down internally. A minute felt like an hour. With just a few seconds left, he exhaled deeply and opened his eyes wide. The bell chimed. With the sound of the bell, the tavern erupted in cheers. He immediately looked out the window towards the city's ceiling. What was once dimly lit by ore now shone brilliantly with starlight. Tiny fissures in the ceiling. Platinum particles seeped through these minuscule gaps. For the first time, Najin realized that this was starlight. Flash. The scattered starlight brightly illuminated the ores embedded in the ceiling. Despite being deep underground, the city was brighter than ever. Beautiful, he thought to himself, seeing starlight for the first time in his 18 years. Lines from the fairy tale book echoed in his head. The brilliant platinum starlight. Ah, he sighed unwittingly. Then the starlight gathered, forming a sword. The sacred sword Excalibur, forged from starlight, began to descend. Pulling a trail of platinum light, it fell towards the city square. He wondered if this was what a shooting star looked like. Wow! Sighs of awe echoed around the tavern. For this fleeting view, people had paid a fortune. Those who had forgotten, or tried to forget, the light of the stars, were now reminiscing, sighing with longing. The sacred sword landed quietly in the center of the square. No loud noise, just a solemn, deep sound sweeping across the city. Ah! He saw the sword in the square. Though far away, Najin was sure the hilt bore constellations, depicting Arthur's journeys. He wanted a closer look at it. The desire in his eyes was as bright as the starlight, or perhaps it was the light emanating from within. Feeling something odd, he paused. What's that? An indescribable feeling, not quite unease. A deep stirring turned into words and sentences in his head. One sentence filled his mind. Pull out the sword. Why that thought came to him, he didn't know. Dismissing it as a vain delusion, Najin shook his head. Touching that sword would mean losing not just an arm, but his life. Clank, clank, that's when it happened. Thud. Soldiers emerged, surrounding the sword. The starlight-laden sword was now hidden by their armor. Sighs of disappointment filled the tavern. Just a little longer. He too looked at the soldiers with disdain. Just looking won't wear it out. What's with these people from above? With that thought, he slowly stood up. The starlight in Najin's eyes faded, returning to their original color and temperature. A resigned, cold gaze. Silently, he left the tavern. The starlight he had encountered for the first time in his life had quickly left his side, blocked by the line dividing this underground city and those above. The soldiers surrounding the sword were no different from the city's ceiling in his mind. Ah, well, he sighed. Dreaming vain dreams only complicates life. It was a phrase often uttered by both Afen and Ivan, his two mentors. He mulled over that sentence, trying to clear his mind. But amidst the flurry of words, one line stood firm. Pull out the sword. That one line, neither shaking off nor settling down, kept swirling in his head. Chapter 4, Sword of the Star and Voice 2, who is the most famous among the constellations? If asked, 9 out of 10 would answer. The Sword of Selection, of course. So, who is the Sword of Selection among the constellations? Most people would associate it with King Arthur, the protagonist of the Chronicles of Arthur. Scholars who have studied the empire's history might say it's the founding emperor. Those following the path of the knight, and the sword would answer that the sword of selection is the most honorable knight, the greatest swordsman, and a hero. The sword of selection's records can be found in various fields, in the empire's history, swordsmanship textbooks, political and imperial studies, and even on steels recording wars against demons. A name found everywhere. It's the first constellation visible in the night sky. King Arthur, already famous among the constellations, had his renown further elevated by an event that took place hundreds of years ago, a trial set forth by the Sword of Selection, the trial of the Star Selection, a trial conducted every 13 years for 13 days. All of humanity was its subject. The trial's task was remarkably simple: draw the sword embedded in the rock. There were no other conditions attached. Countless challengers attempted the trial. Great swordsmen acclaimed as geniuses, seekers of the sword's path, and heroes from historical records, many reached out to the sword in the rock. And so, centuries passed. The sword remained undrawn by anyone. No one was selected by the sword. Today, my head feels heavy. Najin rubbed his temples with his thumbs and sighed deeply. It's no wonder, considering the sleepless nights he'd had recently. Even days after seeing the sword fall in the plaza, Najin still tossed and turned at night. The image of the holy sword kept haunting him, the brilliant starlight it emitted, and a sentence that filled his mind: draw the sword. That sentence never left his thoughts. Instead of fading, it now evolved into two sentences. Following "pull out the sword" came the absurd "you can pull out the sword." Pull what? Even the greatest sword masters couldn't pull out that sword. He knew it was baseless fantasy, yet the sentences wouldn't leave his mind. It felt as if someone had stirred up his thoughts. Ha! Najin let out a long sigh and leaned back on the bench. Sitting on a bench at the outskirts of the plaza, he observed its center. The usually bustling plaza was eerily quiet, silenced by the figures at its heart, the soldiers sent from the upper city. Clad in armor that glinted with a cold light, they guarded the holy sword. A cloth they had draped over the sword prevented even a sliver of starlight from escaping. So stingy, disappointed, Najin had roamed the plaza, hoping to at least catch a glimpse of the starlight emanating from the sword. It's no use waiting here. He was about to leave the plaza when something caught his eye. Two young children, huddled in a shaded area on the plaza's outskirts. They had set up a makeshift stall with odds and ends on a scrap of plywood. Suddenly, their eyes met Najin's. He walked over to them. "What are you selling here?" "Ah, well." Crouching in front of the makeshift stall, Najin looked at the items the children had laid out. Scraps of newspaper and miscellaneous trinkets. When he asked what they were selling, they pointed towards the center of the plaza. "We picked up stuff those people threw away." "Don't point fingers." Najin covered the child's pointing finger with his hand. Better safe than sorry. A grumpy soldier might take offense and beat them up. "How much for a newspaper?" "2, no, 3 copper coins." Najin placed 3 coins on the child's outstretched palm. The child carefully took the coins, exchanged a smile with the companion, and laughed. "We've met our quota." Najin was about to give more coins, but stopped upon hearing this. He then bought some simple food from a nearby stall and placed it in front of the children. "Eat up." "Thank you so much." The children devoured the food eagerly. Clearly, they were starving. Najin knew from experience that giving these children food was better than money, which would only be taken from them. Brings back memories. He had lived like these children before catching Ivan's eye. Watching them eat, Najin suddenly frowned. A mocking laugh had caught his ear. The soldiers at the plaza's center were pointing and laughing loudly at him and the children. "Look at them, selling stuff we threw away, typical of people from this place." Despite the blatant disrespect, the children didn't dare meet the soldiers' eyes. They acted as if they couldn't hear or see them. Humiliation and disgrace are temporary, but broken limbs from a beating last a lifetime. Najin wasn't much different. He sighed internally and stood up. Be careful not to make eye contact with those guys. Yes, brother Najin, you know my name. You're quite famous among us. The child smiled brightly. I want to be like you, big brother, one of the children said. Many kids are saving up to buy swords, dreaming of being like you. The faster ones are even trained in swordplay by their fathers. I wish I could be like you too, but we're not fast runners, so Dad says it's not for us, the other child murmured. Najin stayed silent, contemplating. What good is it to be like me? Living a life of drowning others isn't exactly honorable, he thought, but didn't voice these concerns. In his past, scrounging through trash cans and scavenging leftover food, Najin had also envied Ivan's men. Getting 3 meals a day and sleeping in a bed, that's definitely something to envy, Najin thought bitterly. Is that so? After ruffling the child's hair, Najin moved on. Unfolding the newspaper, he read about various cities where the holy swords had landed and the stories of those who dared to challenge the trial. The Empire's sword master, Sir Gerd Isebold, expresses intent to attempt the trial of the star for the 5th time. Planned to challenge on the 13th day at Camelot, the capital of the Empire. Stories about the old sword master's trials. Sword Saint Karen manages to slightly shake the embedded holy sword. Speculation arises that in the next trial, the sword might be drawn. Stories about the sword saint's endeavors. Executioner of the Starblood sect, Ulrasian, causes the sword's hilt to shake violently upon touch, though unsuccessful in drawing the sword. Such a reaction from the hilt is unprecedented. The sect criticizes Razian's actions, stating, "A blood-crazed hound like him isn't worthy to touch the sword." Stories about the sect's killer and various other challengers were detailed in the newspaper. As Najin read about their backgrounds and the moments they attempted to draw the sword, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. I wish I could try too, the thought crossed his mind. He closed his eyes and pressed his forehead, swallowing down the if, maybe, and what if thoughts that followed. Don't cross the line. Live as you're meant to. Don't dream beyond your reach. Don't dare to reach for what you can't even look at. These were Ivan's warnings and advice, which Najin now repeated like a mantra. Yes, reaching for the unattainable only leads to misery, he thought. The countless people who fell into this city were evidence enough. Najin folded the newspaper. The spark in his eyes, briefly lit by the stories, had returned to its usual dull and murky state, befitting of the dim, underground city Atman. He glanced at the plaza one last time. Still, the stars were not visible. The boy was still nowhere to be seen. Merlin clenched her fists, grinding her teeth. Her brow was furrowed, and her fingers drummed on her arm in irritation. Who? She exhaled a sigh tinged with annoyance. For days, Merlin had been scouring the earth for a brash young man who dared insult Arthur. With her clairvoyance, reaching anywhere her starlight touched, finding one insolent youth should have been easy. Until a few days ago, she was certain of it. But now, after several days, she still hadn't found the boy. She couldn't fathom why. How could he possibly remain hidden from her sight? Is another constellation shielding him? No, that would have made him easier to find. Any attempt to hide something with starlight would only make that space appear distorted. Is he living somewhere untouched by starlight? The thought was ludicrous. Even places where constellations had fallen, like the abyss of Camlin, were barely inhabitable. Then why couldn't she see him? Was he burrowing in some tunnel, hiding away without showing his face? The thought of him hiding in a tunnel for a week was astonishing in its own right. Merlin sighed heavily, running her fingers through her hair. Annoyed, she clicked her tongue. She felt like she was wasting her energy on something trivial. After all, it was ridiculous for her, an entity who had lived for over a millennium, to be so riled up by a mere youth's provocation. Forget it, just forget. She tried to calm herself, inhaling and exhaling deeply. Despite her efforts, the echoes of the boy's words, comparing her to a blind man who can see and dismissing Arthur as a hero made by his times, rang in her ears. Insults that should have been easy to ignore. Yet Merlin couldn't do so because she knew of a prophecy that echoed similarly. She pondered over the prophecy, now a thorn in her side. Excalibur will choose a new master. In decades or centuries, it will certainly find one. A hero among men, destined to be greater than Arthur. The prophecy left by the traitor of the Round Table. A true hero, unlike Arthur, a mere product of his times. A savior, a king and guide to lead us beyond Camlan to the world we dream of. Merlin, you blind seer, do you not see this glorious future? Recalling the prophecy, Merlin's face twisted in discomfort. The boy's words resonated, especially the part about Arthur being lucky with his times. She frowned, refuting the idea. Arthur didn't just get lucky with his times. He shaped the course of an era, you fools. For centuries, no one had been able to draw the sword left by Arthur. That alone proved his greatness. Merlin scoffed, looking down at the earth. The ongoing trial of the star across various lands, with numerous swordsmen attempting and failing to draw the sword. See, she scoffed again. Who can draw the sword? No one could. Therefore, no one could surpass Arthur. The traitor's prophecy and the unknown youth's taunt were all meaningless. With that thought, Merlin exhaled. Finally, her mind felt at ease. Chapter 5. Prelude to the Civil War. 1. Early in the morning, Najin headed to the blacksmith shop. It was not for any peculiar reason, but simply because his usual sword had become unusable. He had vaguely noticed it while cleaning up Trixie's tavern. The blade had become completely serrated. But it's a bit strange. Until before he sorted out Trixie's tavern, even during the swordsmanship training with a fen, it seemed to be in good condition. If there had been anything wrong with the sword, a fen would have said something. It doesn't seem right that it got damaged during a fight. It wasn't a poorly made sword that would become dull after facing a few insignificant thugs at the tavern. It was one of the best ones available at the blacksmith. Unable to find a reasonable explanation, Najin scratched the back of his neck. Sigh. If he just went there, Hodel would surely have a word or two to say. It was a sword he had received less than a month ago, and going back so soon made him feel a bit guilty. Najin stopped in his tracks. Lost in thought, he had arrived at his destination before he knew it. At the edge of Ivan's territory, right where it bordered land's spider Horus's domain, on the line separating the areas, was Hogel's forge. Clang, clang, the sound of hammering metal and whoosh, the rush of intense heat. Najin let out a short breath and stepped into the forge. There, an elderly man was hammering away, his back turned. What is it, boy? The owner of the forge, Hogel, glanced back at Najin. Is it something again? It hasn't been long since you took a sword. Did Ivan ask for a sword this time? No, that's not it. Najin offered an awkward smile. Old man. Spit it out. Don't beat around the bush. About the sword you gave me last time. Hodel glanced at Najin's waist. Seeing his own creation tied there, the old man put down his hammer and lifted the corners of his mouth. It was quite a piece of work. One of the best I've forged in recent years. Why is the sword cutting too well? It seems like a defective product. What? Hogel's eyes widened. Najin drew the sword and handed it to the old man. Taking it, Hogel's eyes widened even further. The once sharp and smooth blade was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a worn edge, as jagged as the old man's teeth. You. Hogel's hands trembled as he held the sword. How in the world do you use a sword to make it end up like this? Were you using it as a hammer? Of course not. Najin might have used the back of the blade a few times, but never for hammering. As Najin shrugged, Hodel examined the sword from every angle. This sword, it's only been a month since you took it. A month is quite a long time to use it. You crazy thing. Why are you cursing at me? People who take swords from me use them for at least a year. If well maintained, even longer. And you've worn out such a sword in a month. Mid-sentence, Hojel closed his mouth. He stopped examining the blade. Something about the ruined blade caught his eye. Najin. Yes, old man. Have you ever lent this sword to Ivan or Afen? No. Why do you ask? As Najin tilted his head, Hojel ran his finger along the blade. The sensation under his fingertips made him furrow his brow. A swollen and finely cracked blade. He knew well what this signified. It was a common occurrence in the upper world, but rare in this city. It happened when a swordsman capable of wielding sword aura was given a sword forged in an ordinary way. Hojel silently glared at Najin. In this city, only two people could wield sword aura, Ivan and Afen. If this boy hadn't lent his sword to either of them, then it meant he had wielded the sword aura himself. At his age, and in a place like this without a proper master. Frowning, Hojel turned away from Najin. Whether this boy was a genius who could wield sword aura or not, it was none of his concern. A blacksmith's job was to forge metal well. Swish. He rolled up his sleeves. The thought of forging a proper sword for once brought a smile to the old man's lips. Hojel moved aside the tools he had taken out for sharpening and threw Najin's sword into a corner of the forge. Hey, what's that? Aren't you going to sharpen it? Normally, I would sharpen it if it was slightly damaged. I'll make you a new one, so just wait. Can't I just take one of those? Najin pointed at the swords hanging on the wall. As Najin asked nonchalantly, Hojel made a face as if he had bitten into a bug. Is he doing this knowingly, or is he really unaware? Why would I give one of those to someone who can wield sword aura? If I did, you'd ruin another sword in less than a month. Ha! Sword aura, Najin blinked. How can I wield sword aura, old man? I don't even know how to handle mana yet. Then why is the sword in this condition? How should I know? If you don't know, then who does? They exchanged such looks. Hojel was the first to turn away. It didn't seem like the boy was playing tricks on him, so he probably wasn't aware of it. Anyway, Hojel increased the heat of the forge and muttered, "This one's going to be expensive." This was the underground city, Artman, a place where even a well-forged sword found no proper wielder. But if the client was a swordsman capable of wielding sword aura, the story changed. I'll make it properly this time. Wow, so you've been giving me defective ones until now, so that's why they broke so easily. As Najin grumbled, Hojel pointed a red-hot hammer at him. Shut your mouth and sit there before I use this to hammer something other than metal. Yes. Najin quickly shut his mouth and obediently took a seat. I'm Ivan's hound, you know. My efficiency might significantly be impacted with that sword. Are you okay with that? Ha, shameless. Do you even remember how many swords you've taken for free up to now? Just kidding, just kidding. Najin shrugged his shoulders. It was a joke in the first place, and this job was something that had to be dealt with without compensation. Mediating disputes between different organizations was obviously something his side should handle. Old man, can I borrow anything to wield for now? It's a bit rough to beat them up barehanded. You don't seem to mind that much. Well, if I have to, it's not impossible. Hojel laughed as if it was ridiculous. For now, use this. The one I'm making will take some time to complete. Hojel tossed a sword to Najin. It was an old and rusty sword that seemed to have been neglected in a corner of the warehouse for a long time. It's a bit heavy. It's an old sword that Ivan used to use. It's heavier because of the different ore ratio. Still, it should be good for a while. Sturdy enough, at least. After saying that, Hojel focused back on his forging. The sound of hammering filled the forge. Najin, leaving the engrossed old man behind, took a seat in a corner of the forge. Then, carefully, Najin pulled out a crumpled hat from his pocket, a postal worker's hat. It was a disguise that Najin often used to cover his face. About an hour or two had passed. The outside of the forge became noisy. Najin peeked out, lowering his head and rolling his eyes. 6 burly men were approaching the forge with a swagger. Men with scars openly on display, as if proud of being beaten up and stabbed. Judging by their arrival from Horus's area, they seemed to be the Horus organization members Hojel had mentioned. Najin lowered his head and pulled the hat deeper over his face. Hojel, old man, a rough voice. The man leading the group raised his voice as he barged into the forge. 3 men entered the shop, with 3 more outside. Have you prepared the tribute we talked about last time? You must have saved up a good amount. Clang, clang. No matter what the man said, Hodel just kept hammering. The ignored man grimaced and kicked everything he could reach. Is this old fart deaf from all the hammering? Can't you hear me? Have you prepared the tribute? If not, we'll take all these swords. He gestured to his follower. The follower put down the box he was carrying with a thud. Hey, old man, if you don't hand over the tribute, we'll take all these swords. Got it? They continued their threats and chaos. Eventually, they approached where Najin was sitting. Ignorant Najin, who was sitting with his head down and wearing a postal worker's hat, they laughed mockingly. A boy wearing a postal worker's hat, head bowed down as if scared. To anyone, it looked like he was terrified. One of the men nudged the chair Najin was sitting on with his foot. Hey, kid, don't you see the adults talking? Get lost, will you? So clueless. The man raised his hand to hit Najin's head, once, twice, and a third time. The fourth didn't come. Najin had firmly grabbed the man's wrist. Hey, look at this. Lost all sense of fear. The man's words were cut off. He couldn't move even if he exerted strength on his arm. His colleagues, unaware of the situation, jeered that even a kid was overpowering him. Hey, wait. Something's off. The man, whose wrist was caught by Najin, started sweating. The wrist he held started to hurt, turning pale from lack of blood flow. Just as the man bit his lip and reached for a weapon with his free hand, crack. The sound of his bones cracking echoed. Ah! The man's wrist twisted in an unnatural direction. His colleagues, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, didn't react immediately. After a few blinks and breaths, they drew their weapons and shouted. In the suddenly chaotic situation, Najin glanced around. His gaze wasn't on the men in front of him, but on Hojel, the owner of the forge. Receiving the glance, the old man took a brief look back and said sharply, "Go outside to fight. Don't mess up the shop." With that, Hojel continued hammering. Najin twisted the man's wrist a bit more. With a scream and saliva dripping from his mouth, the man dropped to his knees. Seems like we'll have to. Twisting the man's wrist slowly, Najin tilted his head. Shall we go outside to fight? You crazy bastard. As the men charged, Najin reached behind his back. At the same moment he gripped the sword hilt hidden there, he kicked the chair away and stood up. Rip! The sound of the sword being drawn from its scabbard and the slicing noise resonated simultaneously. Slash! The arm of the man swinging an axe at Najin was cut off, along with the axe handle, smoothly and effortlessly. Ah, my arm! A delayed scream, blood pouring. His colleagues, who had rushed in, hesitated in shock. In that moment, Najin grabbed another man's face. Then, crunch. The man's head smashed into a shelf in the forge. The shelf dented, and the man's eyes rolled back. Dropping the limp body carelessly, Najin looked at the screaming man with blood and debris all around. Blood sprayed everywhere, a wrecked shelf, a man screaming his lungs out in the forge. Hey, what a mess! Surveying the near chaos, Najin muttered and scratched his neck. This is messed up. I told you to fight outside. Why don't they ever listen? Clang! Najin hit the screaming man's head with the back of his sword. Cough! The man's eyes rolled back. Najin grabbed the now silent man's hair and dragged him outside the forge. The remaining 3 outside. One looked like the leader. Chapter 6. Prelude to the Civil War 2. Outside the blacksmith's forge. The organization members, who were waiting for their leader to finish collecting the protection money and return, stood up when they saw someone walking out from inside the forge. They assumed that blacksmith Hodel wouldn't have easily given up the tribute money, so he must have been stripped of a bunch of swords. 2 members quickly dashed forward when they heard the rattling of a box. "Boss, let me carry that foe," The member trailed off. The person who walked out of the forge was not their boss. Technically, their boss did come out, but not on his own feet. Ah, ah, their boss was groaning on the ground, and there was a boy dragging him by the hair. Just as a member was about to scream in surprise, the boy threw a box at the feet of the organization members. It was the box they brought to confiscate the swords from the forge, but instead of swords, it neatly contained the severed arm of their boss. Boss. The two members recoiled in shock. The boy, Najin, nonchalantly tossed the armless man aside. As the two members hesitated, watching Najin and tending to their boss, Najin's gaze wandered indifferently. There were three waiting outside. Two were unremarkable lackeys, but one was not. Najin shifted his gaze towards a man who had been standing still, watching everything unfold. The man, sitting on a rock and staring intently, was unrecognizable due to his deeply hooded face. It seems, Najin exhaled shortly, that you're the one in charge here. Let's have a talk. There are some matters we need to discuss, aren't there? The man chuckled at this. Look at this kid. Removing his hood, the man revealed his face, marked with a long scar running from his right ear down to his neck. Recognizing the scar, Najin frowned. Goodness, Najin sighed. Sending someone of your rank, things must be pretty messed up. You know me. The land spider Horus's sixth leg, one ear flicks right. Not the sixth, but the eighth leg. And it's not flicks, but fricks. Being the eighth out of 8 commanders means you're the weakest, right? Not at all. Fricks corrected with a serious tone. The order of the legs doesn't indicate strength. I'm stronger than the sixth. Sure talk big, whether it's the sixth or eighth. Najin tapped the box at his feet with his toe. Inside, the arms stirred. Why would a commander like you enter Ivan's territory? This is a clear breach of contract. A lackey's arm won't be enough to settle this. Ha, so you want my arm too, not the whole arm. Najin raised his index finger. Let's just go with one finger. You're truly insane. Fricks laughed out loud, unfazed by the boy's audacity. He stood up and drew his sword with a swish. The well-maintained blade gleamed brilliantly. Najin glanced at the sword in his hand, a blackened, rusty weapon. Yuck! Najin licked his lips and adjusted his grip on the sword. Fricks, one of the 8 commanders under the land's spider Horus. The 8th leg, Fricks. In the upper world, he served a knight. Not a proper knight, though. The knight Fricks served was old and infirm, using him more like a slave than a squire. But still, Fricks learned swordsmanship from the knight, and even a bit about handling mana. He didn't realize its value until he ended up in this city. In this city, I am a strong man. In the upper world, he was nothing more than a knight's underling, but in this city, Fricks was a clear powerhouse. Realizing this, he felt superior. Being properly educated in this wretched city made him special. A strong man who knew how to strengthen his body with mana. Though not an expert capable of wielding sword energy, just knowing how to use mana made Fricks one of the strongest in this city. To Fricks, those who wielded blades and boasted about their killings looked foolish, as did those who bragged about their exploits without understanding mana. Nothing was more ridiculous than seeing them strut about, flexing their muscles. This kid seems similar. Fricks observed the boy in front of him. He had heard rumors about this boy, Ivan's prized hunting dog. Surely he had talent if Ivan had taken an interest, but there's no sign of mana. The boy didn't exude the aura naturally given off by those who handled mana. It seemed he hadn't learned mana techniques from Ivan. If so, this boy was no different from those braggarts who strut around pretending to be something. Coming to this conclusion, Fricks smiled. Hey, kid, Fricks teased, flipping the tip of his sword. You can have the first move. As you said, this is Ivan's territory, so you deserve that much. Imitating a knight's sword salute, Fricks graciously offered the first move. Najin, watching silently, adjusted his grip on his sword, accepting the offer. Thud. Najin stepped forward. He planted his weight into that step, crouching with his sword held low. It was less a stance for swinging the sword and more for leaping. What an unorthodox! To Fricks, trained in proper swordsmanship by a knight, Nadjan's stance seemed pathetic. It looked like he'd be overpowered by his own sword rather than wielding it effectively. Is he even less impressive than I thought? The moment Fricks felt disappointed, boom, Nadjan kicked the ground. The sound of his launch and the clashing of swords almost coincided. Fricks's eyes widened. The gap between them was about 10 steps. Nadjan closed that distance in a single leap and swung his sword, surpassing Fricks's expectations. Crack, crack. Nadjan's rusty sword vibrated from the impact. Fricks panicked under the heavy force he felt in his grip. He quickly mustered his mana and pushed Nadjan's sword away. Swoosh! Nadjan slid back 3 steps. It was a brief exchange, but Fricks couldn't hide his astonishment. His hand gripping the sword tingled. Does he really not use mana? Such force just from swinging a sword. Fricks glared at the boy. 3 steps apart, Nadjan breathed lightly, showing no signs of strain. Nadjan silently watched Fricks, then his own hand holding the sword. After flexing his sword hand a couple of times, Nadjan narrowed his eyes. Fricks didn't understand the meaning behind these actions, but he knew the boy was sizing him up. You cheeky brat, Fricks frowned. Now fully utilizing his mana, Fricks adjusted his stance. He adopted the upper stance of the imperial swordsmanship, taught by a knight. Wisps of steam rose from his body. This phenomenon, caused by unrefined mana leaking from the body, was a sign of an unskilled mana user. Nadjan narrowed his eyes and stared at Fricks. Nadjan doesn't know how to use mana. Ivan and Afen didn't teach him, so he thinks he can't use mana. Is that mana? Nadjan watched in front of him. Fricks, emanating a fierce aura with wisps rising from his body. Nadjan had sparred with Ivan and Afen before. I don't remember seeing such wisps from them. Afen and Ivan are experts, while Fricks is a novice compared to them. These wisps were a difference between a skilled user who could fully harness mana and an unskilled one who couldn't. But Nadjan didn't know that. He thought these wisps might be some kind of mana technique. At that moment, Fricks stomped the ground. Adopting the basic stance of the Imperial longsword technique, Fricks exhaled shortly and stepped forward boldly. He swung his sword, a diagonal slash straight from the Imperial swordsmanship manual. Swoosh, however, when combined with a body strengthened by mana, even the simplest slash becomes a lethal strike. The sound of slicing air accompanied the sword as it fell towards Nadjan. Facing the descending blade, Nadjan thought, mana really is fascinating. Noticing Fricks's noticeably faster movements, Nadjan clicked his tongue. So this is possible with mana. But it doesn't seem that fast. It was still visible and manageable. Making his decision, Nadjan moved. Thud. Instead of dodging, Nadjan stepped forward. He closed the distance, moving into the reach of Fricks's swing. At first glance, it seemed like a suicidal move. But Nadjan moved into Fricks's space and swung his sword. Before Fricks's sword completed its trajectory, before his strike could gain full force. Clang! Nadjan's sword struck Fricks's blade fiercely. With minimal effort, he broke through Fricks's technique, targeting his vulnerability with a swift thrust. A flash of surprise crossed Fricks's face. However, it was brief. The mist around Fricks thickened as he forcefully regained control of his thrown-off sword, accelerating his movements. The sword's trajectory twisted. The technique, disrupted and repelled, returned to its original course. Such movements were impossible with an ordinary human body. It was a bizarre maneuver made possible only with the aid of mana. The resulting strike, in Nadjan's current stance, was impossible to avoid or counter. An unforeseen attack. Just as Fricks's sword was about to tear through Nadjan's shoulder, Fricks saw it. Nadjan's eyes, still tracking his movements, fixated on the tip of his sword. Thud! Nadjan slammed his foot down. In an instant, his body accelerated. Twisting the sword he had thrust out, he raised it obliquely. Every movement was unnaturally fast, even faster than mana-enhanced Frick's. How is this possible? Fricks had felt no mana from Najin before, but in this moment he sensed it. In the blink of an eye, mana sparked and dispersed. For that brief instance, Najin had undoubtedly used mana to accelerate his body, so smoothly and naturally, as if it was as effortless as breathing. This kid, realizing he had been deceived, Fricks was enraged. But Najin had no intention of tricking him. He thought he couldn't use mana and was unaware that his movements were assisted by it, very efficiently, using the least amount of effort for maximum effectiveness. Najin was simply moving according to the basics of combat ingrained in his mind, relying on instinct for secondary actions. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Following the lifted angle of Najin's sword, Fricks's blade slid off. As it scraped off the rusty surface of Najin's sword, a vulnerability was exposed. CK. Conscious of Najin's sword, Fricks hastily retracted his own, but Najin's sword did not move. It was Najin's leg that moved, slamming down on Fricks's knee. Crack. Thanks to the mana reinforcement, Fricks's knee didn't buckle inward, but his expression twisted in pain, disrupting his stance. A properly weighted attack was impossible from such an incomplete stance. Najin easily deflected the light sword. Deflecting it, Najin stepped in closer. They were too close for a slashing strike, but Najin had no intention of cutting Fricks. That would kill him. He had no intention of killing. Najin needed to extract information, so he grabbed Fricks's hair, wielding the sword hilt like a hammer. Thump! The pommel, weighted at the end, struck Fricks's temple. True to the heaviness of Ivan's sword, the impact sound was solid. Cough! Caught off guard by the unexpected blow, Fricks's head snapped back. His eyes still focused, indicating he was conscious. Seeing this, Najin clicked his tongue. Mana's good for something. Mana-enhanced bodies could withstand a blow to the temple without losing consciousness. To Najin, who still believed he couldn't use mana, this was astonishing. But still, Najin grabbed Fricks's hair. A few more hits should knock him out. Holding Fricks's hair with one hand, Najin swung the sword hilt with the other. He struck Fricks's face several times with the pommel. Thud, thump, and crack. After half a dozen swings, Najin let go of Fricks's hair. Fricks, with a broken nose, began to bleed profusely. His shattered teeth dropped to the ground. Thump! Fricks, with his eyes rolled back, collapsed. Najin exhaled briefly and turned around. The organization members who hesitated to intervene glanced at Najin as he spoke shortly. "Put those down." Najin flicked his finger. "Just cut off one finger each. That's the rule." It was a rule set by Horus and Ivan. Though not often followed, they realized they couldn't ignore it even in this moment. This is unbearably heavy. Holding a box containing an arm and fingers in one hand and dragging the unconscious Fricks by the neck with the other, Najin moved on. "I'd like to just throw him anywhere." He couldn't handle a commander so carelessly, especially not someone of Fricks's rank. "It's been noisy lately." Those land spider rats kept crossing the line. Najin had heard Ivan muttering about it. Not just heard. As the organization's executioner, Najin had seen that many of those he had dunked recently had connections with land spider. And now, a blatant territorial invasion. Whatever they were planning, it was clear. And a commander like Fricks was likely to know something. Najin intended to extract that information now. That aside, Najin pondered the recent fight. Reflecting on the techniques and movements he had used, Najin let out a faint smile. He had confirmed that his swordsmanship worked even against a mana-wielding opponent. It was worth learning so diligently. The things he learned from Ivan and Afen. If Afen taught him how to swing a sword, Ivan taught him combat itself. If there's an opening, stab. If a big movement is shown, dive in. Don't just swing a weapon, use whatever you can. The most efficient way to move the body. How to block attacks with minimal effort. Close-quarter combat beyond the sword's reach. Utilizing terrain and knocking out opponents. Among other techniques, Najin learned numerous tricks from Ivan. He had been beaten and taught by Ivan since he was 10. Recalling those times, Najin frowned slightly. The long scar on his shoulder ached. Come to think of it, not something a knight would teach. Knights in fairy tales were noble and refined. But Ivan, a knight from above, excelled in torture and covert operations, even more than a fen, a former mercenary. Watch carefully. You'll do it too someday. Ivan performing torture. That much torture doesn't kill him. That's a naive claim. You don't know how creative human nerves can be, how diverse the pain they can feel. Let's bet on how long he lasts. Forcing open a clenched mouth, shattering someone's psyche. Flickering lamps, blood splattered everywhere, long screams. See, you want to try? As Najim pondered these memories, he glanced back. Fritz's groaning echoed from behind. Groaning and twitching, he seemed to regain consciousness. Blinking slowly, Fritz's eyes met Najin's. Realizing the situation, Fritz gritted his teeth, but there was no grinding sound. Many teeth had fallen out during the pommel strikes. Here's some advice. Najin nonchalantly spoke to Fritz, who glared with murderous intent. Better to just open your mouth than to boast. You'll have to open it eventually. Better to end the torture while some part of your body is still intact. Najin pointed ahead. Following his finger, Fritz's eyes moved too. Realizing what Najin pointed at, Fritz's eyes violently shook. It was a building known to everyone in this underground city. The residence of Ivan, the ruler of the underground city. Pointing at the building, Najin spoke. Chapter 7. Prelude to the Civil War 3 in Ivan's office. Najin waited for Ivan, sitting on a luxurious sofa that seemed out of place in the underground city. About an hour passed before Ivan entered the office. Ha, what a funny guy. Ivan, laughing cheerfully, wiped blood from his face and forearms with a wet towel. It wasn't his blood, but blood that had splattered on him. Najin glanced at the towel, turning crimson. Are you done? Yeah, he spilled everything quickly. You must have really scared him. Just pulled out a couple of teeth, and he confessed everything. Ivan was tossing something up and catching it. Looking closely, Najin realized it was human teeth, likely belonging to Fritz. As always, impressive work. Where did you catch such a guy? Absolutely perfect. I've been frustrated with the lower ranks lately, not doing their jobs properly. Satisfied, Ivan mumbled to himself and took a seat. So, was it worth fighting? This was your first time against someone who can use mana, right? Not the first time. I've sparred with you, Ivan. Man, that was training. Training that almost killed me. As Najin pondered the definition of training, Ivan asked again. Any injuries? Dragging him around made my arm sore, but nothing else. Ha! A guy who can't use mana taking down one who can without a scratch. You're a real piece of work. Ivan muttered, not particularly surprised. He seemed to have somewhat expected this. Observing Ivan's expression, Najin thought, why did he rush to confront a high-ranking member without hesitation? How far can you go? Well, unless it's me or those land spider guys, no one can really match you. Ivan had said that before. Apart from Horus, you can take on anyone. There are a few leaders in their group who strut around, but you could probably beat them in one-on-one fights, provided you don't fight in their territory. The land spider Horus. Apart from the head of the rival gang, Ivan had said Najin could take on anyone in a one-on-one fight. Najin trusted his words. Ivan was always accurate in his judgments. Ivan. Still, there was something Najin was curious about. What exactly is mana? What do you mean? It's damn good stuff. Ivan replied as if it were obvious. Not the answer Najin was looking for, he continued to look at Ivan silently. Ivan shrugged and elaborated. Being able to use mana is proof that you've taken the first proper step as a warrior. Whether it's to enhance your body, extract sword aura, or perform swordsmanship, mana is at the core of it all. Mana, energy accumulated within the body. The more mana you accumulate, the more trained your body becomes, raising your limits. You can perform all sorts of feats impossible for a human body. For example, this. Ivan spread his hand, revealing Fritz's teeth from the interrogation. Watch closely. Ivan gently clenched his hand with the teeth in his palm. When he opened it, the teeth had turned to dust. Of course, learning mana doesn't mean everyone becomes like me. What cultivation technique you choose is crucial. Picking just anything can be fatal. You might get stronger initially, but your limits will be clear. So, to reach the expert level, mastering a mana cultivation technique is essential. Exactly. You need to know how to use mana to extract sword aura and such. Want to learn? It would be nice if I could. Ivan smirked. I'll teach you later. I've been hearing that for 5 years. Later, man, a sign to end the topic. Najin didn't pursue further, knowing it would only irritate Ivan. He stepped back, respecting the boundary Ivan had set. Let's get to the main point then. Ivan started the conversation. A civil war is coming soon. Get ready, Najin. The land spider Horus is preparing for a civil war. That's what their leader said. Lately, although there weren't direct orders from Horus, commands were continuously coming from above. The instructions were to prepare for war, gather resources. Apparently, their hassle at Hodal's forge for tribute was groundwork for weapon seizure. Infiltrating my organization seems to have a similar context, always causing trouble. I suspected they were crossing the line, but to go this far, whatever their confidence is, they're clearly picking a fight with me. They must have something to rely on. Horus isn't crazy enough to start a fight without weighing the consequences, regardless of what they're relying on, Sai. Civil war is such a pain. In this tiny city, fighting over a scrap of land, seeing people die, it just makes you sigh. I didn't finish off Horus during our last war for a reason. There's a point where it just becomes a loss. People dying means less workforce, and the atmosphere in the streets turns gloomy. Whether screwing around in brothels or getting drunk in taverns, it all feels like shit. Makes you lose the will to fight. I've been rambling, but here's the point. I don't plan to drag out this civil war. I'll end it quickly and clean up fast. So, we're going to make the first move. I'll give you more details tomorrow. Need to talk to a Fen today. Anyway, be prepared. Can't guarantee how it will turn out. Hum. Recalling Ivan's words, Najin walked through the streets. Ivan had said to prepare for a civil war. Civil war. Najin didn't know much about it. The last civil war between Horus and Ivan happened when he was very young. He only guessed its severity from the terrified reactions of adults. Be prepared. Can't guarantee how it will turn out. Najin kept pondering Ivan's last words. If even Ivan, who always spoke with certainty, said such things, it must be serious. Prepare, he says. But what? Najin tilted his head. He wasn't sure what to prepare for. He visualized the map of the underground city, Atman, in his mind. Atman is divided into 3 main areas. The central area, under Ivan's control, has a direct trade gateway with the surface world. The core land with vital facilities clustered around the gateway. Next, the mining area. Located on the outskirts, far from the central area, under Horus's control. It's where the city's resources, the ores, are mined. Mining area, mining area, mining area. It's said to be like a labyrinth. The entrance to Horus's residence is connected to the mines, laden with traps. Ivan had explained that Horus, a former ranger from the surface world, could fully utilize his skills there. Horus is a ranger. Rangers excel in stealth, traps, ambushes, surpassing knights in these areas. They might lose to knights in one-on-one, but in their territory they can take on multiple knights. Never fight in his territory. Even I can't be sure of victory without a fen. Najin imagined infiltrating there. The complex mining tunnels and skilled fighters popping out from anywhere, along with traps set by Horus. It won't be easy. If he barges in like he does in Ivan's territory, he should be prepared to be peppered with holes. While strategizing in his mind, Najin sighed deeply. It was hard to get a proper grasp just by thinking. He felt he needed to see and experience the place to know how to act. Wrapping up his thoughts, Najin suddenly recalled the underground city's third area, the central area, the mining area, and lastly, the landfill. Below this place, down the rugged cliff, lies the landfill, the final resting place for trash discarded once above and then again here, a mixture of garbage, filth, and corpses. This is the domain of the drug maker Hakan. Najin didn't know much about Hakan or the landfill. It wasn't just him. Even Ivan seemed to lack information. Drug maker Hakan, I don't know much about him either. He's been here even before I fell into this city, even before Horus. I don't even know if he's male or female. He's just been there for a long time, making drugs. I've never seen his face. All that was known about Hakan was his strength to dominate an area and his alchemy skills. Not relevant for the upcoming civil war, Najin thought. How the civil war would unfold would become clearer tomorrow, as Ivan had said. Thud. Najin stopped on his way home near the edge of the plaza. He gazed from a distance at the sword embedded in the ground, still concealed by the tent. Pull out the sword. You can pull it out. These sentences still echoed in his head. Najin watched the tent-covered sword for a while and then left the plaza. Thud. The sound of a glass being set down echoed softly in an old tavern where only Ivan and Afen were drinking. So, breaking the silence, Afen spoke. You're going to start a civil war. That's the plan. Taking the initiative. Quicker that way. And you want my help? Afen's question was answered with Ivan's silence as he drank his liquor. Afen ruffled his hair, visibly annoyed. I don't like getting involved. Just this once. Feels like I heard that a few years ago. Help me this time. I can't handle it quietly alone. Ivan took another sip. He could certainly stir up trouble alone, but that wasn't his goal. He sought a quick and clean resolution, not the start of a prolonged civil war. Annoying. Horus is up to something. Not sure what, but we need to end it fast. Afen clicked his tongue. This is the last time. If you ask again, I'll smash your head with this glass. Thanks. That aside about you. Afen lightly threw a question as he refilled his glass. Are you going to leave Najin as is? Not teaching him mana cultivation or anything. You know he's been ready to learn since long ago. I know. Then why not teach him? He's too quick. Ivan sighed deeply. Leaning back, he opened up to Afen, a long-time acquaintance from the surface world. Najin learns everything too quickly. It's frightening how he's progressing. I can't tell how far he'll go. Jealous. Cut the crap. You know what I mean, Ivan chuckled. In this forsaken city, what good will such talent do? Let's say I teach him mana early. In a few years, he'll probably be extracting sword aura. He could even break the Empire's youngest sword master record of 23 years old. Najin was that capable. But Ivan downed a strong drink. He sighed and continued. What's the use in this trash heap of a city? In a city of discarded things, filth, and trash. In the landfill, where garbage piles up into mountains. If the youngest sword master emerges from this dump, and the surface dwellers hear of it, what then? He'd be disposed of. They'd see his background first, not his talent. The fate of those who fell out of favor with them was well known. Witchcraft, black magic, false star worshippers, heretics, Cameron's cursed bastards. They'd accuse him of such and execute him, or make sure he never wields a sword again. We've seen how they handle things up there. Ivan knew this because he was a knight. Afen knew because he had climbed high in a mercenary group. Both were well aware of how society operated in the surface world. They had seen firsthand how those who displeased the high and mighty were dealt with. Damn frustrating. Yeah, if they execute Najin, they won't stop at him. You and I will be next. Ivan chuckled bitterly as he rolled a cigarette. Lighting it, he took a deep drag. We live by the rules given to us. Reaching for the unreachable only leads to misery. So you'll just leave him be. Exactly this much is appropriate. Any more and will catch the surface dweller's attention. Well, I get your point, but Afen swirled his glass. He already knows how to use mana. Ivan froze mid-drink. What did you say? He can use mana. You taught him. No, never did. Then how? Afen shrugged. I don't know. He doesn't seem to have any mana accumulated, but he uses it. Sometimes he moves rapidly, and I see mana flowing in his body. Does that even make sense? That's why I'm puzzled. Najin doesn't seem aware either. Najin apparently did not accumulate mana, nor learned any mana cultivation techniques. This was a clear fact. Yet without accumulating mana, he was using it to enhance his body. Does that make any sense? Ivan frowned. Then that means. Although it defied logic, Ivan knew of one historical figure who made it logical. You're thinking the same thing, huh? Afen smirked. Swirling his glass, he laughed. An impossible event made possible by a historical figure, the foundation of all current mana cultivation methods. There was one, but only one, such figure in human history. The constellation, sword of selection. Arthur, the great hero who led the era of humanity hundreds of years ago. Arthur's life story, which defies common sense, is filled with unbelievable tales. Among them, many point out the absurdity in the saga's prologue about Arthur's uniqueness. Arthur moved rapidly without accumulating mana and even drew out sword aura. Afen muttered with a grin. This was in the prologue of Arthur's saga, a sentence that disregards common knowledge and the foundation of cultivation methods. Mana is not to be accumulated. It's about taming the mana flowing through the world. That was the only explanation given, too absurd to be considered historical by the Empire's records, yet often mentioned in countless fairy tales. Ivan and Afen both thought of the same thing. The book that Najin always carried must have that story too. So, Ivan laughed dryly. You mean Najin is awakening mana like King Arthur, a star in the night sky? That's absurd. That's just a guess. I had no other explanation. Ivan fell silent. Whether Najin was awakening mana like Arthur or using it in some unknown bizarre way, the implication was the same. Najin was more exceptional than Ivan had anticipated. Trying to hide or delay teaching him was futile. Even if we try to hide or delay it, it's meaningless. He'll draw sword aura soon. He's already created fragments of it. At most half a year to go. Then it'll surely reach the surface, and everything you said will happen. They'd try to kill Najin. They would deal with anyone associated with him. Afen and Ivan would be among the first. So choose. Afen set down his glass. Thud, the sound reverberated in the tavern. Kill him now. Now before he becomes too prominent, while Najin is still killable. Or teach him. Otherwise, let Najin try. If he can surpass the Sword Master and reach the next level, even the surface world won't be able to discard him. A warrior of such caliber cannot be easily dismissed. In short, it was a gamble. Faced with these two choices, Ivan quietly drank his liquor. Chapter 8. Prelude to the Civil War. 4. Early in the morning, Najin headed towards Ivan's office. Summoned by Ivan at dawn, Najin found the office empty. Inquiring the guards outside, he learned that Ivan hadn't left. Hesitant at first, Najin returned to the office and kicked a bookshelf in the corner. Dr. Ra-ra-ra-ruck. The bookshelf slid aside, revealing a passage leading to the building's basement. Predictably, the usually locked basement door was open today. It seems like an invitation. Najin scratched the back of his neck, knowing what lay below. Descending the stairs, he entered a vast open area used by Ivan for honing his sword aura. It was also the training ground where Ivan had taught Najin. Silently, Najin touched his scarred shoulder, a reminder of Ivan's harsh lessons. He surmised there could only be one reason for being called here. With a long sigh, Najin continued down the stairs. As expected, Ivan awaited him. You're here. What's this about, summoning me to the basement? There's only one reason I'd call you here. Ivan tossed something that clanged at Najin's feet, a sharp steel sword. Unlike his usual wooden sword, Ivan held a similar steel one, indicating a serious spar. Najin swallowed nervously. When was the last time I sparred with Ivan? It had been years since their last training, which was more akin to a beating. Najin stepped into the training ground, Ivan's sinister voice echoing. Focus. Ivan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The moment he exhaled, Najin's instincts screamed danger. He reflexively grabbed the fallen sword and retreated. The air in the basement grew dense, almost suffocating. SHRing. Ivan slowly extended his sword towards Najin. Facing the cold blade, Najin realized this was a fight for survival. A new scar like the one on his shoulder awaited him if he didn't face Ivan with the intent to kill. Najin was apprehensive about sparring with Ivan. He wanted to make excuses to escape the basement. It was a learned fear, a scar etched into his body. Ivan had taught Najin to fight and survive in the city, often through brutal sparring sessions. These sessions included bone-breaking, consciousness-losing beatings, and forced awakenings. Ivan imprinted survival skills into Najin through such harsh methods. Helpful, but Najin realized Ivan's teachings were not just about guidance. They were also threats and warnings. Don't overestimate your talents. I am above you. Don't cross the line I've set. I can crush you any time. That was the warning. After Najin stopped showing interest in the upper world, Ivan stopped these sessions. But now, why the sudden call? Najin had not overstepped his bounds recently. His only deviation was observing the Excalibur at the plaza, which Ivan had allowed. But why now? While he couldn't fathom the reason, Najin knew what he had to do now. Thump. He tensed his senses, ready to react to Ivan's moves. As Ivan motioned his sword, Najin braced himself. Aren't you coming? In response, Najin positioned his sword diagonally. Ivan moved forward, and at a 3-step distance, whoosh. Ivan's step turned heavy. His sword accelerated with a swift motion. Clang. As their swords clashed, Najin gritted his teeth, feeling an enormous weight press down on him. He managed to hold his ground, unlike his younger days. He twisted his sword, channeling the force sideways, a basic skill, but against Ivan it was futile. Spin. Ivan's sword followed a bizarre trajectory wrapping around Najin's. Despite seeing it, Najin couldn't comprehend it in time. He ducked, narrowly avoiding Ivan's sword. Crack. Ugh! A kick to Najin's abdomen sent him tumbling. He immediately got up and faced Ivan's relentless assault. Each blow was a strain on his shoulder and grip. Breathless, struggling for breath, Najin fended off Ivan's attacks. Ivan's swordsmanship was beyond Najin's pace. Mana, that damn mana. Najin envied those who wielded mana, for Ivan never taught it to him. He could only mimic Ivan, moving faster than usual, feeling an unseen force propelling him. For the first time, he pushed Ivan's sword back. In that moment, Ivan's eyes narrowed. Stepping back, he tensed like a drawn bowstring and launched a powerful strike, overwhelming Najin. Ah! As Najin blocked the attack, he was flung into the air and slid backwards. He quickly regained his composure, but contrary to his expectations, Ivan didn't immediately charge at him. Instead, Ivan stood still, raising his sword, preparing something other than an attack. Ivan, with his one eye, covered his empty eye socket with the raised sword blade, resembling the sword salute performed by knights in heroic tales. Then Najin saw it. Hiss! From Ivan's raised blade emerged a calm, cyan aura, the sword aura, signifying his status as a sword master. Wrapped in this aura, Ivan's sword was no longer a mere common steel sword. It became a unique weapon that only the one-eyed Ivan could wield. Enthralled momentarily by the beauty of the sword aura, Najin quickly realized this was not the time to admire it and urgently spoke out. Wait, Ivan. Hold on. Najin retreated in panic. Drawing sword aura is overkill, isn't it? Isn't this too much? It was unusual. Ivan had never drawn sword aura in their past sparring sessions. It was obvious. Najin couldn't handle sword aura. Only sword aura can counter sword aura. A regular steel sword would be shredded upon contact, along with the wielder. Panicking, Najin stepped back, but Ivan silently advanced towards him. Step by step, then, with a leap, Ivan lunged at Najin. The cyan sword aura encased steel sword streaked towards Najin. Ah! Najin hastily raised his sword in defense, but a regular steel sword couldn't withstand sword aura. As Ivan's sword aura-imbued blade met Najin's, Najin clearly saw his own sword being sliced away. Unable to withstand the sword aura, the blade crumpled. Ivan's sword, cutting through the steel, advanced relentlessly. To Najin, everything seemed to happen in slow motion. Najin realized he was facing death. In a moment of heightened awareness, an unknown force surged through him, propelling his body. And this force wasn't just propelling his body anymore. Flash! Najin's half-severed sword flickered with light. Though ephemeral and barely a fraction of Ivan's mighty sword aura, it was undeniably a strand of sword aura. A light that a boy in such a city should not possess. Confronted with the radiance in Najin's sword, Ivan's eyes widened, and his mouth twitched in surprise. Then the sword auras collided. Clang! The clash echoed loudly as Najin's sword pushed back Ivan's. But before completely repelling it with a clink, Najin's sword broke. Not just Najin's, Ivan's sword too shattered. Both swords, not designed to withstand sword aura, had met their end upon drawing and receiving it. Clang! The broken blades fell to the ground. Najin collapsed, panting heavily. Woo, huff, huff! His heart raced, feeling as if it was being squeezed. Blood trickled from his nose onto the ground. Overwhelmed by headache and fatigue, Najin raised his head to see Ivan looking down at him. Silently, Ivan observed Najin, then looked at the broken sword in his hand. The aftermath of the clash of sword auras. He let out a hollow laugh. Always a madman. Ivan had seen the light. Confronted with the brilliance that Najin possessed, Ivan stroked his face, realizing what it meant. This is maddening. It was a light that someone like him, buried in a place like this, should never possess. Chapter 9, Prelude to the Civil War. 5. Ivan, a former knight, still considered himself one, despite knowing he could no longer be called such. A knight was someone who upheld honor and pride. Ivan might have lost his honor, but he held on to his pride, and despite losing one eye, he could still see with the other. Thus, he remained a knight in part, able to perceive the light with his remaining eye. Damned brat! Ivan saw the radiance Najin had produced and understood its significance. A tremendous potential. It was a brilliance that shouldn't be buried in a city like this, a flame that would surely be snuffed out if noticed by those above. Najin's potential and radiance shouldn't emerge from a city fallen to the curse of Camlin. Torn, Ivan reflected on the conversation he had with Afen the night before. Kill Najin or nurture him. Honestly, killing was the right choice, as nurturing him was a gamble. If things went wrong, both Najin and Ivan's lives were at stake. It would be crossing a line Ivan had set for himself. A twinge in his lost right eye reminded him of a hard truth. One must live according to their station. Crossing lines only leads to misery, a lesson Ivan knew all too well. Dig out the eyeball, confiscate the masterpiece and cast him out. You are no longer a knight of Atanga, Ivan. Just a filthy heretic who dared reach for the stars. Having reached for the unreachable, he had lost everything, relegated to a world without light or stars. I should kill him. People should live within their means. Thus, it would be right to kill or cripple Najin, a clear risk. That was Ivan, the ruler of the underground city. But as a knight, he thought differently. Once a knight who dreamed of the pinnacle, who wished to hang his star in the night sky, Ivan knew the value of a dream. The knight in him asked if he would trample on the dream before him. Silent, Ivan exhaled deeply. I'm going mad, really. Ivan was a knight. Still longing to be one, he made his decision. I'm going mad, really. Ivan chuckled bitterly, releasing the oppressive atmosphere. Najin felt the change and knew he was no longer in immediate danger. Why did you have to show that? Why did you have to have it? Ivan ran his hand over his face, sighing deeply as he looked at Nadjin. There was hesitation in his eyes. After a moment, he spoke decisively. Nadjin. Why? Out of breath, Nadjin struggled to respond, still fearful after nearly facing death and curious about the light in his sword. Mixed curiosity and fear. Facing those eyes, Ivan spoke. Today, I'm going into Horus's territory with a fen. I'll be away for a couple of days. Unbuckling his belt, Ivan removed one of his two ever-present swords, one from the world above and the other a masterpiece by the blacksmith Hojel. He handed Hojel's masterpiece to Nadjin, who accepted it, bewildered. Guard my place while I'm away. If anyone causes trouble, use this sword to cut them down. It's proof that you're acting on my behalf. With those words, he handed over the sword. And, Ivan smirked, when I return, I'll teach you how to handle sword aura. Promising what he had long delayed, Nadjin blinked in surprise. Ivan shrugged. You look like you don't believe me. I was almost killed just now. I'm scared you're using it as an excuse to kill me. Hey, do I look like such a villain? Nadjin nodded. Ivan laughed bitterly. Well, he couldn't deny it. I had no intention of killing you. If you hadn't reacted, maybe I would have just added another scar to your shoulder. You're terrible, really. It's all for a reason, you damned brat. Ivan exhaled long, facing Nadjin's still suspicious gaze. Fine, I'll make a trustworthy bet. What? The heaviest thing I can offer. Placing a hand on his remaining sword, Ivan's demeanor changed. On my pride as a knight of Atanga, I swear. Not as the one-eyed ruler of the underground city, but as Ivan the Knight, he spoke. This is a deal, Nadjin. A proposal and a deal, recognizing Nadjin as an equal. I'm investing in you from now on. I'll teach you everything, not just drawing sword aura. The brilliance that you showed me. I'll bet everything on that light. So you must rise higher than me, beyond a sword master, reach the next level, reach the heights I couldn't. Ascend and retrieve what I left in the world above. Become strong enough to negotiate with those above. What did you leave above? My honor. The title and honor of a knight of Atanga. Ivan extended his hand. Without further words, his gesture was his offer. Nadjin hesitated briefly. Then decisively he grasped Ivan's hand. With a strong pull, Ivan helped Nadjin to his feet and smiled. From today, you are my protege. A protege, a knight's squire. The protege of Ivan, knight of Atanga. In Ivan's office, Nadjin, taking his place during his absence, sat in the chair usually occupied by Ivan. Tapping his finger on the table, Nadjin muttered to himself, puzzled. What was that about? He couldn't make sense of the recent events. Ivan's request for a duel, the abnormal use of a steel sword instead of a wooden one, and Ivan enhancing his body with mana, and finally drawing sword aura. Nadjin had genuinely feared for his life when Ivan swung his aura-imbued sword. And then, his body had moved on its own, instinctively emitting a glow on his sword blade. Even with his limited knowledge of mana and sword aura, Nadjin knew what had manifested for a brief moment on his sword. Light, mana, a fragment of sword aura, a mark of a warrior at the master level. Was he now at that level? It seemed unlikely. Nadjin gripped the sword lying on the table, attempting to draw out the sword aura again, but to no avail. Recalling the moment, he remembered the sensation of being pushed from behind and the exhaustion that followed when the light manifested. It feels like a dream. But the lingering pain in his palm and body was proof that it wasn't a dream. Did I really draw out sword aura? How could he, without ever learning mana techniques? The only people who could provide answers, Ivan and Afen, had just departed for Horus's territory. I'll ask when they return. Soon, he would be able to ask. Ivan had promised to teach him everything about sword aura and mana when he returned. That knowledge was something Nadjin had longed for but never received from Ivan, who always evaded the topic, warning him whenever he probed too deeply. Ivan will teach me. Sword aura, proper swordsmanship. These were special things that couldn't be obtained in the underground city, things beyond the line drawn by Ivan, and they were featured in the fairy tale book Nadjin always carried. The brilliant sword aura of King Arthur and his knights was an inseparable part of their portrayal. Smiling at the thought, Nadjin felt a bit closer to the stars. A squire of Ivan, the knight of Atanga, not Ivan's hunting dog, but his squire. Nadjin savored the resonance of the word, finding it quite pleasant. Ivan has taken the bait. In a deep chamber connected to the mining tunnels, land spider Horus spoke. He wasn't alone. Someone was listening intently. Hand over what you promised. Don't be so impatient. I'll give it to you. A woman sitting on Horace's desk tossed a packet of drugs at him. With trembling hands, he tore open the packet and consumed its contents, finally calming his shakes. Horace looked up at the woman with an unreadable expression. She was unpredictable and mad. Staring at her, Horace asked, "What's your plan now?" "Why bother asking? You just need to do as you're told." She grinned, propping her chin on her hand. "By the way, your first leg, Arnold, has fled. Did you have a hand in that?" "I wasn't involved." "Well, it doesn't matter. Ivan fell for the trap. What will you do with Arnold?" "What else?" "He broke the rules." She gestured towards a corner of the office. There Horace's men were crammed into a cage, listless and defeated. "He'll end up like them." With a flick of her hand, a sharp noise rang out. One of the men began to swell unnaturally. Horace closed his eyes, unable to watch. Splashes of blood and flesh, weak moans echoing in the office. Amidst these sounds, Horace clenched his teeth in anger and frustration. Chapter 10, Deviation 1. "What is a Knight of Atanga, sir?" The boy's abrupt question made Hojel, who was hammering, pause and glance at Nadjin. Hojel had called Nadjin to the forge to check his build and how he wielded the sword, even though the sword was not yet complete. He could just leave after I took his measurements, but here he is, starting a conversation. Hojel, slightly annoyed at the interruption to his work, yet intrigued by the nostalgic name mentioned, set aside his hammer for a moment. The Knights of Atanga, a story worth pausing his hammering for. Hojel, rich with years of experience and not one to be stingy in sharing his stories, took a sip of water and began to speak. "Ah, Atanga, a name I fondly remember. Why did Ivan mention Atanga?" Nadjin nodded, and Hojel inwardly clicked his tongue. It was rare for Ivan to speak of Atanga. "So, what is Atanga? Sounds like a famous family name." "Atanga is not a family name, young one," chuckled Hojel. "While most knights belong to a family and identify themselves with it, those from Atanga are different. Atanga is a kind of military group, a knightly order, the Atanga Knights. A knight is someone who upholds honor and pride. Without honor and pride, a knight should not and cannot exist. These were the ones who preserved the old rules of knighthood. Centuries have passed since the age of heroes, and the meaning of the word knight has changed a lot. Nowadays, anyone with strength, even without honor or pride, can become a knight. It was an era where the weight of the name knight had diminished. Muttering so, Hojel spoke emphatically. Atanga knights stand directly against this era. They insist that without honor and pride, one cannot be called a knight, holding on to the old rules and redefining what it means to be a knight. Some call Atanga idealists. Others say it's where the truest of knights belong. Rigid, upright, sometimes foolish, but that's why they're undeniably endearing. You talk as if you've met many of them. I have. I've forged quite a few swords for them. The old man's eyes grew distant, filled with memories. A faint smile played on Hojel's lips, lost in the past. Well, that's what Atanga knights are like, living and dying by honor and pride, just like the knights in fairy tales. That sounds quite cool. They are, especially when they speak of their honor and pride, though they often seem foolish. Muttering this, Hojel picked up his hammer again. "Your sword will be ready in about 3 to 4 days. Come to pick it up then, if you need a sword in the meantime." "Oh, I'm fine." Nadjin interrupted him. Standing up, he gestured towards his waist. "I can use this for the time being." Pointing to where he gestured, there hung Ivan's sword, a masterpiece forged by Hodel about 10 years ago. Seeing Ivan's sword with Nadjin, which should have been on Ivan's waist, surprised Hodel. Ah, Hodel laughed. Ivan must have taken a liking to you. Well, I am quite something. Cheeky brat. Jokingly, Nadjin left the forge as Hodel watched him go, laughing heartily for the first time in a while. So, what did you do about it? Afen's question, missing its subject, briefly halted Ivan's work on the sword. But only for a moment. Ivan continued his work, responding since he knew what Afen was asking. I decided to teach him. That's surprising. Did you see something? I did, probably the same thing you saw. Ivan smirked. Afen shrugged, knowing that anyone who has walked the path of the sword would recognize Nadjin's talent, a brilliance that shouldn't be buried in this city. Ivan's mixed expression of bitterness, joy, and excitement revealed his thoughts. I thought of crippling him so he couldn't wield a sword, but the kid pulled out sword aura, blocked my sword with it, even pushed it back. The standoff ended with both swords shattered, but for a moment Ivan felt overpowered by Nadjin. Crazy kid, he pulled it off without being taught. At 18, just a fragment of sword aura. Youngest ever. Even the famed sword saint Karen drew sword aura at 23, as per records, which meant the upper world would be in chaos if they found out. Yes, such a prodigy shouldn't emerge from a place like this. Nadjin's existence was a clear threat. Born elsewhere, he could have been hailed as a prodigy, receiving all sorts of support. But Nadjin was born in the underground city, and everyone born here was a sinner, like the damned of Camlan, heretics who reached for the forbidden. If word got out that such a heretic possessed brilliant light, the upper world, especially the church, would surely try to bury him. So, Ivan said, we need to make him invaluable, too significant to be covered up. A sword expert could easily be suppressed from above, unable to resist. But if Nadjin reached the next level, sword seeker, standing between human and transcendental beings, between sword expert and master, wanderers of the sword, seeking ascension. If Nadjin reached that rare realm accessible to only a few sword experts, even those above wouldn't be able to bury him quietly. A massive force would be needed to suppress a sword seeker-level warrior. If they tried, it would inevitably create noise, alerting someone. Quietly handling it would be impossible. If we get that far. Ivan, refurbishing the sword he wielded as a knight, continued. We might negotiate with the upper world. They would have to listen to us then. In that negotiation, Ivan and Afen would sit as Nadjin's mentors, not as trash fallen from grace in the underground city, but as knights and mercenaries. It's not easy, difficult but not impossible. If we succeed, we climb back up again. If we fail, it's death, quite the bold gamble. But worth taking. Ivan grinned. An impudent kid who drew sword aura without being taught. Isn't he worth the gamble? A complete change in attitude from the previous night at the tavern. At this, Afen laughed incredulously. Uncharacteristic of you. You never used to take such risks. I didn't, until I lost an eye and fell down here. But then, Ivan added, what can I do after seeing that? The brilliance of the boy, a glow too beautiful to rot in this underground city. That light rekindled a dream Ivan had abandoned since falling into the underground. Remembering that brilliance, Ivan laughed. Not the murky laugh of the ruler of the underground city, but the clear laugh of a knight who once chased the stars. You're still the same. Afen chuckled at Ivan's demeanor. So it's come to this. When Afen first witnessed Nadjin's brilliance, he pitied the boy's fate. Condemned to decay in this city for life, Afen felt sorry for him. That's why he casually suggested to Ivan at the tavern to gamble on Nadjin. An impulsive proposal born from sympathy for the wretched kid. Ivan accepted the proposal, fleshing out a plan. It was like seeing Ivan from his knightly days. A scene now strange yet nostalgic. Ha! With a slight smile, Afen exhaled deeply, not his usual drunken breath. Clear-headed, he placed a hand on the hilt of his cherished sword from his mercenary days. We'll be busy from now on. Indeed, need to think of ways to train him. Well, that, but also this. Afen gestured with his drawn sword. First, we need to figure out what to do with this. Afen's sword tip pointed to an entrance leading to Horus's territory. Not the main gate at Hogel's forge, but a backdoor through a tunnel. Of course, there were guards at the back entrance. With a knight's smile fading from his face, Ivan narrowed his eyes, assessing the guards' movements and the condition of their equipment, his hand caressing the hilt of his sword. 4 common soldiers and 1 officer. Is that one Senya? Never met him. Not really. He knows how to handle mana, but he's not an expert, probably their 4th leg. Any traps? None visible right now. Then we're good. Afen gestured with his chin. I'll take the 3 on the right. Then I'll handle the officer. The conversation ended there. From atop a hill overlooking the tunnel entrance, the 2 men, as if on cue, silently dashed down, but no sound of footsteps followed. Afen, who had completed countless missions as a mercenary. Ivan, who had been deployed in numerous operations as a knight. They might not match a ranger specialized in stealth and assassination, but both had their fair share of experience in infiltration and targeted killings. They weren't sword experts just from swinging their swords against walls. Their practical experience was more than ample. TL/N. Looks like there are 2 different stages in power rankings, sword expert, sword master. And Ivan and Afen are now revealed to be sword experts, so we'll be using that going forward. Thud. By the time the sound of footsteps echoed, Ivan and Afen were already upon the guards. Before the guards could widen their eyes and scream, Afen's sword had already sliced through their throats. Blood splattered. Cutting through the blood, Afen's sword shot forward like a dart. Ah! Another guard's throat was impaled. Pulling his sword out of the guard's neck and taking a large step forward, Afen reached out towards the mouth of another guard who had turned around too late. Squeeze. Silencing the guard by twisting his throat, 3 guards were dead in an instant. After swiftly dispatching the 3, Afen exhaled and turned around. Gurk, gurk, an officer, grasping his own throat, writhed on the ground. However, it didn't last long. Ivan struck down the officer's back with his sword. A brief spasm. The officer ceased to move. The method was simple. First silence them by slashing their throats, then finish them. After withdrawing his sword from the corpse, Ivan gestured towards the tunnel. A signal to move forward. Thud. Heading into the dark tunnel, the 2 proceeded. Late in the afternoon, Najin was patrolling the streets. Only a few in the organization knew Ivan was away, and what could possibly happen in just a few days. But there's always a possibility. With the city's atmosphere growing increasingly tense, there might be a spy from Horus's side looking to cause trouble. While patrolling, Najin found nothing unusual. Walking, he found himself near the square. Najin glanced at the soldiers guarding the center of the square. Today was the last day of the 13-day trial of the sword, wasn't it? The sword of selection, Excalibur, was said to vanish at midnight. For the past 13 days, Najin had frequently visited the square, hoping to see the sword, but aside from the first day, he saw neither the sword nor its light. All I did was gaze at the soldiers' armors. Najin smirked bitterly. But now he no longer needed to linger around the square. Tomorrow the holy sword would disappear, and so would the voice that had been echoing in his ears. Draw the sword. You are the one who can. Chewing over the almost familiar sentence, Najin moved his reluctant feet. Just as he was about to leave the square, Najin, someone called his name. Najin turned his head back. There was an organization member running towards him, one of the few who knew Ivan was away. Collector Zek. Next in hierarchy to Ivan's organization, after Afen and Najin. What's up, Zek? Huff, huff, that is, you see. Catch your breath. What is it? Breathless from running, Zek took a deep breath and then spoke. At Daisy Tavern right now, one of Horus's thugs is causing havoc. He's demanding Ivan to come. Says he has something to tell him. What? Najin blinked in confusion. Is he insane? Why in our territory? We should just tie him up and wait for Ivan to. We can't restrain him. Zek interrupted Najin. About a dozen of us tried to hold him down, but it won't last long. He's an officer, the first leg, Arnold. Looks like you need to come. The first leg of Horus, Arnold. Among the 8 legs, he was the strongest, almost reaching sword expert level according to Ivan. Hearing Zek's story, Najin's eyes narrowed. Let's go. Although he headed there, Najin couldn't shake off a sense of unease. Why exactly? The question lingered in his mind. Arnold, the first leg, was known as the second in command of Horus's organization. Why would such a person come into Ivan's territory and cause a scene? Did he catch on to Ivan's preemptive move? No, that seemed implausible. If he had realized Ivan's move, he should be guarding Horus in his own territory, not coming here demanding Ivan, claiming he has something to say. A strange sense of unease. And above all, the air in the streets felt different. Najin rubbed his nose with the back of his hand, frowning at the stench mixed in the air. It was a familiar smell, but he couldn't quite place when he had encountered it before. Bring Ivan, then a voice rang in his ears. He had arrived in front of the tavern. There, Arnold, the first leg, was shaking off the organization members trying to restrain him and shouting, Bring Ivan. I have to tell him, Arnold screamed with bloodshot eyes. That Horus and I, we were just being used. His eyes, red and swollen, looked as if under the influence of drugs. Chapter 11, Deviation 2, Horus and I, we were just used. This loud proclamation echoed through the air. Najin pushed through the crowd of organization members gathered in front of the tavern. Move aside. Ouch. Who's Najin? Najin grabbed one of the members, charging at Arnold by the back of the neck, and pulled him back. As Najin stepped forward, the remaining members hesitated and backed away, creating a brief silence. Arnold, catching his breath, looked at Najin. Who are you? I'm Najin, Ivan's deputy. Najin casually touched the hilt of his sword at his waist. It was a symbol of Ivan. If you have something to say, say it. I need to see Ivan. Be realistic. Do you think we just let a hostile organization's executive meet our boss? Najin's expression hardened. I'm already giving you a lot of leeway considering your situation. So if you have something to say, say it before I cut off an arm, as per the rules. You have 10 seconds. With a clang, the sword slid out of its sheath. Najin, gripping his sword, pointed it at Arnold. If you don't speak within that time, I'll do it. How insolent, you little. Who's being insolent here? You're causing a scene because you're desperate, aren't you? Najin exhaled sharply. Either speak or offer an arm. Arnold gritted his teeth. 10, 9, 8. As Najin counted down, Arnold finally spoke when the count reached 3. It wasn't Horus. What do you mean? The conflict with your group wasn't started by Horus. We were just being used by that madman. As Najin listened to Arnold's story, the surrounding members shivered. Najin, too, caught his breath in surprise. His eyes widened as he looked at Arnold. Drip, drip, something fell. It was blood, of a dark crimson color. Blood was dripping from Arnold's bloodshot eyes, from his mouth, ears, and nose. Trying to continue, Arnold glanced down mindlessly. Seeing the pool of blood forming at his feet and his vision turning red, he laughed, a mix of self-mockery and amusement. Hey, kid. Looking at Najin, Arnold said, Tell Ivan right away. He coughed up a mouthful of blood as he uttered his last words. Hakan, the drug maker, is on the move. Najin's eyes widened in shock. The tunnels connected to Horus's hideout. 10 years ago, during the Civil War, these were the tunnels where Horus made his last stand. Ivan and Afen, having infiltrated the place, were moving deeper into the tunnel in silence. I think that guy's not a spider but a mole or an ant. Why else would he dig such deep tunnels? Keep your voice down. We've infiltrated successfully. Why get caught now? I don't feel any presence anyway. Ivan shrugged. Afen couldn't disagree. While there were many guards near the entrance, there was no sign of anyone deeper inside. A deadly silent tunnel. Ivan felt uneasy about the quiet. The tunnel was eerily silent, not just quiet, but the path was too open. There were no traps, something very unusual. It's too easy. Suspiciously so. It wasn't like this before. During the Civil War, Ivan had failed to breach these tunnels. Traps were set everywhere, and Horace's arrows flew from the darkness. Horace was a ranger, and a cornered ranger could be exceedingly troublesome. That's why Ivan had to give up on finishing Horace off and end the war. Of course, now with a fen, he was confident they could make it through, but something's off. Ivan frowned. Just as he began to suspect the tunnel itself might be a trap, he sensed a presence. Deep within the tunnel, Ivan gripped his sword tightly. A brief exchange of glances. Then Ivan and a fen sprinted towards the source of the presence, the deepest part of the tunnel. At the end of the tunnel, a wooden door stood. Reaching it before a fen, Ivan didn't slow down. Crash. He added more force to his step, swinging his sword charged with energy. The blade's energy smashed the door entirely. Bursting in, Ivan widened his eyes to adjust to the new setting. A vast, open space. A huge, dome-shaped cavity. It was a crossroads where the winding tunnels intersected. Railroads for transporting ores were entangled like spider webs. Seeing holes leading to different paths, Ivan's frown deepened. Was there such a space before? He didn't recall seeing this during the Civil War. How could they know which way to go now? There were dozens of passages. They couldn't search each one. Then, at that moment, click, a small stone fragment fell. Ivan's head quickly turned towards the sound. Up above, a path unreachable due to a broken rail. Someone was there. Ha! Ivan chuckled. Save me the trouble of searching. What is it, Spider? Came to greet me, land Spider Horace. The figure that appeared, hooded and holding a crossbow, was Horace. It's been a while, Ivan. Indeed, I wanted to catch and kill you as soon as I saw you, but you evaded well. Ivan smirked. He adjusted his grip on the sword and signaled to a fen, be ready to move if Horace tries anything. So, what's your bold move? FWSSH. Energy surged on Ivan's sword. You dare enter my range. Are you sure about this? Ivan was a sword expert, a knight who had reached extraordinary levels. For him, the distance between him and Horace was practically non-existent. A leap or two was all it would take to close it. Why then had Horace revealed himself? Horace was a ranger. He couldn't possibly have the upper hand in close combat with a knight, especially not in a situation like this with two sword experts. Is there a hidden trick? But at this distance, it would be meaningless. He could sever Horace's neck before any tricks could be played. Just as Ivan was about to spring into action, I'm not confident, Horace spoke. To be honest, Ivan, I don't want to fight you. I still feel the scars you left. Why do you think I've been hiding for the last 10 years? He stepped forward, emerging from the shadows where the light of the ore lamps didn't reach. But what can I do about it? In the area illuminated by the light of the luminous stones. The dim light of the luminous stones revealed Horace's face, previously hidden in the darkness. He took off the deeply pulled hood, as if inviting a closer look. I had to lure you out to survive. His face was grotesquely distorted on one side. One of his eyes, clouded and out of focus, as if blinded. Every time he spoke, his mouth twitched, a symptom seen in addicts intoxicated by drugs. You, before Ivan could speak. To survive that madman, I had no other choice. Horace pulled the trigger of his crossbow. But his target wasn't Ivan. The arrow was aimed at something hanging from the ceiling of the dome-shaped cavity. Horace hit it with an arrow. Zzz, a strange noise echoed through the cavity. Though its nature was unknown, it was clear Horace was up to something. Ivan dashed toward Horace. No, he intended to. Ivan stopped in his tracks, letting out a hollow laugh as he sensed presences from all directions. From the myriad passageways branching out of the cavity, footsteps echoed. It wasn't just one or two. It wasn't even dozens. From the passageways, countless people emerged. Their eyes were unfocused, saliva dribbling from their open mouths, as if intoxicated by drugs. What is this now? Ivan frowned. Though they held weapons, they weren't very threatening, merely numerous, slow, and sluggish due to the drugs. What's the intention? As Ivan was counting their number, he turned his gaze back to Horace. Horace was smirking bitterly. Both you and I have been played, Ivan. Given the situation and information, Ivan made his assessment. Understanding dawned upon him that this place was a trap, that the civil war Horace seemed to be instigating, and even Horace himself were merely bait thrown by someone. For what purpose is this bait? The answer came quickly. Bait to lure him and a fen here. Then, who orchestrated this? The smell of chemicals vibrating in the air provided the answer. One of the three rulers of the underground city, a figure who remained uninvolved in the civil war, in frequent power struggles, in any situation, the ruler of the landfill. Drugmaker Hacken, the alchemist of the landfill, had intervened, but Ivan didn't understand why Hacken would lure him here. Information about the drug maker was insufficient, and he didn't know much about the alchemist's folk. Ivan. The same was true for Afen. He also didn't know much about the drugger, but he was well aware of what kind of folk alchemists were. As the former head of a mercenary group, he had undertaken requests from those damned alchemists several times. In other words, step aside. Afen knew how alchemists utilized humans. Pushing aside Ivan, who was about to swing his sword, Afen stepped forward. He kicked the approaching person at the front. After a brief convulsion from the kick, the person's body swelled massively and exploded with a bang. As blood and flesh rained down, Afen let out a long sigh. "Be careful of those trembling with blood on them," Afen said with disgust. "They're living bombs." Najin's eyes widened. Drug maker Hacken is on the move. It wasn't because he understood the meaning of Arnold's words. What Najin's eyes saw was the expanding flow centered around Arnold. The expanding flow. Arnold vomiting blood. The faintly trembling ground centered around Arnold, and Arnold's face, sensing imminent death. 4 pieces of information had been obtained through his eyes. At that moment, a single sentence flashed in Najin's mind. "I need to create distance." This was a thought that suddenly came to him during battle, something he had relied on since he was very young. Intuition, in that sense, but this was far from a vague thing like intuition. It was a part of Najin's talent. This was an extension of that talent. Based on the information he saw, he made an immediate judgment, an innate talent, and combat sense honed in real battles. Those two intertwined to create a momentary foresight. Bang! Without doubting this, Najin immediately acted on his judgment. Dashing forward, he kicked Arnold, who was vomiting blood. Crack! The sound of a kick embedding in the abdomen. The moment Najin's foot touched Arnold's abdomen, he extended his bent knee. A kick meant to push away. Arnold, thrust by the impact, crashed into the alleyway between buildings. "Now!" Immediately after, Najin turned and ran, shouting, "Everyone, retreat!" As he scowled at the hesitating organization members retreating, Najin grabbed the nape of a member close to the alleyway and hurled himself forward. Then, kaboom! With a loud explosion, Arnold's body in the alleyway exploded. The aftermath of the explosion sent the organization members tumbling, and the sight of a person exploding before their eyes caused screams of horror to erupt, plunging the surroundings into chaos in an instant. Organization members fleeing, civilians screaming. In the midst of the chaos they created, Najin clenched his teeth. "The drugger has moved," said the high-ranking officer of Horace's organization. And then Najin realized the identity of the stench he had sensed earlier. A stench he had encountered when he once captured a junkie trying to spread drugs in Ivan's territory. A nose-stinging stench created by a mix of hallucinogens and various chemical drugs. That stench was vibrating in the alleyway where Arnold exploded, and Najin had smelled the same stench earlier on his way here. Thud. Najin dashed off. Running back the way he had come, the stench grazed his nose. Whipping his head around, Najin's gaze landed on a locked alleyway. That place. A conduit for sewage, refuse, and garbage to be sent to the underground city's landfill. At that moment, Najin saw it. Thump! A hand clutching the bars from inside the cage. He saw the hand gripping the bars, convulsing. The swollen hand reached its limit and exploded. Boom! With a loud explosion, the cage crumpled. From the dark beyond the cage, filled with the stench, someone walked out. A woman, covered in the blood of the person who just exploded. Najin and the woman locked eyes. The moment their eyes met, Najin felt a sharp sensation all over his body. The same feeling he had during his spar with Ivan, a sense of intimidation felt from a strong opponent who had reached a certain level. That sensation. It told Najin who the woman standing before him was. Najin immediately drew his sword. With a sound, he drew his sword with such force it nearly shattered the sheath, keeping a distance with the sword in hand. The woman, watching him, curled her lips. "You have a good sense." She snapped her fingers. At that moment, a sound like insects buzzing echoed. Najin didn't know what the sound was, but he did know. Immediately after the sound echoed, the presence of dozens of people beyond the woman and the explosions heard throughout the underground city indicated some connection to that sound. "And do you know who I am?" The woman's identity as well, drug maker. In response to the woman's question, Najin answered. Chapter 12, Deviation 3, Ruler of the Landfill, Drugger Haken. Najin didn't know much about this entity. After all, the drugger's gender, age, personal details, appearance, nothing was known about them. "Do you know who I am?" The only things Najin knew about the drugger were that they were an alchemist and a formidable opponent, comparable to Ivan. Limited information, but these few pieces of information were sufficient. They were more than enough to associate the woman in front of him with the drugger, drug maker. The oppressive feeling weighing on his shoulders and the sharpness of his senses gave Najin the answer. "Drug maker Haken." Declaring this, Najin braced himself. At this, the woman smirked. Her lips curled up and she narrowed her eyes. Looking at Najin with half-open eyes, she spoke. "Good sense, quick-witted, but the conclusion you've reached doesn't sit well with me." She didn't deny Najin's guess. Drugger Haken pointed her finger straight at the blade Najin was pointing at her. "Aren't you going to run? If you're sure, as you say, that I'm Drugger Haken, shouldn't you be running away?" A powerful figure, on par with Ivan and Horus. She questioned whether fleeing wasn't the right choice when facing an overpowering adversary. Ivan's rule is to strike first if a boss from another organization enters our territory. And yet Ivan himself is away, isn't he? Did she know he was absent? Horus's backer whom Horus believed in. Could that have been Drugger Haken? Considering how Horus's officer exploded to death just moments ago, their relationship seemed far from collaborative. Anyway, Najin gripped the sword Ivan had entrusted to him tightly. "Rules are rules. Unnecessarily conscientious, aren't you, kid?" Haken shrugged her shoulders and flicked her finger. Zzz, the same buzzing noise echoed again. Those who appeared intoxicated and were standing behind Haken reacted to the noise. They saw their master, Haken, and then they saw the end of her outstretched finger. It was pointing at Najin. Soon they started rushing towards Najin, dozens of addicts. Their eyes and ears oozing blood, Najin looked at them and let out a long breath. He did not move. It wasn't just because of the rule set by Ivan. It was intuition. The farther he gets from Drugger Haken, the more dangerous it gets. There were many of them. Najin's eyes moved rapidly. Counting those surrounding Drugger Haken and pushing him back, there were over 20 addicts, just within sight. There seemed to be more behind them. This was just the first wave. He felt more presences behind Haken, and not just that. Considering the screams echoing throughout the city and the explosion he had heard earlier, Their numbers could exceed 100. Ivan and a Fen were away. No support from organization members could be expected, and there was a lack of information about the opponent. It was a worst-case scenario, a situation akin to the brink of death, and all he had in his hand was a single sword. But it's no ordinary sword. The sword Ivan had thrown to him. It was a masterpiece, different from the usual swords Najin used, a symbol of the value he had proven to Ivan. Najin's roving eyes stopped. They rested on Hakan, standing beyond the addicts. The addicts were moving at Hakan's command, the mastermind behind this situation. Ivan always said, in battle, the first one to take down is the leader, the one responsible. Najin's eyes, tinted with the hue of sunset, flickered briefly. Bang! Najin sprang into action, a burst of speed. In an instant, Najin closed the distance and swung his sword at the neck of an addict blocking his path. SSSK. Blood sprayed along the smooth trajectory of the blade. Shudder. The moment the neck was severed, the addict's body convulsed violently. Swelling. Without hesitation, Najin kicked the decapitated corpse. Boom! Several addicts were caught in the explosion. Arms were torn off, legs flew in the air, yet they kept advancing towards Najin as if they felt no pain. Najin frowned slightly at the sight. It's like the undead from a fairy tale, alive or dead. The stench of rotting corpses and decaying humans. Some of them were definitely corpses, but whether all were dead was uncertain. The situation was too dire to contemplate such uncertainties. Instead of thinking, Najin judged and acted. The range of explosion is about 3 steps. Timing of explosion. Within 2 seconds of convulsion. Conditions for explosion. Clearly, cutting the neck and ensuring death triggered it. But there's no guarantee it won't explode while they're alive. So, maintaining a distance of at least 3 steps seemed necessary. Assessment of the situation. Organization of information. The only thing left was to act. Najin trailed his sword low. The first thing he learned from Ivan was how to handle multiple opponents. No matter how talented and sensitive you are, before you seriously handle mana, ending up skewered and dead is the same. So, how do you handle it? Tactics ingrained in his body while working as an executioner, repeatedly used in numerous situations. 1. Block the approach. Sweeping low, his sword skated across the ankles of the addicts. SSSK, some ankles were severed, others deeply sliced, making it impossible for them to stand. 4 addicts fell, blocking the path. 2. Lead them into a narrow space. A narrow alleyway, open at the back. Only the front is accessible by enemies, and the fallen 4 delayed the next row's advance. You know what's left. You know it, right? You've learned it. Do what you do best. Judge and play your best move in each situation. Stepping over the bodies, Najin swept his sword across the necks of the addicts as the rear row tried to advance. Immediately after swinging, he leaped backward. Boom! Those caught close in the explosion lost legs or ankles. Their bodies piled up, again blocking the path. The roar of the explosion and splattering blood and flesh were gruesome. Not a sight for the faint-hearted. Even for Najin, who had seen deaths from a young age, it was a stomach-turning scene. Najin wiped the blood splattered on his face with the back of his hand and dashed. In the narrow alley, Najin's sword gleamed. He cut or kicked those within 3 steps, trying to close the gap with Hakan. But the distance seemed to never shrink. They keep coming, endlessly, pushing back, more keep coming, overwhelming in numbers. Najin, who had been advancing, started to step back. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps this way, he'll be pushed out of the alley, a wide space. If pushed into an area where he could be surrounded, it would be the end. Najin clenched his teeth. If it were Ivan, it wouldn't be like this. If Ivan were here, he would have been faster and more decisive, so. Thump, like this. SSSK. Najin, diving in swiftly, swung his sword like Ivan. Following the optimal path he had only imagined, his body moved, and his blade flashed. Najin's eyes widened. This again. an unusual sensation as if something was propelling his body. It was not something Najin could control. It came instinctively, reflexively. But to overcome the situation, he needed that movement. Najin focused on Hakan, who stood beyond the horde of addicts. Silently, she just looked up at the sky. It meant she wasn't considering him a worthy opponent, not exerting her full strength. His eyes set on what's next rather than him. This fact irked Najin a bit. Annoyance surged at the sight of a powerful opponent who didn't even acknowledge him. Let's see how long you can remain carefree. Najin moved, keeping in mind the sensation he had just experienced. He stepped forward, picturing the optimal path in his mind. And the moment he felt the flow pushing his back, thud, there was a feeling as if something had snagged. The propelling flow disappeared. His accelerated movement returned to its normal pace. At that moment, a disconnect occurred between the movement Najin had envisioned and the actual movement of his body. What Najin had pictured in his mind was dive in, swing the sword, and then step back. But the decelerated Najin's body froze the moment he swung the sword. Shiver. A trembling corpse, bleeding, signaling an explosion. Hurriedly, Najin threw himself backward, but it was too late. Boom! Thrown by the explosion, Najin rolled on the ground. He was barely out of range, but still caught in the shockwave due to the close call. Rising from the ground, he gasped for air, feeling a throbbing pain all over his body. What went wrong? That snagging sensation. It wasn't a physical hindrance, more like a psychological factor. Realizing this, a voice echoed in Najin's ears. Do not cross the line. Live as you're told. Don't reach for the unreachable. Those were always Ivan's words. Words Najin repeated to himself whenever he resigned or gave up on something. Now they had become shackles grasping his ankles. Shackles that Najin himself had fastened. Mana and sword aura, things he shouldn't handle. Even if he saw ways to use them, he believed he shouldn't reach out. That was what he had always thought. They existed beyond the line Ivan had drawn. Although he had the ability to cross the line, he hadn't out of fear of Ivan. Unconsciously, he had been restricting his own actions. Just a step forward, a reach towards the front, could have grasped those things. But they remained unreachable without crossing the line. What Najin needed now were those very things. The boy needed the courage to cross the line. But shackles don't break easily. The shackles he had worn for a long time had become a part of Najin. He felt the scar on his shoulder throb. Najin exhaled heavily as he stepped back, looking at the sword in his hand left by Ivan. Ha! Najin let out a laugh involuntarily. What was he hesitating for? Receiving this sword was, in itself, a permission. Permission to cross the line. Najin lifted his foot. With the raised foot, he stamped on the line he had subconsciously drawn. Shattering the shackles he had imposed on himself, Najin stepped forward. At that moment, his body accelerated. Screech. The flow propelled Najin's body. No longer snagged by anything, his movement became smooth and fast. The movement he envisioned in his mind perfectly aligned with his physical movement. SSSK. The sword that plunged in, carving a clean trajectory, opened a path. The corpses that fell, trembling, about to explode, but by the time they showed signs, Najin was no longer there. However, he didn't retreat. Najin leaped. Bang! He kicked off the narrow alley walls, leaping high. A movement impossible with human strength alone, made possible with the aid of mana. Landing and swinging his sword, as the addicts trembled, Najin kicked off the wall again, not retreating as he advanced towards the drugger. Crack! Najin leaped high, kicking off the wall. Najin, leaping high, raised his sword, emulating Ivan's swordsmanship. The boy reached out across the line. There was light. Things he thought he shouldn't grasp unconsciously, even though they were visible, things he hadn't seized. Crack! The moment he grasped it, strength poured into Najin's hand, gripping the sword. The flow that propelled Najin's body now surged through his fingers into the sword. Flash! Najin's sword flashed brightly. The light on the sword was pure white, though it hadn't yet taken on its own color or fully enveloped the blade. The white brilliance embedded in the sword was undoubtedly a fragment of sword aura. Najin consciously drew it out. Not unconscious, not accidental, not instinctive, but a light kindled purely by his own will. In the dark alleyway, untouched even by the light of the ore lamps, the white sword energy on the boy's sword shone brilliantly. Drugger Hacken scoffed. The boy who had been charging at her was now obscured by a horde of addicts. His movements were decent, but not enough to break through her forces. He'll fall after a bit of resistance. According to rumors, he was the beloved youngster of Ivan. Presenting his corpse would surely please them. No hiccup in the plan. She had gathered corpses discarded in the landfill to create living bombs. Over time, she swallowed Horus's territory and drugged Horus to control him, and finally used Horus as bait to lure Ivan and Afen. A plan years in the making. But Hakan didn't believe that such a trap would be enough to end Ivan. She knew Ivan even if he didn't know her. Atanga's knight, Ivan. She knew how persistent and relentless knights of Atanga could be. He would surely break through the trap and return here. So, conquer before that. She planned to occupy the central area where Ivan resided, forcing him into a war of attrition. That way, the war would be hers. She would control all of Otman's underground city. A long-prepared plan. If only she could achieve it. Hakan looked up quietly. She looked at the ceiling of the underground city. Once a prodigy, considered the next head of the forge, but she fell into the underground city after being expelled at a young age. Like others in this city, she couldn't forget her glorious days. Drugger Hakan, as an alchemist from the forge, wished to shine once more. Conquering the city was just a step. Her destination lay further. She smiled, looking beyond, not far off. The day to leave this city, filled with rejects and trash, was not far, while she was gazing up high. Thump! Najin kicked off the alley walls, leaping up. Hakan's view, once set on the path to the upper world, was now blocked by Najin. Before she could feel annoyed at this interruption, flash. Najin's sword shone. In this place filled with rejects, in the dark alley, amid the trash of the city, the boy's sword cast a bright, pure white glow, like a star in the sky. The moment she faced the light, Hakan's eyes widened. The shining, things that could affect her plan. She thought she had eliminated all such variables, yet one remained here. Didn't see this coming. Hiding such a thing, she chuckled at Ivan's cunning. The boy, once insignificant trash. But now, the boy emitting light was a definite variable. Drugger Hakan no longer gazed at the sky, at what was next in her plan. She stared directly at the boy, slicing her forearm with a dagger. Blood dripping to the ground hissed and vaporized. A pungent aroma filled the alley. It signified Hakan had brought out a hidden trump card and recognized the boy as a worthy opponent. Chapter 13, Deviation 4, Drugger Hakan, whose real name is Hakante Kenariel. She is an alchemist, not one of those who stir a ladle in front of a jar in a secluded room of the healing school, but an alchemist of the Sanguine School. Sanguine School, a school of alchemy that uses blood as a medium. Some say they have something more dangerous than a blade flowing in their veins. When Hakan once heard this, she laughed out loud and replied, "That's an accurate assessment. SSSHT. Hakan scattered her own blood. The moment it touched the ground, it vaporized. The blood turned into mist, enveloping the alley like fog. It was a kind of doping agent she had concocted. A doping agent that enhances physical abilities, including strength and reaction speed, to their limits, inducing a state of excitement. The drug previously injected into the addicts reacted with the doping component. Once they inhaled the mist filled with doping agents, their eyes reddened with blood vessels. Grog, they screamed and charged at Najin much faster than before. I was saving this for later. Hakan warmed up while breathing in the mist. The doping agent had no side effects on her, but for others, it was a double-edged poison. The moment they inhaled it, it brought dramatic enhancement and euphoria, but Hacken narrowed her eyes, watching the addicts. Their bodies started making loud, cracking noises, the sound of their bodies beginning to fall apart. That was the side effect of this doping agent. Enhancements came at the cost of physical deterioration. Soon, they would be immobile. In simple terms, it was meant for a short-term decisive battle. Originally saved for Ivan, but since the boy showed that light, she had to bury him here. One couldn't be sure what variables the boy might introduce. And in hindsight, her decision was right. Bang! Najin, who had leaped off the alley walls, swung his sword. The blade, carrying a white glow, sliced through 3 bodies in one stroke. Despite their enhanced physical abilities from the doping, the addicts couldn't react to Najin's sword. They sped up with the help of the drug, just as Najin accelerated with the help of mana. Though still somewhat awkward with his accelerated movements, Najin ruthlessly slaughtered the addicts, advancing forward. His movements, zigzagging between the walls, appeared acrobatic. Crash! With each swing of his sword, severed arms and heads fell to the ground. As the headless figures were about to explode, Najin threw and kicked their bodies. All his movements were astonishingly fast. When Najin stomped the ground, it no longer made a thump sound. Rather, it broke the ground as he rushed forward. Gruar, the addicts, regardless of how many were sliced, relentlessly threw themselves at Najin. Watching the group jumping towards him, Najin leaped backward for the first time. But it was not a retreat. Najin leaped back significantly and landed, burying his feet deep into the ground. He slowly exhaled, his sword hanging behind. Phew! The space created by Najin's retreat was for a running start. As the addicts took a step towards him, boom! Najin stomped the ground. The white sword aura, trailing like a meteor, crossed the alley. And as he reached his target, Najin swung his sword, twisting his waist. An improbable horizontal slash in the narrow alley. However, Najin's blade didn't bounce off the wall but smoothly sliced through it. Without any obstruction, the blade emerged from the wall. The sword aura's cutting power freed Najin from being confined by the terrain. Slash! The long swing of the sword cut through all the addicts, blocking his path. As their bodies, sliced in half, started to tremble, Najin stomped the ground again and surged forward. Boom! The explosion behind him propelled him even further towards Hacken. Targeting the commander Hacken was Najin's best choice. The best choice, but one thing Najin overlooked. He didn't understand alchemy. He didn't know what the Sanguine School was. Najin didn't know how Hacken fought, a conclusion drawn from minimal information. It was the best choice, but not necessarily the right one. The moment Najin swung his sword at Hacken, he saw it. Hacken smiled at him. It wasn't the smile of someone cornered, rather the opposite, the smile of a hunter who has cornered its prey. Sanguine School. At that moment, the alley was full of blood. Blood spilled by dozens of addicts, splattered in all directions by their explosions. Blood was everywhere Najin stepped, and even the sword in his hand was stained red with blood. Since the addicts had consumed the mist and drugs made from Hacken's blood, their spilled blood was mixed with hers. Therefore, all of it was an impeccable catalyst for Hacken, an alchemist of the Sanguine School. Snap! Hacken flicked her fingers. Instantly, the alley was drenched in crimson. Using the blood scattered around as a catalyst, Hacken's alchemy was simple yet effective. Explosion. Boom! The alley shook with a thunderous explosion, vastly different from the explosion caused by the addicts. The shockwave swept the walls, sending stones tumbling down with heavy thuds. Dust and hot air billowed. Hacken swept her hand to clear her vision. As the dust settled, it revealed the chaotic scene of the alley and the boy, flung outside the alley by the blast. Ha! Hacken chuckled. Despite being caught in such an explosion, the boy still stood on his feet, supported by his sword. Standing with his sword's support, Najin remained upright. In that brief moment, he had pulled his arm in to protect his face, and although one arm hung limply, his face was unscathed. His eyes, tinted with the hues of sunset, still glared at Hakon, chilling eyes, and Hakon recognized them. They were the same eyes of the knight from Atanga who had thrown her into this city 17 years ago. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Hakon twisted her lips into a smile. "Let's see," Hakon gestured. "How much longer can you last? When you can no longer move, I'll gouge out those two eyes." Despite consuming a considerable number of addicts, Hakon still had a sizable force left, all thanks to her 17-year-long preparation. Now, not just from behind her, but from all over the city, addicts began to swarm towards Najin. And Najin just tightened his grip on his sword. The sword aura emanating from Najin's blade remained unflustered. Hakon, who had been smiling at the thought of finishing off the boy and gouging out his unpleasant eyes, gradually stopped laughing. Her face started to stiffen. "What the hell?" she muttered in disbelief. She had cornered him. She used her hidden trick, exhausted his stamina, and had him caught in an explosion, breaking one of his arms. At a glance, the boy's body was far from normal. He looked so beaten and battered that it wouldn't be surprising if he collapsed at any moment. But why has he become faster? Hakon saw before her eyes. Najin was now facing addicts swarming from all directions, not just from the front. The worsened battle situation, the tougher fight due to his injury, yet Najin seemed to be moving even faster than before. The boy, who occasionally seemed to be flung around by his sword, was nowhere to be seen. In that short span, as if he had become accustomed to handling mana, Najin was moving faster, cutting through the addicts pouring in from all sides. This Ivan, what exactly did he hide? This was strange. Too strange. Was there ever anyone of that age who could move like that, let alone draw sword aura? Even to Hakon, who didn't know much about the history of swordsmen, this seemed abnormal. A battered body. Yet, as it deteriorated, the sword aura shone even more brilliantly. The light embedded in the boy's sword became more intense as time passed, evolving from mere fragments to a complete form of sword aura. "This is insane." He's still growing. His movements are becoming faster, more concise and efficient. If it continued like this, he would catch up to her. Although she didn't want to admit it, Hakon knew she had to accept the fact. Slash. The path cleared following the boy's sword swing. The sunset-tinted eyes glared menacingly in the dimly lit underground city. Though she should have the upper hand, Hakon felt increasingly anxious. The tide of battle was turning. If it continued like this, crack. At that moment, a faint noise made Hakon narrow her eyes. The sound came from the boy's sword. Hakon saw it. "Ah!" At that moment, Hakon burst into laughter. She saw it. The slight crack in Najin's sword that was gradually spreading as he swung it. A sword which was overused. A sword that bore the full brunt of the explosion. As a result of the shock, small cracks appeared in Najin's sword, throwing off its balance. Normally, this wouldn't have been a problem, but Najin was extracting sword aura, raw and unstable. The turbulent energy gnawed at the sword, rapidly depleting its lifespan. Although Najin was swiftly growing since crossing that line, his growth was limited to himself. Najin could evolve, but the sword in his hand could not keep up. Crack. Eventually, Najin's sword snapped. The moment it broke, the white radiance clinging to the blade scattered. With the sword's demise, the radiant boy lost his light. "Kill him," commanded Hakon. The addicts swarmed towards the now dimmed boy, obscuring his sunset-colored eyes from view. The sword was broken. Without it, victory was impossible. Najin clenched his teeth and rolled, evading the onslaught of addicts and starting to run. But there was nowhere to escape. Hakon had spread addicts throughout Ivan's territory. Wherever Najin went, they emerged. He had to fight. But how? He needed a weapon. One that could withstand his sword aura, unbreakable and solid. The first realistic option that came to mind was visiting old Hojan's forge. If only the sword was finished. Even if it wasn't, carrying dozens of swords and breaking them in combat might allow him to hold out. But that's impossible. The journey was too long. He couldn't break through the horde of addicts without a weapon. Though he was currently moving without feeling pain, Najin sensed this wouldn't last long. His body was gradually starting to ache. Defeat meant death. He couldn't die here, not when he had just begun to transcend his limits. Desperately seeking a solution, a thought struck Najin. Draw the sword. A voice echoed in his ears, the same one that had tormented him for 13 days. Always resigned, Najin clung to a longing that echoed in his ears. Yes, there was a weapon, a sword that would never break, one that could endure his sword aura, the legendary sword. But it was something a bottom dweller of the underground city like him should never touch. Touching it meant death. It was untouchable, and he wasn't even sure he could draw it. You shouldn't bet on uncertainties. But Najin realized he was already running towards the square. The soldiers guarding the sword were nowhere to be seen, and the cloth covering the Excalibur was gone. The sword lay exposed. The platinum Excalibur, the sword of the stars with 13 stars etched on its blade. Confronted with Excalibur, Najin's eyes turned platinum. Starlight. Faced with the light he had longed for, Najin smiled genuinely, not in mockery or derision, but in pure joy. The star he had yearned for. In the dark underground city, the boy's mind filled with pure desire at the sight of the bright star. Worries, agonies, and the taboo of breaking rules evaporated, leaving only pure longing. If I'm going to die anyway. Death was inevitable either way. If he didn't act, he'd be caught and killed by the addicts. If death was certain, if he had to crawl at the bottom and die there, might as well try. Najin leaped. The boy, who had started to cross boundaries, thought no longer of the consequences. Focusing only on the present, he ran towards the holy sword. There was no certainty he could draw it, but I can draw it. No, he was certain. He could draw the sword. His intuition, which had never betrayed him, was shouting. He could draw it. Trusting his intuition as always, Najin reached for the sword embedded in the rock. Hakan, arriving at the square, also witnessed this. She laughed at the sight of the boy reaching for Excalibur, thinking he had gone mad. Could he, despite his talent, really believe he could draw that sword? The sword that had remained undrawn for centuries. But then, the moment Najin's hand touched Excalibur, Hakan could no longer laugh. Her smirk dropped, her eyes widening in shock. Gwung, gwuong, a majestic bell tolled, echoing around them. As the reverberation spread, addicts were knocked off their feet, and even Hakan stumbled and fell. On the ground, Hakan saw it. Excalibur, beginning to shine the moment it was touched by the boy. The legendary sword, ringing with a mighty sword's hum, was being drawn into reality by a single boy. Creak! The sword was being pulled from the stone. Excalibur, thought to be merely a legend due to its unyielding nature for centuries, was now being summoned by the boy. Crack! The sword emerged from the rock. Chapter 14. The Star's Sword. Excalibur the boy didn't know how brightly the stars shine. The boy didn't know how warm the sun is. What everyone naturally enjoys, the boy has not. Born in a deep underground city where neither starlight nor sunlight reaches, the only thing he could see when looking up was the dark ceiling of the underground city. Born among the abandoned, the boy dreamed, yearning for the unseen stars in the ceiling. He wanted to possess the stars, to be a self-illuminating being wherever he was. Like the knights and heroes in fairy tales, beings with brilliant light. Holding a tattered fairy tale book, the boy dreamed, even though he knew it was unattainable, even though he knew it was a desire beyond his station. The boy couldn't let go of his dream. The first thing children in the underground city learn is how to give up. More accurately, it's something they come to realize rather than learn from a very young age. Children in this city suddenly come to understand that they are destined to rot in this place for life, that they can never escape this city. No matter what they do, they cannot ascend. Thus, they naturally learn to give up and resign themselves. The bright eyes of children, full of dreams, quickly become clouded with the haze of the underground city. Najin was no different. Najin knew his talent. He always said he didn't overestimate his talent, but he had an approximate idea of how immense his talent was. How could he not know? Najin has keen eyesight. He is observant, sensitive to changes in people's expressions, and has quick wits. Therefore, Najin always noticed. Whenever he wielded a sword, whenever he did something, the astonishment of a Fen and Ivan. Sometimes they would forcibly hide their astonishment and treat him nonchalantly. Najin wasn't so foolish as to not understand their intentions. He knew it all, that his talent did not fit this city, that even the strong Ivan and Afen thought his talent was abnormal, that Ivan was wary of his talent and tried to control its growth. He knew it all. He just turned a blind eye and blocked his ears. After all, he can never ascend. No matter how brilliant his talent, no matter how vast his abilities, he is doomed to rot in this city. Therefore, Najin always resigned himself. Even if he saw the light in front of him, he never reached for it if it was beyond the line. That light was not permitted for him. Resigning, giving up, forgetting, shaking off. Thus, the boy stripped himself of his self-confidence countless times. Although he shed it time and again, there was something he couldn't completely shed. The longing for stars. Najin looked ahead. There, he couldn't let go of a dream he had. Excalibur, the sacred sword, which began and ended the saga of King Arthur, a symbol of the king himself. The moment Najin saw the sword shining like a star, he had an intuition that he could not shed even this. No matter how things go wrong, it's none of my concern. The boy lives for today. Just like children who dream at this moment, Najin's eyes shone, not with the dim twilight of the underground city, but with the platinum color of the stars. Crossing the line drawn by Ivan, and over the boundary set by the higher-ups of the city for everyone, Najin gripped the sword. Crunch. The moment Najin gripped the star's sword, 13 stars etched on the blade of Excalibur twinkled. The stars connected, forming a constellation. Then, boom, the sacred sword began to sing. The majestic sword cry, echoing for the first time in hundreds of years, shook the underground city. But this story was not confined to the underground city alone. In places where the stars cannot be seen, it was unknown. But when Najin gripped the sacred sword, the celestial bodies in the night sky trembled. The largest constellation, which hadn't moved for hundreds of years, stirred because of it. In the wide plains of the Britain Empire, Gerd stopped swinging his sword and looked up at the sky. The once calm night sky was shaking. In the tumultuous night sky, Gerd felt the shaking of his own 7 stars. A star-bearing swordsman, though not a constellation. The Empire's greatest sword, the Empire's only swordmaster, the old man smiled as he looked at the sky, at the highest place in the order of the sword. Karen, who was caring for his sword, looked out the window. Beyond it, stretching the night sky. Feeling the shaking of his own 6 stars, he put down the sword he was maintaining and approached the window. Opening the window and looking at the tumultuous night sky, the constellation revered by the order was there. Constellation, the sword of selection. The long, silent constellation was shaking. Karen swallowed his saliva at the sight of the shaking star. The owner of the Order of the Sword, Sword Saint Karen, realized he had missed his chance to obtain the sacred sword. At the execution ground of the Starblood sect, Yule, who was drinking from a bottle with a blood-stained sword laid out, suddenly looked up at the sky. Feeling her 6 stars shaking, she put down the bottle she had emptied. Looking at the sky, she curled her lips into a smile. The executioner of the Starblood sect, Yule Razian. The murderer smiled as she looked up at the night sky, pleased that there was one more person to kill. Those who were qualified to challenge the trial of stars, the selection, looked at the night sky and realized someone had completed the trial. And, the astrologers studying the stars of the sky, and the astronomers observing the movements of the stars. The Platinum Tower, where they gathered, was thrown into chaos by the unusual shaking of the constellations, the fierce shaking of many constellations. Since the constellations never showed such large movements, they were astonished. But they had to doubt their own eyes at the realization that all the movement was caused by a single star. A star that had not moved for hundreds of years was moving, the largest star. A constellation made of 13 stars. The sword of selection was shaking. Not only they, but everyone was looking up at the sky. Adults and children alike raised their heads to look at the sky. They were amazed, and some were afraid as they watched the night sky shake. The sky is shaking. The stars are trembling. The vibration that started deep in the underground city, beyond the underground city, to those living on the land, and even to the night sky above. The tumultuous night sky. Small constellations swept up in the movement of the largest star screamed, while those that held their ground in the massive flow remained silent. Those silent ones were the stars of heroes from a long ago era who had traversed the continent with King Arthur. They realized a great hero who led an era had moved. That day they intuited that the flow of time, halted by Arthur, was beginning to move again. And another constellation. The constellation closest to the Sword of Selection, which accompanied the beginning and end of King Arthur's journey and sealed the original Excalibur. The constellation, the Staff of Selection. The Lady of the Lake, Merlin, widened her eyes. Her lake, where Excalibur should have lain quietly at the bottom, was scattering light. This was a change not seen in hundreds of years. Hundreds of years ago, at the end of the journey, Excalibur lost its light with its master. Since the first knight returned it to the lake, Excalibur had not shone. But now, at this moment, Excalibur was scattering brilliant starlight. Merlin's lake was dyed platinum. Then, in a flash, Excalibur turned into light and dispersed. Including the original Excalibur sealed at the bottom of the lake, all copies of Excalibur scattered throughout various cities on the surface turned into light and scattered. The scattered lights gathered towards the now unified Excalibur. No one could see this procession of light, not even Merlin. The only one permitted to behold it was a boy who had passed the trial of stars. In the blink of an eye, a momentary change. Merlin knew better than anyone what this change meant. Knowing well, Merlin bit her lip. Someone had completed the trial of stars, the sacred sword which no one had chosen for hundreds of years. Excalibur had selected its master. In other words, it had appeared, the successor to her king, the one to write the next chapter in the unfinished chronicles of Arthur. Not only Merlin felt this. At the world's end, the abyss of Camlan, where stars fall, where Arthur's journey ended, where he sacrificed himself to halt everything, making it a land where time stood still, the beings of that land also witnessed the shaking of the night sky. The cursed dragon writhed, the witch of the fallen rejoiced, the betrayer of the round table exulted. The stars that fell in the distant past were enraged. At this moment, all in the fallen underground city, the countless strong ones walking on the land above, the transcendent beings shining in the night sky above them, the cursed beings of Cameron, the world's end. All were focusing on the change brought about by the boy from the lowest place. They were paying attention to the ripples and the changes the boy would bring. Crack, the sword was being drawn by a single boy. Boom, boom, the sword began to sing, by a boy who had nothing. The echoing sword cry, the swirling starlight, the brightest starlight ever seen, flooded the city of Artman, which had forgotten the light of the stars. The wave of starlight whitewashed the underground city of Artman. Amidst the flood of starlight, the boy readied his stance. Recalling the sentence he had read several times in the fairy tale book, Nadjin gripped the sword in the same posture as King Arthur. Arthur drew the sword that no one else could, with just one hand. Without exerting any force, the sword effortlessly came out the moment Arthur touched it. The sword had recognized Arthur as its master. The same was true for Najin. The moment Najin grabbed the sword, Excalibur automatically pushed out of the rock. The sacred sword, drawn out with a platinum glow, had selected the boy. Shring. Finally, Excalibur fully revealed itself, a blade shining platinum, a hilt adorned with 13 stars. The sacred sword, which had lost its light long ago, was now shining in the boy's hand. The shining sword announced the start of a new history. The history that had been still for hundreds of years began to move. A new sentence was being written in the chronicles of Arthur, which had been incomplete for hundreds of years, waiting for its next chapter. The boy holding the star's sword was Najin. In a place where no stars were seen, the boy who had reached for the stars finally grasped one. Ivan, who escaped the tunnel cutting down the horde of addicts, stopped swinging his sword and looked up at the sky. Though there were plenty of addicts to cut down, he couldn't help but pause at this moment. A star had risen in Atman, the majestic bell ringing throughout Atman, the flooding, brilliant starlight. It was a sight long forgotten by those living in this city. Fen, Ivan, and even Horus, whom they were confronting, all silently gazed at the sky. The starlight bursting from the center of the underground city and shooting into the sky was reflected in their eyes. None could look away from that light, for it was where they had left their dreams above. With the rise of the star, the ceiling of the underground city was no longer just a ceiling. The dark ceiling of the underground city had become a wide-open night sky. Looking at the lone star shining in the night sky, Ivan chuckled. The knight chasing the star, Ivan. The knight once known by that name was both elated and despaired in front of the risen star. He seemed to know who had created that starlight, and Ivan knew what would happen next. Najin, you damned boy, Ivan groaned. Chapter 15. The Light That Shouldn't Be Grasped. 1. A star rose in the underground city of Atman. Atman, where no starlight could reach due to the ceiling blocking the sky, was now illuminated by a star, making it all the more prominent. A clear light, not obscured by thick fog or dim light from ore lamps. The platinum-colored starlight, something the boy had longed for, now lay in his hands. Gazing at the star in his grasp, he blinked in disbelief. I really did it. In his hand was the sword of the star, the sacred sword, Excalibur, a symbol akin to King Arthur himself. Looking at the glowing sword, Najin's eyes were dyed in platinum color, a gamble taken in desperation. The only basis for this gamble was the voice echoing in his head and his own intuition. Yet, he really managed to pull out the sword. Although it felt unreal, the weight of the sword in his hand confirmed to Najin that this was reality. If so, if this is reality, if he's not dreaming, drugmaker Hakan, there was something he had to do. The boy, once lost in dreams, returned to reality. Feeling the cold touch of the sword hilt on his fingertips, Najin slowly lifted the sword, aimed at Hakan. Facing the intruder in Ivan's territory, Najin smiled with the sword pointed at Hakan. Any last words? The boy, once in tatters. The only change from moments ago was the sword in the boy's hand. However, the boy was, albeit weakly, a swordsman, and for a swordsman, a change in the sword meant everything had changed. The tide of battle had turned. The scales had tipped. The boy stood, while Hakan sat collapsed. She still had many addicts left, but the star in the boy's hand wasn't something that could be overshadowed by such trivialities. Hakan burst into hollow laughter. Does this even make sense? Who could have imagined that a boy from this filthy underground city, filled with nothing but discarded things, would pull out Excalibur? Hakan had prepared for this day for a full 17 years. Faced with the boy who thwarted her plans, Hakan could only respond with hollow laughter. Najin stomped the ground. Holding the sword trailing platinum starlight, the boy advanced toward Hakan. The addicts rushed towards him without waiting for their master's command, but they were already finished. They couldn't stop the boy's path. Swoosh! The addicts were swept away like a current. Hakan stared blankly at this scene. There she saw the dream she had left behind in the upper city, the thing she had longed for but never obtained. Stars, brightly shining stars. Not everyone in this city might have dreamed of stars, but at least the strong representatives of each area once dreamed of them. Land's Spider Horus, One-Eyed Ivan, Drugmaker Hacken. They all once dreamed of having their own star, yearned to hang their star in the lofty night sky. Having fallen into this city while reaching for the sky, they could never forget the starlight. Ah, Hacken groaned in front of the approaching star. The star eventually stopped right in front of Hacken. She looked up at the boy. His body was a mess from the explosion, clothes stained with soot and the blood of addicts. However, his eyes hadn't lost their brightness. On the contrary, they were even more vivid than before. Hacken sensed her impending doom. Realizing her end, she sneered at her fate and at the miserable future awaiting the boy. Kid, Hacken smiled at the boy. It was the laughter of a loser who had dreamed like the boy but fell into this city. That light, it's not meant for this city. You've drawn too much attention. You might have been worthy to pull the sword, but that light is something you're not ready to possess. You've moved ahead too soon. You've grasped something too bright without being prepared. The higher-ups don't bless those with starlight. If someone unprepared possesses it, they just crush it. She lifted her right arm. A right arm scorched with a brand, similar to Ivan's lost right eye and Horace's lost fingers. You too will be crushed. Having grasped a greater light than us, you will lose something even more immense. You will lose everything. It was a curse, a prophecy, and advice. Listening to Hacken's words, Najin recalled a not-so-distant past. Trixie's curse when he sensed his death. Najin, you will rot in this city for the rest of your life. At that time, he couldn't refute. Although he always wanted to, knowing it was true, Najin merely let their words pass. But now, it's different. Having crossed the line, Najin had started to run. He reached for the unreachable and grasped it. Now it was time to look higher and start running. No one can block that path. That's your story, Najin spoke. The story of those who failed and fell into this city. Success and failure are a thin line apart. How his future will turn out can only be known by facing it. Rather than resigning, giving up, and feeling bitterness, he'd rather choose the path of crashing head-on. The shackles that bound him for so long had shattered. Najin's eyes were no longer tainted with the dull sunset of the underground city, but were colored in the platinum light of the Sword of the Star. I have no intention of listening to the stories of failures. Ha! At the word failures, Hacken burst into laughter. Right, you're not wrong. Hacken twisted her lips into a sneer. Let's see then. Najin lifted his sword. If you can still say that, after feeling it yourself. How cruel and ruthless the world above can be. Feel it with your own body, Hacken shouted. And then Najin swung his sword. The body of drugmaker Hacken fell. Looking down at the blood on the floor, Najin exhaled deeply. His body ached, not just from the injuries. A feeling of something draining from his body. This feeling of exhaustion intensified after swinging Excalibur. Gasping for breath, Najin lowered the sword. He had defeated Hacken and cut down all the addicts. If only things could end here. Najin silently extended his gaze. There, residents who had fled in the chaos and the underground city's inhabitants peering out of buildings were watching him, watching the sword in his hands, the star that rose in the underground city. But not everyone was looking at the star. Some were observing the boy holding the star. They were soldiers sent from the upper city, guards who had been protecting the vicinity of Excalibur. The moment their eyes met, Najin realized. He had to pursue them and kill them. He had to silence their mouths. But Najin no longer had the strength to chase after them, who had disappeared into the crowd. He limped down the back alleys. This was not a dream, but reality. Since it was reality, Najin had to make a decision, to avoid being crushed, as Hacken had said. Najin began to flee to a place where no one's eyes could reach. The Order of the Star. Starblood, Starbuddy, and Starlight. Once a single order in the distant past, now divided into three distinct factions. Among them, Orland, the head priest of the Starlight faction, furrowed his brows. "What brings you here so early in the morning, Burlart?" Burlart, a knight of the order, accompanied by two soldiers, came to visit Orland's office. He knelt the soldiers before Orland and greeted him with a bow. "There is news you must hear." "Is it about last night's extraction of the sacred sword? I'm already tired of hearing about it. I've been swamped with letters from every territory. I'm quite busy, you know." Orland tapped his desk impatiently. "Is this something so important that you had to report to me directly?" "Yes, more important than anything else." If the usually reticent knight Burlart was insisting so much, it must be crucial information. Orland exhaled deeply and gestured Burlart to proceed. And the story that Burlart told was enough to make Orland put down his quill and widen his eyes in shock. "Burlart, yes, please give me your orders. If there's even a shred of falsehood in what you've said, you will find yourself falling into the place you've just mentioned, voiceless. I swear to the divine it's the truth." "This can't be." Orland slammed his desk. "I ordered to guard that sword so no one could touch it. And now you're telling me someone from that city of sinners has drawn the sacred sword. How can such a story even be plausible?" His eyes quivered with emotion. Pressing his finger against his forehead, lined with veins, Orland exhaled slowly. Burlart had just reported that a boy from the underground city had pulled Excalibur last night. Testimonies from the soldiers guarding the sword. Eyewitness accounts from the sinners of the city. "I thought it would be one of the three, the Sword Saint of the Order of the Sword, the Executioner of the Starblood Order, or the Sword Master of the Empire." With the continent in turmoil after the extraction of the sacred sword, the general consensus was limited to those three. They were the closest to Arthur, and it was believed they were the only ones worthy to draw the sword. One of them must have drawn the sword and kept it hidden. That's what people thought, including Orland, the high priest of the Starlight Order. But now, it wasn't one of the three who drew the sword. A boy living in the underground city, unnoticed by people's eyes or starlight, had drawn the sword. Orland could hardly believe it. Incredible but undeniable. Given the situation, a decision had to be made. The position of leading an order always demands quick judgments. The elderly priest Orland chose to decide rather than to understand the situation. "How many know of this? Who are the witnesses?" "In the city of sinners there are countless. However, the only ones who can step into this city are these two." He pointed to the two soldiers kneeling before Orland. Orland narrowed his eyes. "Only these two?" "Yes. They were on guard duty last night. They neglected their duties and failed to prevent a sinner from approaching the sacred sword." "Dispose of them." With a flick of his finger, Orland issued the verdict. Before the soldiers could even beg for mercy, Burlart's sword swung. The blade sliced through the soldiers' necks. Swoosh! As the soldiers collapsed, spewing blood, Orland, without sparing them a glance, turned to Burlart. "It's fortunate the executioner of the Starblood Order didn't draw the sword, but this makes things more complicated." Orland pointed to where Burlart was standing. "This is the location of the main church of the Starlight Order and the seat of the Order's tribunal. Isn't it absurd that a sinner judged under the light of stars here should possess the sacred sword? Starlight, Starbody, Starblood. Each order had its own tribunal and methods of judgment. The Starblood Order judges sins through blood. The sinner is executed where the most stars can witness, bleeding them to death as punishment for their sins. The Starbody Order judges sins through the body. The sinner's body is torn and scattered, punishing their sins. And the Starlight Order, an order that judges sins through light, deprives the sinner of the chance to see starlight, condemning them to rot underground for life without the grace of stars. The fact that a sinner judged under the starlight has drawn the sword," Orland asserted, "undermines the foundation of the Starlight Order's tribunal and tarnishes the essence of the order. an event that should never have happened. His eyes narrowed. I trust you understand what I mean, Knight Burlart. Dispose of it. That was what Orland was saying. All the powerhouses of the continent, even the transcendent beings, and even the stars in the night sky, still don't know who drew the sword. Now is the only time. Erase it as if it never happened. Quietly, cleanly. Of course, Orland had other options. He could make an exception to the Order's ways and forgive the boy's sins to keep him by his side, or admit the Order's erroneous judgment. But Orland chose not to. He was the high priest leading the Order, and his faith in his own order was stronger than anyone else's. He knew there couldn't be any flaws in the path the Order had taken. So he chose to bury the flaw that had been created. There was no compromise in that decision. That's how Orland had always lived. That's how he had always sorted things out. The head of the Starlight Order, existing above the underground city, had made his judgment about the boy. Can I trust you to handle this? I will meet your expectations. With a bow, Burlart left the office. As latecomers dragged the soldiers' bodies away, Burlart walked down the church's corridor, pondering. The city of sinners, Artman. He was in charge of managing the church's soldiers sent there, so he knew well who ruled that city. Knight of Atanga, Ivan, once a comrade, standing on the same battlefield, but ultimately fallen, Ivan now ruled that city. A smile crept onto Burlart's lips. Time to see a junior's face after so long. Former Knight of Atanga, Burlart, having thrown away his honor and pride with his own hands, now unable to even utter the name of Atanga, the Order's hound smiled. Chapter 16. The light that shouldn't be grasped. 2. It was early morning when the battle finally ended. Overcoming the myriad of addicts prepared by Hacken and the numerous traps and labyrinthine tunnels set by Horus, they succeeded in targeting Horus's neck, but it took too much time. I'm going to die. Afen groaned. His arms, sore from incessant sword swinging, circled around as he cast a glance at Ivan. Ivan's expression was rigid, understandably so. During the battle, both men had seen it, a star rising in the sky of the underground city. Although the finer details were unclear, they knew Najin had done something significant, and it was enough to attract the attention of those above. In other words, things had gone as wrong as they could. Silently, the two returned to the center of the underground city. The center was littered with the corpses of addicts, and the air vibrated with the stench of blood and drugs. The atmosphere was far from calm. Organization members stood on edge. Residents whispered from hiding spots in buildings. The gaze of the crowd briefly landed on Ivan upon his return, but soon Ivan noticed their attention shifting. It was directed toward the center of the square, where a figure, seemingly sent from above, stood, different from a regular soldier's uniform. A figure cloaked in dark leather, concealing face and body. It's the Order's shadow unit. Afen murmured quietly. Ivan's expression crumpled further. As Ivan stepped forward, the shadow agent lifted his head. Upon their eyes meeting, the agent spoke. Listen, criminal Ivan. A declaration. Sir Burlart, a knight of the Starlight Order, wishes to see you. Criminal Ivan, respond to the call. TL/N. Starshin Order has been changed to Starlight Order, has been fixed accordingly. Sir Burlart. Hearing this name, Ivan's face hardened. Afen was a mercenary. To survive as a mercenary, one must always make quick decisions. Afen assessed the situation and made a decision, one he had long postponed. So it has come to this. Exhaling deeply, Afen headed somewhere. In a dark alleyway, unreachable by the dim light of mineral lamps. Leaning against the wall, Najin slowly caught his breath. Still new to using mana, the backlash from drawing out his sword aura was catching up to him. The feeling of power draining and fatigue. Added to the injuries from his battle with Hacken, even standing was a struggle. At least, there's a silver lining. Najin glanced at his arm. The arm that took the brunt of the explosion. Initially limp, it had recovered enough to move. though wielding a sword would be difficult. Abnormal healing ability. It wasn't hard to guess where this came from, the blessing of Excalibur. In the tales, King Arthur, despite broken arms and pierced body, would recover instantly and rush at enemies. Najin didn't possess such transcendent healing yet, but the sword's healing ability was a great help. That he could even move now was thanks to this sword. Silently, Najin looked at his right wrist. Narrowing his eyes and focusing on the flow, a constellation pattern appeared on his wrist. This change occurred when he thought of hiding Excalibur. The sword of the stars, transformed into starlight, embedded in his body. Concentrating and grasping the air, he could draw the sword again. Staring at the constellation on his wrist for a while, Najin let out a hollow laugh. I can't believe it. Reality still didn't feel real. But now he knew he had to face the consequences of drawing the sword. Ivan had said it was okay to cross the line, but this was crossing it too far. He had attracted too much attention. Many had witnessed him pulling the sword. Among them were soldiers sent from above, so it was inevitable that this news would reach higher-ups. How would they react? Probably they might try to bury him. Najin always assumed the worst. He never expected things to work out. The world had always been cruel to him. The likelihood of Ivan and Afen turning hostile was high. They were people too, and self-preservation is human nature. Until the situation was clear, fleeing would be his priority. But where to? There was no exit from the underground city. The only way up was through the central hub. Even if he managed to ascend, he'd be skewered by the guards and knights. Where to go, how to escape, and how far? He didn't know. He had to start thinking. Blink. His eyelids kept drooping. Fatigue from using mana and an unidentified drain from wielding Excalibur was overwhelming him. Thinking of catching a brief rest, Najin leaned his head against the wall of the alley. How much time had passed? Footsteps. Najin's eyes snapped open at the sound of footsteps in the alley, accompanied by something being dragged. The sounds were approaching. Holding his breath, Najin stilled himself. Watching the figure emerging from the darkness, his eyes widened. Leaving a blood trail like that, who wouldn't notice, you idiotic kid? You've been found out, come out now. It was his swordsmanship teacher, Afen. About to get up in relief, Najin paused. He couldn't be sure how much time had passed or what Afen had decided. Raising a disciple is useless, they say. Afen clicked his tongue. Then, pulling out a bag from his belongings, he tossed it towards where Najin was hiding. Come out, I'm not planning to kill you. Cautiously, Najin stood up. Picking up the bag Afen threw, he found it filled with bandages, simple potions, and pieces of dried meat. Wrap up your wounds with these. There's nothing easier to track than a guy bleeding everywhere. Muttering, Afen gestured for Najin to move aside. It was a signal to clear the area. Najin stepped aside, and Afen threw the body of an addict he had dragged to the spot where Najin had just been sitting. Then, with a thrust, Afen stabbed the addict's corpse with his sword, covering Najin's blood with that of the addict. From now on, move without leaving tracks. Trackers will be on you soon. What do you mean? What do you think? I'm trying to help you escape. Isn't it obvious? Afen glanced at Najin. Najin silently observed Afen, who then sighed deeply and spoke. A knight and a shadow agent from above visited. They looked like they were sent to get rid of you. Ivan has been summoned. By now they would have had their discussion and made a decision. Afen ruffled his hair, annoyed by the situation. Ivan is a pragmatic man. He's become realistic. He knows what's best in this situation. His plan to nurture you has failed, and now he has only one choice left. He mimicked slashing his throat. To kill you. If he doesn't, Ivan himself will die. After all, before being a knight, he's a human. And for a human, their own life is the most important, you know that. I understand. Good, so don't hold too much of a grudge against him. Afen took a deep breath. But I really don't want to see that happen. It's just wrong. So I'd prefer if you escaped. Afen did not wish to witness either side raising their swords against each other, leading to one's death. But where to? Najin replied. There's nowhere to run. To leave this underground city, the only exit is the portal. There's another. Afen interrupted Najin. Pointing at Najin's bag, he continued. There should be a map inside. At the very bottom of the underground city, where waste is dumped in the landfill. If you go a bit further from there, there's a cliff where water flows off. A place unreachable by ordinary people. Even for someone like Ivan or Afen, it's a perilous cliff requiring a risk of life to descend. Once down, there's no returning. You'll risk your life, but that's the price. There's no other way. The only way to leave the city alive. Najin wouldn't know, but the bag and map had been prepared by Afen long ago. Since the day he recognized Najin's talent, Afen prepared it, anticipating the day he might need to help Najin escape the city. Afen was a mercenary, a renowned mercenary who had survived many years. Known for meticulous preparation and always finding a way to survive, Afen used his skills, previously unnecessary in the underground city, for the boy he taught. Afen shrugged at Najin, who was looking at him with wavering eyes. What are you staring at? Are you moved? What about Ivan and Afen? We have no chance of escape. Afen smirked. Everyone who falls into this city is branded by the Starlight Order. The moment we step into the light, trackers will be on us. But not you. Not a criminal fallen to the city. Not judged by the Starlight Order's tribunal. Just born in this city, you bear no brand, so you can escape. Why are you doing all this for me? Who knows? Afen laughed bitterly. Unlike Ivan, I have no attachment to life. I used to be a famous mercenary leader above, you know, a story he had never shared before. I received accolades, tried everything, saw both the good and the ugly. I experienced almost everything life had to offer. But there was one thing I never did, a tale of his life above. The stars. Afen looked at Najin. To have my own star, the first step to becoming a constellation in the night sky. To earn the heavens' recognition and etch my star in the night, that's the one thing I never achieved. Though he attempted it, he fell to this city. Muttering, Afen chuckled. I failed, but he raised his hand. You're different. Najin had what Afen didn't. Talent. You're not someone who should rot here. Too valuable to waste away without a chance to strive in a place like this. A light too precious to waste in this city. Perhaps Afen saw in the boy the dream he once lost. Last night, the star that lit up the underground city. That was your doing, right? The organization guys are saying you pulled the sword. Is the rumor true? Najin nodded silently. Then he consciously grasped the air with his wrist. Despite doing it as gently as possible, the scattered starlight faintly illuminated the alley. Despite hearing it as a rumor, the moment Afen saw the sword of stars in Najin's hand, his eyes widened. With a dazed gaze, Afen instinctively reached out towards the star in Najin's hand. But as soon as his hand approached, the starlight dispersed, as if declaring he was unworthy. Anyway, a star unattainable even when reached for. Watching the more brilliantly shining star with a mixture of bitterness, Afen laughed for the first time in a while. Like his younger self, who once dreamed. Crazy, I tell you. Hiding his bitterness, Afen reached for his waist. That thing, shining too brightly for a weapon while fleeing. So, the sword in its place was the one given to Afen by Hojel, who had come abruptly to the central city before Afen's arrival. Give this to the youngster, Hojel had said. If he breaks it this time, I won't repair it. Tell him to use it well. The sword forged by Hojel for the boy, Afen handed it to Najin. Hojel said this, Afen mentioned. If you break it, he'll kill you. Hearing this, Najin inadvertently smiled. Go now. Having delivered the message and said what needed to be said, Afen slowly stood up, turning his back to the boy and began to walk away. After a few steps, a voice called from behind. Afen! Afen turned around. There was Najin, slowly bowing his head. Thank you, master. Calling him master in the end. Afen, looking at the deeply bowing boy, let out a slight chuckle. "Let's get straight to the point," said Berlat, a knight of the Starlight Order. "Cooperate in the search, Ivan." Surrounded by the Order's hounds, kneeling Ivan heard Berlat's low murmur. "Find and kill the boy who drew the Sword of Stars. If you can't bring his body to me, I will kill you." Berlat smiled, looking at his former junior from the same knight order, now stripped of his honor and unable to be called a knight of Atanga. "If you succeed, I'll restore the honor you lost." Pointing to Ivan's empty eye socket, Berlat continued, "I mean, I'll write a recommendation for you in the name of the Starlight Order to be reinstated as a knight of Atanga." Unlike High Priest Orland, Berlat knew how to negotiate with reality and manipulate people. Whether human or beast, all it takes is a carrot and a stick to control even the wisest like a beast. "Make your choice, Ivan," Berlat offered and also threatened Ivan. Chapter 17. The Light That Shouldn't Be Grasped. 3. An offer, yet also a threat. Ivan looked at his long-time senior, a knight who once stood with him on the same battlefield but betrayed Atanga and devoted himself to the Order. He wanted to scream in disdain at the man who had forsaken honor and pride to dare speak the name of Atanga, but Ivan knew he couldn't. He was no longer a knight of Atanga. He had lost his honor that day 10 years ago. The High Authority wishes this matter to be resolved quickly and quietly. For now, the other constellations and factions are unaware, but that won't last forever. Berlat continued, oblivious or indifferent to Ivan's internal struggle. "We are short on time, Ivan." He spread 3 fingers in front of Ivan. "I'll give you 3 days. Bring the boy to me alive or dead within that time." "Sir Berlat." Ivan, who had been silent, finally spoke. Though on his knees and one-eyed, his eyes were clearly filled with anger. "Isn't the Order supposed to serve the stars? I didn't give you a chance to ask questions. Respecting and protecting the will of the great stars, isn't that the doctrine of the Order?" Ivan's words were cut short. Berlat kicked him in the jaw. With a thud, Ivan's head snapped to the side. "Hey, Ivan!" Berlat grabbed Ivan's hair. "Am I a joke to you for showing leniency out of old time's sake? A sinner who insulted the stars dares to question a knight of the Order about the will of the stars. Get a grip, man." Berlat sighed as if frustrated. "Know your place. It's troublesome if you trample on the favor I've offered like this." "It was a slip of the tongue." "That's better. Now you're seeing eye to eye." Ivan lowered his head. Berlat looked down at him, head held high. "None of the constellations, not even the lighthouse that illuminates all things, the main deity of the Starlight Order, are aware of the current situation. Don't understand what this means." Berlat continued. "It means this is a clear error. If even the lighthouse didn't notice, it means this event should never have happened. When something that shouldn't happen does, making it as if it never happened is the loyalty the Order offers to him. All stars are noble and sacred to the Order that serves the stars, but there's always a clear hierarchy. The constellation, the lighthouse that illuminates all things." Berlat caressed the armor engraved with the constellation of the Order's main deity. "I won't repeat myself, Ivan." Berlat glared at Ivan. "Swearing on the loyalty I offered to the great lighthouse, I promise you. The offer I made here as not just Berlat, but as Knight Berlat of the Starlight Order will be honored. A knight who chose the divine over honor and pride. Such a Berlat swore an oath of allegiance to his god, the heaviest oath Berlat could make. Ivan knew refusing meant immediate death. I am grateful for the extraordinary opportunity and will do my best." Ivan bowed his head. His forehead did not touch the ground, the last remnant of his pride, but Berlat pressed down on the back of his head. "Gratitude is shown like this." Ivan's forehead hit the ground. Berlat whispered in his ear, "Start moving now before I lose my patience." Having stepped outside, Ivan fumbled for a cigarette. He lit it and inhaled deeply. Exhaling the murky smoke, Ivan's expression was rigid. "They promised to help restore my status as a knight of Atanga. It means I can regain the honor I lost. The offer extended by Burlat, the former knight of Atanga. Of course, Ivan knew. A knight's honor isn't something to be regained like this, through manipulation and filthy power games. He didn't desire such things. The honor gained in such a way was worthless to Ivan. Yet Ivan couldn't refuse Burlat's offer due to a natural human desire, the desire to live. Unlike a fen, Ivan still clung to the desire to live. I can't die yet. I want to live more. In this starlight-deprived underground city, as a half-worthless knight who lost his eye and honor, Ivan didn't want to face death. If he survived, maybe another chance would come. Ivan ended up thinking that way. He must kill Najin. To kill him meant Ivan could survive. Beneath that clear proposition, Ivan chain-smoked. Under the dim light of the oars, Ivan's eyes clouded over. Sigh, his knightly self questioned. Is there meaning to such a miserable life? To that question, Ivan answered, I still want to live, even if it's like this. Human beings always prioritize their own lives. Faced with impending death, humans can become endlessly selfish and cruel. Ivan was no different. He was the same, yet Ivan couldn't easily step forward. He met a Fen's eyes as he emerged from the alley, understanding that a Fen had helped Najin, yet Ivan didn't immediately act. Just a bit more, just a little longer. Pulling out another cigarette, Ivan fumbled with it. Lighting it and exhaling smoke, he didn't move until every cigarette in the pack was gone. The Order's hounds, the shadows. Those belonging there weren't knights but were close, unable to draw out sword energy but skilled in mana manipulation, comparable to knights. They were more akin to rangers than knights. Ambush, undercover, pursuit, assassination. Those dirty tasks were precisely what the shadows specialized in. Sworn to secrecy to prevent this incident from leaking, they dispersed to track down the boy. The boy who drew the sword had fled the day before, not fully understanding the layout of the underground city and needing a day's time was a significant gap. But for those in the shadows, such things were hardly a constraint. A back alley boy who had never received proper training, wasn't he? Despite the uniqueness of drawing the sword. That was all there was to it. In fact, if the boy used the sword during an encounter, that would be the end. The moment the burst of light was spotted, all scattered shadows would converge there. So lure him into a battle. With this judgment, the pursuers acted alone. A pursuer, silent, followed a narrow alley. He narrowed his eyes as he sensed a presence from deep within. Following the sound, he slowly moved. Distinct footprints on the ground. Footprints that seemed to be the size of the boy's. Following the footprints, the pursuer stopped abruptly at the sound of footsteps echoing in the alley. Had his pursuit been noticed? He leaped toward the source of the sound. But what awaited him was nothing but abandoned shoes, thrown from above down to the alley. The pursuer realized the true nature of the sound he had heard. The shoes were a decoy. The target was his life. The pursuer quickly drew his sword and swung it upwards. Thanks to his heightened senses, he managed to react in time. As he swung his sword, there was a clanging sound of metal striking metal. Najin, who had leaped down to ambush the pursuer, slid to a landing on the ground. In the darkness that shrouded the alley, the boy's dusk-colored eyes ominously glowed. The pursuer, feeling a chill, heightened his mana and senses. Just for a moment, those glowing eyes wavered. Thump! With a sound of kicking the ground, the boy's figure vanished instantly. A flashing blade sliced through the darkness, aiming straight for the neck. The pursuer barely deflected the sword with a clang, creating some distance. Not very fast, but threatening. This wasn't the skill of someone who had cut down just one or two people. While lacking the outstanding speed of mana users, he was still a nuisance. His technique for exploiting blind spots was considerable. Task. The pursuer clicked his tongue and narrowed the distance with the boy, swinging his sword in a wide arc to force Najin back. Then he threw a concealed weapon from his sleeve, a black dagger. In the darkness, something that would be hard to see with the naked eye unless one was accustomed to such conditions like the shadows. He envisioned the dagger piercing through the retreating boy's neck, but whack! Najin caught the flying dagger in his hand. Having lived his entire life in the dark underground city, Najin was naturally accustomed to seeing in the dark. Throwing back the dagger at the pursuer, Najin kicked off the ground. Conceal your full strength. Only move quickly when necessary. That creates complacency and openings. Energy flowed into the boy's body. In an instant, Najin's speed accelerated. Caught off guard, the pursuer managed to deflect the dagger just as Najin closed the gap with an unexpected burst of speed. The pursuer's reaction was too slow, and Najin didn't miss this opportunity. Swoosh! The pursuer's arm was severed. As he widened his eyes and raised his remaining arm to strike, Najin grasped the pursuer's wrist. When you have the upper hand, don't let it go. Following Ivan's teaching, Najin pulled the pursuer's wrist, breaking his stance, and swung his sword across the neck. It was over. Najin dragged the limp body of the pursuer in the opposite direction of where he intended to go. A lesson learned from a Fen, the mercenary. Blood trails make good bait. Using everything he learned, Najin moved on. There were quite a few pursuers chasing him, and heading straight to his destination felt risky. Najin intuited, if they discover my destination, they would swarm there. So, for the time being, he would pretend to wander, seemingly hiding here and there without a clear destination. To do this, he needed to eliminate one more pursuer. Decisions had to be made quickly. Actions even quicker. Walking a tightrope, Najin sprinted through the alleyways. Not a single mistake could be allowed. That was the lesson imparted by a Fen and Ivan. "I've found one." Najin spotted a nearby pursuer. The distance between the pursuers was consistent, expanding and contracting at regular intervals. Noting this, Najin waited for the right moment when the distance was maximized. The shadows might think they were the hunters pursuing their prey, but the reality was the opposite. The boy was hunting the pursuers. 4 of them are down. As the day and a half passed since the boy's escape, Berlat frowned at the report. While only 4 were confirmed, the number could increase, according to the Shadows' report, which was surprising enough for Burlo. The pursuers of the Shadows might not be knights, but they were not to be underestimated. At least, not by a boy from the underground city who hadn't received proper training. Berlat was aware from the information obtained that the boy had been acting as Ivan's executioner in the organization. But this was strange. It was more than just being good at killing people. Familiarity with the terrain, ambushes, and such could perhaps allow for the killing of 1 or 2 by chance. But killing 4 was beyond mere luck. Moreover, considering the locations where the bodies of the shadows were found, it indicated that the boy had actively sought and killed them, not just defended himself while fleeing. Crazy bastard. Hunting the pursuers while being chased. Amused by the absurdity, Berlat laughed mockingly. He had thought the boy must be talented to have drawn Excalibur, but this was beyond talent. He was well-rounded. The boy had exceeded the category of a mere talented novice. Originally, the plan was to move when the distance was sufficiently closed or when the boy drew Excalibur. Now, Berlat realized he had to take action himself. Rising from his seat, Berlat asked his subordinate, "Where's Ivan?" "Operating alone." "Oh, and," the subordinate pointed to the door, "there's someone who wishes to see you, Sir Berlat." He introduced himself as a mercenary and said he would assist for the right price. A mercenary? Yes, it seems he was the leader of a mercenary group before falling to this place. Mercenary, huh? A blade easily wielded by money and power. Berlat gestured with his chin. "Let him in." The door then opened. Entering was a man reeking of alcohol. A seemingly light-hearted man bowed to Burlo. "Mercenary, a Fen at your service. Ready to do whatever you ask." Chapter 18. The light that shouldn't be grasped. 4. The pursuers had changed their tactics. Najin faintly sensed this shift. Previously operating alone, they were now moving in pairs or in groups of 3 or 4. Killing 6 in 2 days did have an effect. 2 days since he started fleeing after drawing the sword, Najin had killed 6 lone pursuers. Handling 1 or 2 had given him a feel for how to deal with them, making the 6 kills not too difficult. Ambushing, creating complacency, concealing his strength until a burst at the right moment. The combat techniques learned from Ivan and Afen proved effective against the shadows of the Order. But it seemed like that wasn't all. Najin quietly clenched and unclenched his hand. The injury from the battle with the druggist Hakan was healing. His arm, which could barely move before, was now strong enough to wield a sword. It's not just the healing that's improved. He felt an overflow of energy. His mind was clearer. His eyes could vividly predict an opponent's movements, and he could freely manipulate the flow within his body. Was this also an effect of Excalibur? Was it not King Arthur who was remarkable, but Excalibur itself that was simply overpowered? For a brief moment, Najin entertained this irreverent thought. Of course, this was a misconception. Excalibur had only granted him rapid healing. The other aspects were always part of Najin, only because he resolved to cross the line and release the constraints he had placed on himself. Thus, Najin's inherent talents began to bloom rapidly. He had plenty of experience already. His growth curve, poised for flowering, was skyrocketing. Ha! Observing the movements of the pursuers, Najin exhaled deeply. For the past 2 days, he had roamed the underground city aimlessly, as if hunting, not escaping. It seemed his act had worked. Thinking Najin's purpose was hunting, the pursuers started moving in groups. As a result, gaps appeared in their net across the city. It was time to proceed to the real objective. Just one more time. A definitive end. Najin approached a group of 3 pursuers moving through a dark alley. The underground city was full of narrow alleys, and the walls naturally had many footholds. Treading from gap to gap, Najin closed in on them. How to face multiple opponents at once. Najin recalled the battle experience drilled into him during the fight with Hakan. Of course, comparing the mindless addicts to the shadows of the Order was an enormous insult to the latter. But well, what does it matter? They don't explode like the addicts. No risk of being discovered by killing them. With that thought, Najin leaped down from the wall of the alley. The 3 pursuers quickly formed a defensive line upon sensing his fall. The leader swung his sword to counter Najin, and the moment created by this move was exploited by the other 2. Najin saw all their movements and realized they still lacked full information about him. It's not about countering. Just as Najin's falling sword was about to clash with the pursuers, it flashed white. A sliver of sword aura wrapped around Najin's blade. You should have dodged. Though just a sliver, it was undoubtedly sword aura. Najin knew its terrifying cutting power too well. He vividly remembered his own steel sword sliced by Ivan's sword aura, the moment when death loomed close. A sword without aura cannot counter one with it. Crack! The moment the swords collided, the pursuer's sword shattered. Najin's sword, continuing its trajectory, sliced into the shoulder of the pursuer and emerged from the other side. One! Their plan of one person countering, while the other's attack was shattered by Najin's single move. Plip, plop. As blood droplets flew, Najin ducked low. Dodging 2 swords slashing through the darkness, he swept his energy-wrapped sword low. The pursuers, unable to use sword aura, were limited in their attack methods in the narrow alley. Their blades would just rebound off the walls, but not for Najin. His blade, aided by sword aura, cut through the wall and struck. One avoided it, but the other couldn't. As one pursuer's ankle was severed and he toppled, Najin swiftly stabbed and withdrew his sword from the neck. 2. Blood spurted. A body collapsed. After handling 2, Najin turned to face the 3rd pursuer, who lost 2 companions in an instant. His expression hidden under a deep hood, but Najin noticed the trembling in his eyes. Thump! As Najin stepped forward, the pursuer retreated. The disadvantage of asymmetric information. Seeing the boy, sword aura in hand, advancing, the pursuer turned and fled. The roles of hunter and prey had reversed. Najin didn't chase the fleeing prey. Instead, he drew a weapon from the bracelet on his wrist. A weapon plundered from the hunted pursuers. Holding it, Najin aimed at the fleeing figure. He had never used such a weapon before, but he had seen how they used and threw it. Mimicking them wasn't hard. Thud. Stepping forward, Najin hurled the weapon. It whistled through the air and buried itself deep in the pursuer's leg. Ugh! As the pursuer fell with a scream, Najin finished him with another throw. 3. After plundering necessary items from the corpse, Najin delved deeper into the alley. This was enough. Now he started running towards his real destination, the place Afen told him about, the only exit from this underground city. Shortly after, Najin left the alley. Two pursuers who entered found their colleagues' bodies and contorted their faces in disgust. 3 together, and yet they were defeated by a boy raised in this underground city. 9 in 2 days. 9 plus 3, 12 in total. They had no pride as shadows, but they had their self-respect. Still, the mission must be carried out. They suppressed their anger and investigated the traces left by Najin. During the investigation, they frowned upon noticing something strange. The sword is shattered. A colleague's sword was completely destroyed. Even the wall bore marks of being split. Not something a normal sword could do. It was the mark of sword aura. The target was supposed to be 18 years old. An 18-year-old boy using sword aura. Could it be Excalibur's work? But if that were the case, a brilliant light should have burst forth. As they struggled to accept this situation, a figure entered the alley with a thud. They turned toward the sound, relieved or perhaps disappointed, to find it wasn't the boy they were after. Instead, a mercenary who had volunteered to assist with the mission stood there. "What's the matter?" In response to the Shadow's query, Afen nodded. "Yes, there's something urgent to report." Piecing together plausible phrases, Afen took step by step towards them. By the time the Shadows frowned at Afen's nonsensical words, he had already closed the distance to about 5 steps. 5 steps. The distance Afen had marked. With a large step, Afen drew his sword, simultaneously enveloping it with sword aura. The Shadows reacted too late to the sudden change in Afen's demeanor. Swords clashed several times. Blood splattered a few times. Having created 2 more corpses, Afen exhaled briefly and left the scene. Before leaving, he smiled upon seeing the sword aura marks likely left by Najin. It seemed Najin was doing better than Afen had anticipated. Najin had killed 6 pursuers in 2 days, but the pursuers knew of 9 deaths. The remaining 3 were Afen's doing. Pretending to cooperate, he tracked their movements and struck when they were isolated, mimicking Najin's style. This should be enough. With such a smokescreen, Najin's real objective would be perfectly concealed. The only thing left was to prepare for the worst-case scenario. Anticipating the absolute worst, Afen headed towards the last place Najin would be heading. It wasn't these shadows he was wary of. Knight Burlot. He, too, was pursuing Najin. It seemed he hadn't realized Najin's true destination yet, but Afen couldn't ignore the possibility. If he was going to do this, Afen was determined to see it through. What a hassle this is. Yet he didn't feel too bad about it. Afen had lived aimlessly in this city, drowning his days in alcohol. He wasted time meaninglessly, but even in that wasted time, there was something undeniably shining. A light that didn't belong in this underground city. A light he couldn't possess himself. Perhaps Afen projected his past onto that light. The starlight he reached for but could never grasp. That's why Afen hoped. He hoped that light would not be trampled upon. Following the path Afen had shown, Najin ran. He realized he was nearing his destination. The sound of water falling was growing louder. He recalled the map in his mind. The waterfall marked on the map. To reach it, he had to pass through an old, unused tunnel leading to the falls. Just entering the tunnel meant escape was almost certain. As Najin ran towards the tunnel entrance, his heart pounded with excitement. He was close. Soon, he would escape this city. He hadn't even crossed the waterfall yet, but he couldn't help but feel uplifted. The possibility of getting out was becoming real. With each step, voices echoed in Najin's ears. Pitiful thing! Why were you born in such a place? These were the words he had heard all his life. You will rot here forever. You are destined to die here, amidst this trash, the taunts and jeers he had always faced. The words spat out by Trixie as he died, the mockery of the gang members he killed, the voice of the druggist Hakan, all echoed in his ears. You cannot ascend. You will rot here forever. Your talent will only lead you to misery. These were the words he had ignored or cut off. But not anymore. Let them talk. Let them laugh. I am going to escape this place. A smile formed on Najin's lips. With each step, with each approach towards the tunnel, the echoing voices disappeared one by one. Reaching the tunnel entrance, only one voice remained. The last voice Najin couldn't shake off echoed in his ears. Don't cross the line, Najin. If you do, I will have to kill you. Najin stopped. The entrance to the tunnel was right before him, but he couldn't move forward. There stood the person who had drawn a line for him, whose voice still echoed in his ears. Have you arrived? The entity that set limits for Najin. The owner of the voice still echoing. I've been waiting. The one-eyed Ivan. The last line Najin had to cross, the towering wall, was right there. Chapter 19. The light that shouldn't be grasped. 5. The last gateway to leave the underground city. Najin clenched his teeth as he gazed at Ivan, who stood guarding the entrance to the tunnel leading to the waterfall. It was a reality that Najin had been trying to ignore. He knew Ivan was pursuing him. A Fen had told him. However, Najin also harbored a hope. Perhaps Ivan was intending to let him go, deliberately not pursuing him. That was Najin's hope and wish. He didn't want to encounter Ivan. He didn't want to point his sword at Ivan. He didn't want to fight Ivan with the resolve to kill. Have you arrived? But reality imposed itself before the boy's eyes. The worst scenario he had imagined had come to pass. I've been waiting. To escape this city, he had to overcome that massive wall. The man who had drawn lines and limited him had to be surpassed to exit. Najin's expression crumpled in the face of this reality. Draw your sword. Ivan drew his sword. Ivan didn't offer a swordsman's salute. He simply aimed the tip of his sword at Najin with colder eyes than ever and a low voice. The pressure weighing on his shoulders, the sticky, murderous intent he felt. Najin instinctively knew there was no other way. Despite not wanting to fight, despite his fear, there was no other option. Najin drew his sword with a rough scrape from the sheath, aiming it at Ivan. And then, with a bang, Ivan lunged forward. Unlike during their sparring sessions, Ivan didn't wait for Najin to approach first. Dragging a cyan sword aura, Ivan swung his sword at Najin. Ivan forced him to attack with the readiness to die. Otherwise, he would have no choice but to cut him down. Knight of Atanga, Ivan. At the age of 31, Ivan reached the realm of sword expert, and for 8 years he served as the Knight of Atanga. Despite losing his honor and falling to the underground city, he did not neglect his training over the past decade. 18 years since reaching the realm of sword expert. Once a promising figure of the Atanga Knights, Ivan could have become a sword seeker with proper support and training. A man who spent 18 years at one level. The implication was simple. Among sword experts, Ivan was ranked in the upper tier. This meant he could likely defeat most experts in combat, and his swordsmanship and combat skills were nearing perfection over many years. In other words, for Najin, who had only recently approached the realm of sword expert, Ivan was an overwhelmingly formidable opponent. The moment Najin blocked Ivan's sword, he was sent flying. Different. The weight behind the sword. Different. The density of the sword aura. Even enveloped in sword aura, Najin pushed back, rolled on the ground, and stood up again. Naturally, there was no time to catch his breath. Ivan, who immediately pursued, struck the ground where Najin had just been standing with a loud bang. The ground deeply cratered, and dust billowed up. In the moment his vision was obscured by rising dust. Ivan's sword, cutting through, soared towards him. Even though he barely blocked it, Najin was again pushed back. His hand gripping the sword felt numb. Najin realized how much Ivan had been holding back in their past sparring sessions, how much control he had maintained. Just 2 or 3 clashes had his fingers trembling. Cold sweat ran down his spine. Najin gritted his teeth and steadied his breath, his eyes wide open, following Ivan's movements. Fast, heavy, unceasing. Ivan's movements seemed to break, but always flowed into one. Najin was being swept away in that flow. Cuck! Although he blocked the sword, it struck his knee. Attempting to deflect the sword, his technique was countered, and the pommel struck his temple. Blurred vision for a moment, Ivan's kick to the stomach disrupted his breathing. His breathing disrupted, so was his stance. Narrowly avoiding a targeted strike, but a scratch from the blade drew blood. Amidst the blood spurting, Najin groaned. He couldn't be swept away by this flow. I have to counterattack. But how? Combat skills, grappling, deception, inducing the opponent's carelessness. Everything Najin had learned so far was ineffective against Ivan, because all those were taught by Ivan. These were what Ivan had taught Najin, and naturally, Ivan was more advanced in them. Sword aura density, technical proficiency, sword weight, posture, grappling techniques. Ivan had the upper hand in every area. Don't fight on your opponent's battlefield. There's no guarantee you'll always fight weaker opponents. Then, how should you fight against stronger ones? Najin remembered. Draw them into your battlefield. Find where you surpass your opponent, where Najin could surpass Ivan. Even though I was told not to overestimate my talent. The only thing Najin could rely on and try was his unique talent and specialty. Najin's eyes widened. His eyes, red with strain, moved rapidly. Even when he couldn't keep up with Ivan's movements before, and even now while being pushed back, Najin's eyes accurately followed every move. He put more strength into his eyes. When he opened his eyes wide, he saw it. The gap between Ivan's movements. The subtle time difference when connecting moves. There was no technique to precisely strike in that gap for Najin yet. He hadn't learned such a thing. But just because he hadn't learned it didn't mean he could only be passive, since when had he relied solely on learning? The techniques he learned only expanded his options, but it had always been quick judgment and boldness that found his way. Najin lunged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The sword flowed along the blade, and the moment Ivan attempted to counter Najin's movement, Najin dove into Ivan's embrace. Boldly twisting his body, Najin struck Ivan's shoulder with the pommel. Crack. Najin had spotted a vulnerability with his own eyes. He struck at the joint between stances. For the first time, the flow Ivan had created was broken, and seizing the moment, Najin leaped. Turning to Ivan's side, Najin swung his sword. With a loud clang, Ivan stepped back for the first time. Absorbed in his sword swing, Najin didn't notice. But at that moment, a faint smile spread across Ivan's lips. Using a technique I never taught, Ivan laughed inwardly as he responded. He figured it out on his own. Najin was still lacking. He was still immature, and his understanding of the sword as a weapon was also shallow. But he was compensating for all that with his senses and eyes, using techniques he had never been taught. Creating and using techniques spontaneously, Ivan was impressed by Najin's movements. However, he still thought, he's lacking. Even with so many clues given, he hasn't realized it yet. Ivan continued to strike back at the persistently pursuing Najin. And Najin, pushed back, felt something amiss. The murderous intent from Ivan seemed to disappear and reappear intermittently, as if trying to kill him or as if trying to teach him. Neither was false. Ivan was earnestly trying to kill Najin, and at the same time earnestly trying to teach him. The human heart cannot be simplified into one path. Huff! Ivan exhaled. Then he repeated a seemingly meaningless action several times during the battle. It was the act of raising his sword and catching his breath. Screech! Ivan's sword aura sharpened. The once wavering sword aura became precise, and the dimming blue flame flared up again. This repeated action. Najin silently observed it. Ivan approached. He swung his sword, and Najin blocked it in his own way. Blocking, being slashed. Kicked, pushed back, exploiting openings, retreating again. As the battle continued, Najin realized. There are elements he could improvise, but fundamentally, there was an aspect where he was inferior to Ivan. That was the sword aura Ivan wrapped around his sword. Ivan's sword aura was clear and precise. Najin's was blurry and rough. The perfectly consolidated sword aura versus the incomplete one. That gap between Ivan and himself. How to bridge it? As Najin sought the answer, Ivan again assumed his stance, repeatedly assumed stance. Najin narrowed his eyes. When you return, I'll teach you how to handle sword aura. Knight of Atanga, Ivan, I stake my pride on it. Could it be? Najin observed Ivan's movements. Since a while ago, Ivan had been repeating meaningless actions, as if showing them to him. At that sight, Najin couldn't help but let out a chuckle. He finally understood. The answer was there. Having seen it, he realized. Najin stepped back greatly. Ivan didn't pursue, as if saying, try it. Huff! Najin exhaled deeply, steadying his breath as he assumed his most familiar stance. Sword trailing behind his waist, body lowered, poised for a charge. He focused on the flow within his body, not just letting it meander but actively shaping and directing it. This was no simple feat. It wasn't something that could be easily replicated after just a few observations. This was a state usually achieved through prolonged meditation in a seated position. Ivan had done it. So had Ivan's master and most of the knights of Atanga, but Ivan knew well. The boy before him was different from those merely gifted. Najin had exceptional eyesight. Ivan was acutely aware of this, better than anyone else. Showing once was better than telling 100 times for this boy. Direct experience was his best teacher. Ivan, watching Najin, chuckled softly. Yes, Ivan finally spoke. That's how you use it. Najin's drawn sword, encircled by white sword aura, now had golden particles rising along the blade. The emerging particles filled the gaps the white aura hadn't covered, blending into it. The combination of white aura and golden particles created a platinum-colored sword aura. It was like the color of starlight, fitting for a boy who longed for the stars in a place where none were visible. Platinum, a color reminiscent of starlight itself. Ivan's eyes widened as he saw the sword aura coloring Najin's sword. He burst into laughter. Platinum's sword aura. As far as Ivan remembered, it was a color that no one else possessed. It was exclusively Arthur's, resembling the starlight. There stood the boy, having drawn the sword left by King Arthur and possessing an aura akin to Arthur's, with his own distinct color, a sword aura that completely enveloped his sword, going beyond mere fragments. This signified the boy had reached the true realm of a sword expert. Ivan, gripping his sword anew, charged towards Najin. The two sword auras clashed. The platinum sword aura and the dark blue sword aura collided. With each clash of their swords, bursts of dark blue flames and platinum starlight erupted. After several exchanges, Ivan and Najin simultaneously stepped back. Ivan, recognizing that the boy had nearly caught up to him, thought to himself, this was enough. Najin, his duty as a teacher was fulfilled. Come at me with the intent to kill. Ivan extended his sword in a stance he had never shown Najin before, a stance to unleash a technique that was his pride as a knight of Atanga, a sword technique used to execute the dishonored, those who had lost their honor and pride as knights. Before demonstrating the technique, Ivan warned. He would unleash everything he had to kill Najin, and Najin should do the same. Aim your brightest at me, he indicated. Any hesitation vanished. All that remained in Ivan was a lethal intent. Silently, Najin lowered his sword. This was not an admission of defeat, quite the opposite. With his sword sheathed at his waist, Najin reached out into the void. He clenched the air, revealing his brightest. The void rippled, and starlight began to gather. In the boy's hand appeared the sword of the star, Excalibur. The starlight brightly illuminated the underground city. The moment Excalibur was drawn, Najin staggered, summoning the sword requiring considerable effort. But soon he regained his posture, determined to break through the wall before him, to move forward. The boy holding the star and the knight pursuing it faced each other. Chapter 20, Honor, Pride, and the Stars. 1. The moment Najin summoned Excalibur. Once again, a star rose in the underground city. Although not as dramatic as when the sword was pulled from the rock, the light from Excalibur was too bright to be obscured by the city's fog and darkness. The starlight soared high into the sky, the residents of the underground city, the shadow forces that pursued the boy, the knights of the self-proclaimed righteous order, the mercenaries who chose loyalty over money and power. And, ha! The knight who had chased the star also saw the starlight clenched in the boy's hand. Ivan exhaled a breath of admiration and adjusted his grip on his sword, grateful for the honorable opportunity to face the legendary sword. Ivan's sword aura flared up in a dark blue hue. In response, the boy's sword also wrapped itself in a platinum aura. The starlight sword aura around the sword of the star. In the underground city, where Ivan never forgot the light of the star, he smiled. His forgotten dream was right there. Come, Ivan called, and the boy charged. The boy holding the star and the knight who chased it collided. Najin gave it his all. With a lowered stance, he dashed forward, swinging his accelerating sword, not caring for defense. It wasn't a technique taught by anyone, and it was vague to even call it a technique, but it was undoubtedly Najin's best strike. Thud, Najin stomped the ground. With each step, his speed increased. On his third step, Ivan momentarily lost track of Najin's movement, and by the sixth, Najin's speed had surpassed Ivan's. In Ivan's eyes, Najin's movement was invisible. Only the trajectory of the sword of the star in Najin's hand was visible, and that was enough for Ivan. Come on, Ivan stood his ground. I'll face it head-on. The sword of the star is approaching. The starlight is approaching. Boom! On his final step, Najin lunged at Ivan with his highest speed. Excalibur, reaching its peak velocity, accelerated further, scattering starlight as it approached Ivan. Knight of Atanga, Ivan. The essence of the technique he honed all his life. A technique synonymous with the symbol of Atanga. Facing the opponent's technique head-on and boldly denying it is the Atanga way. Ivan, unwavering, received Najin's sword. Crash! Swords and auras clashed. The moment he received the sword, Ivan realized. It was simple yet firm, and its firmness made it heavy. The weight behind Najin's swing exceeded Ivan's expectations. His firmly planted feet wobbled. His knees began to buckle. But a knight of Atanga never bends or steps back, even on the brink of breaking. Ivan strengthened his knees and pushed forward, letting out a battle cry. Crack! Gradually, Ivan's sword moved forward. Najin's understanding of the sword was still lacking. He hadn't learned proper swordsmanship. Ivan's sword, refined over years, exploited this gap. Ivan's stance, initially receiving Najin's sword, now appeared to be pressing down on it. Ivan's bending knees straightened. His retreating steps now moved forward. As Ivan advanced, Najin was pushed back. Ah! The tide had turned. Najin's sword's swing, gradually overpowered, was on the verge of being completely broken. Najin's eyes widened. He brutally infused the flow from his body into Excalibur. He knew he was outmatched in technique, so he decided to compete in power. Responding to its master's will to win at all costs, Excalibur flickered violently. The densely intensified platinum aura shattered Ivan's technique head-on. Ivan's eyes widened. Najin's sword completely overpowered Ivan's. Ivan's hand, holding the sword, was forced upwards. A deadly vulnerability was exposed. Ivan had no strength left to receive the second strike. In a rush, Ivan retracted his sword, but a fatal wound was inevitable. The moment Ivan sensed his defeat, rustle. Najin's swinging sword turned into starlight and vanished. Only the remnants of the aura grazed Ivan's body, with no fatal blow as expected. Ah! Instead, it was Najin who suffered a critical hit. He collapsed in the same posture he swung his sword. He had used a power not yet permitted to him. Although he drew Excalibur, his body and soul weren't mature enough to handle it properly. Lacking the strength to maintain Excalibur, he couldn't swing for the second time and collapsed. Ivan was silent. Drip, a droplet of blood fell from the wound grazed by the sword aura. Something dropped amidst the falling droplets. It was Ivan's eye patch that covered his right eye. The fallen eye patch, the fallen blood, and the boy lying before him. Seeing all this with one eye, Ivan realized. He had won and also lost. As the ruler of the underground city, the one-eyed Ivan had won over the boy. He stood till the end and could have killed the boy with a swing of his sword. But as a knight of Atanga, Ivan had lost to the boy. Atanga's way was to never bend or retreat, to crush the opponent head-on. However, overpowered by the boy's momentum, Ivan had ultimately retreated and bent. A victory as the ruler, a defeat as a knight of Atanga. Which one to accept? Ivan groaned in front of the choice laid before him. At the very end, the world once again asked Ivan, "What will you choose? And what will you remain as?" Like everyone else, a person's life is their most precious possession. Death is the end. Death is frightening. It's a fundamental fear shared by all humanity. Therefore, in the face of death, humans can become cowardly, cruel, and contradictory. No one can mock their display of the desire to live, as it's an aspect everyone possesses. Ivan was no different. He wanted to live. He didn't want to die here. He wanted to see the stars again, the sun again, and to be a knight again. The chances were slim, but if he survives, there's a possibility. Death, however, is the end. Ivan clenched his teeth. He must kill the boy before him to survive. It was only right to swing his sword and end it. He understood this logically, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. The raised sword didn't move an inch. Najin, lying on the ground, looked up at him. As their eyes met, Ivan's expression twisted. A boy different from himself. A boy shining with the star he held. Looking at the boy, Ivan groaned. What to become? What to remain as? Although Ivan had been postponing his answer to these questions, now he had to decide. It would have been better if Najin's sword had struck him down. Better to face death that way. Ivan groaned. I swear upon the pride of Knight of Atanga, Ivan. Echoing in his ears was the oath he had sworn upon his pride. The moment he strikes with this sword, he would lose that pride. A person who has lost honor and pride. Can such a person truly be called a knight? Sure, there are many knights who know neither honor nor pride. Many, but Ivan could never regard such people as true knights. The moment he loses his pride here, he ceases to be a knight. Ivan knew this. Even if he survives this battle, could he, having shed his pride and embracing a false honor, still chase the stars? Could he proudly claim himself to be a knight of Atanga? No, no, it wasn't so. What he desired was to possess the stars as a knight, not as a tarnished, dishonored scrap, but as a knight bearing pride and honor. That was his dream, to possess the stars as such a knight. Ivan pondered. He agonized. He hesitated until the very end. Every person cherishes their own life. But a knight is the knight he wanted to be. For honor and pride, a foolish breed ready to throw away their lives. Foolish, yet it's their brilliance that makes them live a life more radiant than anything else. Recalling the dreams of knighthood he held dear in his youth, Ivan made his choice. Damn it! Ivan ruffled his hair in frustration. Really, damn it all. Cursing, he sheathed his sword. With his sword at his waist, Ivan reached out to the fallen Nadjin. Nadjin, blinking blankly, grasped Ivan's hand and rose to his feet. Can you move? The intent to kill had vanished. Responding to Ivan's question, Nadjin nodded slowly. Ivan opened and closed his mouth repeatedly, as if he had something to say but found it hard to express. Ah, Nadjin, Ivan slowly began. When you go down the waterfall, be careful of the slippery rocks. The footing can be treacherous. One wrong step and you're gone. And no, no, that's not it. After a long sigh, he spoke again. Nadjin, I'm listening. Do you remember what I always said? Not to cross the line. Yes, that. Don't cross the line. Know your place. Don't reach for what you can't have. That's what I meant. Ivan touched the spot where his right eye once was. It had been over 10 years since he fell into this city. During that time, Ivan abandoned his dreams, chipped away at his nightly self. He lived repeating the mantra to stay within the line, to live as given. But it was also a statement he made to himself, a word thrown at himself, who could no longer rise higher. I'll correct that. Today, Ivan decided to change that saying. Listen well, you know I hate repeating myself. Ivan smiled. Cross the line, Nadjin. He spoke with a smile. Reach for the unreachable. Punch the faces of those muttering about staying in your place. Only you know how far you can go. Ivan negated the words he had always uttered. Look high and run. Climb higher than anyone else. You have the talent for it. Believe in the talent you possess. Though he had only one eye, though he had neither the eyes to see the future nor the sharp senses to sense it. When you reach the highest point, Ivan was certain. The boy before him would reach the highest point. He would hang his own star in the highest night sky. Ivan was sure that future would surely come. Certain of this, Ivan said, shout it from there. What should he shout? That I was there. That I was at the beginning of your story. That the night of Atanga, Ivan was there. To grace the prologue of a hero's tale, what greater honor could there be for a knight chasing the stars, seeking honor while bearing pride? What finer end could there be for a knight? Go on. Ivan pushed Nadjin towards the tunnel. He no longer watched the boy's wavering gaze or his hesitant figure. Turning his back to the boy, Ivan stood guarding the entrance to the tunnel, to earn back the time he had taken from the boy. Thank you, Ivan. With that voice fading away, the sound of the boy's footsteps receded. Before they completely vanished, new footsteps began to approach from ahead. They are coming. The pursuers, drawn by the light, seeking to extinguish it, were approaching. They were the Order's shadow unit, its knights, and also his former comrades, listening to the fading footsteps, ignoring the approaching ones. Ivan drew his sword again. This time, not for the retreating boy, but for those who followed him, not as the one-eyed ruler. Ivan stepped on the fallen eye patch, but as the knight of Atanga, Ivan. The knight chasing the stars smiled. It was lighter than ever before. Chapter 21, Honor, Pride, and the Stars, too, Nadjin ran through the tunnel. It was the path out of the underground city, opened by Ivan. Clenching his teeth, he raced along it. The boy was not foolish. He understood the resolution and thoughts with which Ivan had opened this path. Nadjin was aware that if he didn't kill Ivan, Ivan would die. He knew Ivan had no other choice. Yet Ivan let Nadjin go. It meant Ivan was prepared for death. The agony on Ivan's face as he raised his sword, his trembling sword tip, and his form pushing Nadjin into the tunnel and standing guard at the entrance flashed before Nadjin's eyes. Nadjin clenched his teeth even tighter. He felt like screaming. He wanted to ask Ivan why he made such a choice. Why did he risk his life for him? Nadjin couldn't understand the reason. Their past interactions didn't justify Ivan's decision to save him. Honor and pride. The weight of these was still unknown to the boy. The young Nadjin didn't comprehend what Ivan had chosen to remain as in the end. He didn't understand, but he remembered the light in Ivan's eyes at that moment. Climb to the highest point. Shout from there. That I, the knight of Atanga, Ivan, was there. The image of a knight talking about his dreams with shining eyes lodged deep in Najin's heart. It was the weight of someone's life, a weight that could never lighten, never be forgotten. Feeling this heavy pressure on his heart, Najin ran. The tunnel was dark, cold, and seemingly endless. In the pitch-black tunnel, even the light from the mining lamps had vanished. Najin ran tirelessly, a mercenary and a knight chasing the stars. Bearing the weight of those who risked their lives for him, the boy looked up high. The stars were still invisible, but that didn't matter. In a place where no stars shone, the boy vowed to etch his own star in the night sky, to hang his star at the highest point. The pursuers chasing the star arrived one by one. There was an entrance to an old, neglected tunnel leading to the underground city. It wasn't difficult to guess that the boy had fled there. All that remained was the simple task of entering the tunnel and killing the boy. But no one dared to move hastily. There was someone guarding the entrance of the tunnel, and the pursuers felt the formidable aura emanating from him. They intuitively knew they had to defeat this man to enter the tunnel. Clang! The pursuers drew their swords one by one. They pointed their weapons at the former knight they once knew as an ally, but they were mistaken about one thing. I am Ivan. The man standing before them was not a half-knight who had lost his honor and fallen into the underground city. Although he had lost his honor, he had kept his pride until the end and thrown his life away for the future that would shine. A man who had gambled his life to keep his oath. A man who wanted to be a knight until the very end. Foolish, yet noble in its foolishness. Who could mark such nobility? Standing before them was a knight prepared for death. Googluser content. com/qxkz opjq 5k4i4 fito imarkt nmg cx57 ngv xx low xgb3ytrs llw1 marbitories ehuzai 8 make 3 gton p high 1 moi 7 ssbr7 d plus 6 f4 cwq 862 zvei czd 5k6 ag tfla sh Ost X7 SY7 VBLQSY Re-18, Night of Atanga, and in the underground city, where no stars rise, in the city of sinners, dimly lit only by faint mining lamps. I am Ivan, the knight chasing the stars. His sword wrapped in sword aura, a dark blue glowing aura. It was an ordinary color, nothing special. Not like Najin's Sword of the Star that brightly illuminated the underground city, nor like Najin's aura that resembled starlight. Yet, even so, Ivan's sword shone. You cannot take a single step further, holding the shining sword, risking his life to protect something. For this moment alone, Ivan could proudly declare himself, proudly proclaim that he was a knight of Atanga, a knight chasing the stars. With that realization, Ivan smiled. The pursuers began to charge towards the smiling Ivan. More than 10 gathered, their swords razor-sharp. But Ivan didn't retreat a single step. Knights of Atanga do not retreat, for it was their pride. Ivan swung his shining sword to buy time for his squire to escape the city, to return the time he had stolen from the boy. Come, as many as you like. My pride is not so light to open a path for those ignorant of honor and pride. Ivan, have you gone mad? Ivan did not respond. Do you think you can fight me? Plan to fight the entire order? What foolishness! Berlat ruffled his hair in irritation. Things had gone awry. The mission entrusted to him by the high priest Orland. He was responsible for this mission, and now punishment was inevitable. He had to continue the pursuit alone. As Berlat drew his sword irritably and took a step forward, Ivan, who had been silent and motionless, finally spoke. Ah, senior, Ivan smirked. Facing over 10 shadow operatives at once, his body was covered in wounds, and blood flowed from a deep cut on his shoulder. His breath was rough, and his breathing uneven, exhausted to the limit. Yet Ivan's posture remained unshaken, and the sword in his hand still shone brightly. What's with that look? What? I asked, what's with that look? I thought when you left the Order, abandoning honor and pride, you were grasping onto something great. But what is it? Ivan scoffed. It seems like you're not holding on to anything, but rather being held by a leash. What's the difference between you and the corpses strewn around here? To me, you're just another dog of the Order. A clear mockery and ridicule. Burlart's eyes flared with rage. I can't let that comment slide. It's an insult to the Order. I'll give you a chance to retract your statement. Ha ha ha! Ivan burst into laughter. You've forgotten the mindset of a knight since leaving the Knights of Atanga. If you've forgotten, then it's up to this unworthy junior to remind you. Unwavering posture, unshaken gaze, a sword that still hadn't lost its light. Googluser content. com/0 PIHL 7 VNB3 Enter CB Oxp BHB Ax5 AFXJIC 9 Hewers V5 TIE Z8 WVBT Quec Emata GT9 DC4 HWSH 4 DVQM6 JSVU ARB L8 L5 VGC6 LDIU 20F7 FSDF XOZI1 KZCKXRR X7 KZHFN KL9R0 EPNGI5ZO SBXN 64NH 640. Insults are cleansed through a duel. Honor and pride are proven with the sword. That's the rule of knights. You're nothing but the Order's filthy hound. Ha! A clear provocation that crossed the line. Enraged by the offensive words, Burlart laughed mockingly as he unsheathed his sword. A dark blue aura like Ivan's wrapped around his sword. But unlike Ivan's, his aura didn't shine. Taking steps towards Ivan, Burlart's sword wrapped in aura. Still, Ivan remained motionless. He looked like he might fall with a simple push, but Burlart knew better than to be careless. Even cornered, Ivan's eyes still shone. Burlart felt a chilling sensation from that gaze. The aura of a man prepared for death. The spirit of one who swore to hold his sword until the very end. In the darkness, swords and auras collided. Sparks of aura and droplets of blood flew. It was the blood of a knight, and also the life of a knight. Clashing swords, Ivan smiled. He couldn't hear it anymore, the footsteps receding behind him. I've bought the time, damn brat. What kind of squire makes his knight risk his life for him? A damn fool, that's what. Ivan smiled till the very end. Because until the very end, he could be a knight. The waterfall where the water cascades down. Najin was descending the steep cliff, inserting stakes into the ground. Despite slipping on the wet cliff and droplets, he used the rope tied around his body and his body's momentum to gradually descend. Exhausted from continuous battles, Najin squeezed out the last of his strength. The end of the seemingly endless cliff was in sight. The extending waterway caught Najin's eyes. Carefully, he continued to descend the cliff. Thud. Landing on the ground, Najin caught his breath. His palms were raw from gripping the stakes so tightly, the skin peeling off. Najin bandaged his bleeding palms and took one last look back. The cascading waterfall. Looking at the waterfall, pouring only in one direction as if to say there's no going back, Najin silently watched. He mulled over his memories of the underground city where he was born and spent his childhood, then turned away. His eyes were set on where the flowing water led. Once he started running, there was no stopping, no turning back. Najin didn't know where the water would lead, but he was certain about one thing: there would be stars. He ran along the waterway, arriving at the end of the road. The path ended, and a wall blocked Najin's way, but the water still flowed. Afen had said to hold his breath and dive at the end of the path. Unsure of what lay beyond, Najin felt fear, but who? He steadied his breath and jumped into the water. He let the rushing water carry him. The rough current swept Najin away. In the churning water, Najin narrowed his eyes. He couldn't see anything, nothing at all. He felt like he was sinking. His breath was running out. When he reached his limit, Najin looked up. Above him, the endless surface of the river. Something reflected on the surface. It was a twinkling light. Najin moved towards the light. His body, which felt like it was sinking, began to rise. Cough, gasp. Who? Najin's head emerged above the water as he gasped for air. Breathing heavily, he slowly moved towards the river bank. After failing several times to grasp the protruding roots and scraping his body against them, Najin finally managed to escape the current. His body ached. Unable to stand, he lay flat on the wet river bank. Lying in the field, gasping for breath, Najin realized what the light he saw on the water's surface was. He blinked several times, and for the first time in his 18 years, looked up at the sky, the vast night sky. There, countless stars shone brightly. A scene indescribable by any line from a fairy tale unfolded before him. For the first time, the night sky he looked up at was beautiful, more than anything else. Chapter 22, The Staff of Selection, 1. For the first time in his life, Najin faced the sky, but that wasn't all he encountered. He tuned into the sounds around him, the cries of insects, the flow of the river, the rustling of leaves in the wind. All these sensations were new and alien to him. The cool breeze tickling his hair, the vast, open landscape, the clear, breathable air, and above all, the wide night sky filled with stars. Everything was novel, unfamiliar, and thus magical to him. Najin took a deep breath, taking in the air of the outside world for the first time, his eyes widening in wonder. He saw so much. His vision stretched unobstructed. Looking up, he didn't see the usual ceiling embedded with ore of the underground city, but a vast night sky dotted with stars, too many to count. The night sky and the stars, these were what Najin had longed for. Counting the numerous stars, he focused on the center of the sky, where he found the constellation he had been seeking. Hanging at the highest point of the night sky, the largest constellation, a sword-shaped constellation formed by 13 stars. The constellation, the Sword of Selection. The constellation of the great hero, King Arthur. Najin had seen this constellation in illustrations in fairy tales, but today he finally witnessed it with his own eyes. Encountering the constellation, the world of the boy, once trapped underground, expanded in an instant. His heart throbbed. Though the distance between him and the constellation was immense, he knew his destination. Stars were no longer a vague, unseen goal for him. He could see them and estimate the distance to them. His eyes, filled with dreams and longing, shone brightly, a light he had lost long ago. Who? In this expanded world, Najin exhaled deeply. He had often resigned and let go of many things, but now no more. Even if they were high above, he would reach out and grasp them, as Ivan had advised him to climb to the highest point. Najin stretched his hand towards the highest star in the night sky, gauging his destination. He murmured a wish deep in his heart, not yet ready to share it with anyone. But then, remember, a voice echoed. The stars always watch over you. His silent voice, unspoken yet heartfelt, reached a distant star. Suddenly, Najin felt an acute sharpness in his senses. But even as he heightened his awareness, he couldn't move. His body stiffened, unable to even breathe. But soon he realized it wasn't just him. The blowing wind ceased, the rustling grass stopped, the sound of flowing water halted. Everything began to freeze. In that moment of stillness, a voice echoed in his ears. Found you. The calm constellation beside King Arthur's, which had been like a tranquil lake, suddenly churned. Stars shone, and Najin's vision flickered. His eyes turned a light blue-white hue. A sensation as if being swept away enveloped him. With this feeling and his vision swirling, he saw numerous landscapes flashing before his eyes. Ah! When the rapid passing of scenes halted, Najin finally could breathe. His vision was foggy. After blinking several times, his surroundings came into focus. What he saw was a lake in the forest. Moments ago, he was on the open riverside, but now his gaze fell upon a lake in a dense forest. Confused, Najin rose to his feet. Finally, a voice resonated, the same voice that had echoed earlier. While the voice was clear and gentle, it carried an undertone of uncontainable anger. Finally, I found you. Turning toward the source of the voice, Najin saw a woman with flowing water-like hair and blue eyes that resembled a lake. The woman, who had been sitting on a rock by the lake, locked gazes with Najin. Then she descended from the rock. Stepping softly on the ground, she approached Najin. With each step towards him, Najin squinted his eyes. A sense of incongruity. He felt a strange sensation. Trying to maintain eye contact made his vision wobble as if it was forbidden. Amidst the flickering vision, Najin saw the woman's robe. It resembled a magician's robe, yet also the formal attire of a knight. The corner of her fluttering robe, following her movements, bore a symbol. Najin recognized it from fairy tales, the symbol representing a lake and a staff. A symbol only one person in this world could wear, symbolizing a particular constellation. The Lake Wizard, or the Staff of Selection, a well-known constellation's true name, which Najin was about to unwittingly utter, was suddenly halted. A slender finger swiftly covered his mouth, immobilizing him. "Dare you speak my name with your filthy mouth?" Merlin's eyes widened in anger. "Who are you, exactly?" Merlin, despite her attempt to maintain composure, was clearly perplexed by the current situation, unable to comprehend what was unfolding before her. The voice she had heard just moments ago matched the impudent youngster who had previously called Arthur a victim of his error. Reflexively, Merlin had reached out with her powers to ensnare the consciousness of the voice's owner, a feat she hadn't actually expected to succeed. Merlin was a celestial who ascended hundreds of years ago. As a being whose story had concluded and ascended to the heavens, her ability to intervene in the earthly realm was severely limited. She thought, "Of course I can force it, but there would be backlash." She had merely intended to confirm the location, not expecting it to work so seamlessly. Why did this work? Merlin wondered, looking at the boy before her, clearly distressed yet vividly present, indicating he had come here without resistance. The boy appeared confused, and Merlin was equally bewildered. "What are you, exactly?" The boy pointed at Merlin's fingers on his mouth, implying he needed her to let go to speak. Reluctantly, Merlin released Najin. "Speak up. I'm Najin." "What? You asked what I am. I'm Najin, that's my name." Najin explained after wiping his chin, his mind racing. He was certain the woman before him was Merlin, matching the descriptions he had seen in fairy tales. "I'll put that aside for now," Najin thought, focusing on why Merlin had brought him here and her hostility. Was it because he drew Excalibur? As he was pondering this, Merlin interrupted his thoughts. "Funny guy, when did I ask for your name?" Merlin chuckled in disbelief. "Arthur is just a fortunate man, right? Those were your words." Najin was taken aback, unable to immediately grasp the meaning. Then realization struck him. Arthur was just a fortunate man of his time. He would have been nothing in this era. He recalled his own disparaging remarks and felt sweat trickling down his back. Annoyed, "Wanna go at it? Then come and bring down your divine punishment." Embarrassed, Najin felt a bit wronged. It seemed unfair that only his voice was heard, not the stars. Understanding Merlin's hostility, he tried to explain. "That's a bit of a misunderstanding. Stop with the excuses. What I really want to know is how you could say such things. And why is your voice so clear to me?" Merlin stepped closer. "It's strange. Your voice is so distinct, you being pulled right in front of me like this, and maintaining your form and consciousness in my starfield." Her blue eyes narrowed as she stared intently at Najin. "Is this all because you made some deal with that detestable Mordred? But even then, it doesn't make sense." Merlin stood right before Najin, their breaths almost mingling. Her blue eyes met his sunset-hued ones. "What are you, really?" Najin couldn't immediately respond to her repeated question. Merlin sighed deeply and spoke. "It doesn't matter what you are. The important thing was, you insulted Arthur, and I have no intention of letting that go." "You were the one who asked for divine punishment," she muttered, flicking her finger. In her domain, everything was under her control. At that moment, Nadjin was supposed to be completely at her mercy, unable to move, blink, or even breathe without her permission. As Merlin reached out to punish him, something unexpected happened. Nadjin caught her wrist. Though Merlin could easily break free and disintegrate his fingers to sand, she didn't. Shocked, she looked at the hand holding her. Initially, she was surprised and intrigued, but seeing her own wrist held by him, her emotions evaporated into sheer astonishment. That astonishment was soon replaced by horror. Merlin saw the constellation pattern on Nadjin's wrist. It was usually visible only in Nadjin's eyes, and even the most powerful beings, including celestial constellations, couldn't see it. But Merlin was an exception. She had designed the circuitry of the constellation that housed Excalibur. Therefore, she knew the significance of the pattern on Nadjin's wrist. Raising her head, Merlin shifted her gaze from her wrist to Nadjin's eyes. His eyes, once the color of a sunset, were now tinged with platinum. Her own eyes, first filled with shock, quickly turned to anger. Gritting her teeth, Merlin shook off Nadjin's hold and grabbed his wrist instead. With force, she extracted the platinum light from him. The light coalesced into the platinum-colored holy sword, Excalibur. After taking it from Nadjin, Merlin sighed deeply and long. Why did it have to be? She pressed her temples. Why him? 3 days since Excalibur was drawn, and neither she nor any other constellation in the night sky had been able to find its wielder. And now its owner stood before her, but Merlin found it hard to accept. The one before her was not a swordmaster, not even close to a powerful warrior, nor a special being with his own star. Just a brat who insulted Arthur. How can he be the owner of the holy sword? But that's mine. Nadjin clenched the air, and the Excalibur in Merlin's hand shattered into starlight, returning to him, reforming into a sword. You shouldn't just take it like that. In Nadjin's hand, the sword shone brilliantly, as if he was its true master. Watching this, Merlin's forehead veins bulged. Wow! Merlin was genuinely amazed, sighing. Chapter 23. The Staff of Selection, 2. Merlin had envisioned countless times the meeting with Arthur's successor, the hero chosen by Excalibur. Although no one could surpass Arthur's greatness, being chosen by Excalibur meant possessing certain qualities of a hero. Merlin had expected someone with the stature of a hero, even if not equal to Arthur. When the sword was drawn recently, Merlin had considered heroes of this era as potential candidates. The greatest swordmasters, the sword saints leading the orders, or even the proud leaders of knightly orders who upheld ancient chivalric codes. Though these candidates didn't quite impress her, they were barely passable, possessing fame, skill, and character. But now, Merlin looked at the boy in front of her, holding the shining sword with a frustratingly smug expression. He was neither a transcendent swordmaster nor a person of great character. He lacked the completed stature of a hero and had no fame or accomplishments to speak of. The only notable thing about him was his insult to Arthur, which was more of a demerit than an advantage. Merlin mentally scored the boy before her. A fail. He was like a candidate who, instead of attending an interview, flipped off the interviewer. Merlin felt a headache coming on. Is this really the successor? She was tempted to dismiss him as unworthy of being Arthur's successor. Why did it have to be him? Merlin glanced at the sword in Nadjin's hand, Excalibur, the sword that became Arthur's voice after his death. Why this boy? She thought of Arthur, now long gone. Excalibur chooses the material for a hero, but it's the staff of selection, Merlin, who determines the path that hero will walk. Though she disliked the boy, Merlin tried to set aside her personal feelings and the fact that Nadjin insulted Arthur. After all, he had drawn the sword, and that fact couldn't be changed. Nadjin had broken centuries of silence by drawing the sword. What did Excalibur see in him? What potential made it choose him? Merlin needed to know. She composed herself, opened and closed her eyes, her gaze deep like a tranquil lake, with stars rising to its surface. Boy, Merlin glared at Nadjin. Do you think you can handle that? It was both a warning and advice, a trial set by Merlin. That is no ordinary sword for humans. It's beyond your capacity. You will surely crumble. The same trial Arthur faced before becoming a renowned hero. Merlin now posed it to Nagin. Will you crumble to test him, to select him? What exactly? Nagin's qualities and potential. Will you crumble? Merlin's words made Nagin frown. What do you mean by that? You still don't seem to understand what wielding Excalibur means. Merlin pointed at the sword in Nagin's hand. Drawing Excalibur isn't just about becoming Arthur's successor. As long as you hold the sword, you're bound to walk the path of a hero. Excalibur will ensure it. Excalibur, the sword of selection, not only chooses a hero, but compels the wielder to become one. Although depicted as noble and glorious in fairy tales, the path you walk with that sword is fraught with countless obstacles and trials. Reality was harsher. Trials and tribulations make a hero. They walk a thorny path, always on the edge of life and death. Damned creatures of Camlan, traitorous knights and their followers, dragons at the world's end, witches of the Forsaken. Merlin stepped forward, and a mirage rose where she walked. Filthy beings that have led countless heroes to death and desecrated their spirits and bodies. They will all set their sights on you. And that's not all, she sighed. How many constellations above and beings below who walk the earth will be displeased by you? How many will seek to eliminate you? Countless malevolence. Can you endure all that? The inevitable companions of a hero's path. If you were somewhat complete, I wouldn't even say this. A transcendent swordmaster, a famed hero, a leader of a group, or even of noble birth. If he was any of these. If he had followers or a firm foundation to not be swayed. If you had any of these when you drew the sword, my words would merely be advice. If he possessed even one of these, he could withstand the storms. Even if swayed, he could quickly return to his path. But you don't. Merlin stared directly at Nagin. You have nothing. You'll easily be swayed, maybe even lose your way. You are prone to become a plaything, prey, or puppet for the powerful. A future foreseen for the boy. That you will. Why are you so long-winded? Nagin interrupted Merlin. She frowned. What? Why are you making it so complicated? The point is simple. You're asking if I can handle the responsibility of drawing the sword without understanding what it entails, right? His tone was disrespectful but not wrong. Merlin nodded reluctantly. Nagin sighed and faced Merlin. As you said, I have nothing. I'm insignificant, and if pushed, I'll be crushed. Who wouldn't know that? He was painfully aware of his situation. The struggles he faced just to reach the surface. How close he came to death. How he would have been a corpse in the underground city without Ivan's sacrifice. Will the strong hunt me? Will numerous forces try to bury me? Nagin scoffed at Merlin's warning. He was prepared to face these challenges from the moment he reached for the sword. I didn't draw the sword without that resolve. From crossing the line, Nagin had been prepared. The only thing he could hold on to was his yearning for the stars. He'd rather be crushed than give in to fear from the start. Nagin glanced at Merlin. Wasn't King Arthur also not great from the start? He rose from the bottom without any foundation, and that's why he's called a great hero. Nagin knew the stories well. He remembered Merlin guiding Arthur, a figure in the fairy tales who saw potential in the unremarkable and led them to greatness. Isn't it a bit petty for you, who guided King Arthur, to talk like this? Are you provoking me? I'm just stating facts. Merlin chuckled. Did he realize this was a test? It didn't seem so. Anyone can talk, but not bad for a start. Nagin's defiance was not unimpressive. Merlin flicked her finger. Snap. The mirage following her footsteps suddenly rushed into Nagin's eyes. Talking was easy, but proving oneself was always through action. If you can still say the same after seeing this. Merlin stopped. Then I'll acknowledge you. The mirage in Nagin's eyes showed him the path and battlefields he must traverse, the trials he will, inevitably, face now that he has drawn Excalibur. The same trials shown to Arthur centuries ago. If he could still utter the same words after witnessing them, then she would reassess him. With that thought, Merlin watched Najin stiffen. Najin saw countless scenes flash before him. He felt as if he were right there, trembling. The vibrating stench made his nose sting, and the heat seemed to burn his skin. Battles against vile and wicked beings. He saw countless strong beings devoured alive by demons in their dark realms. As soon as their eyes met, Najin felt torn apart by the demons. Torn apart, destroyed, and ultimately turned into their minions after death. He had no time to shudder at the horrific fate as the scenes shook again. Battles where stars were born and faded. He witnessed the arrogance of established constellations in this ultimate battleground. He saw numerous heroes marked and ended by them, crushed by those dreaming of becoming stars, destroyed by those coveting stars. He saw corrupted constellations amassing power at the expense of others. They greedily expanded their influence. When they noticed Najin, he felt crushed by something immense, as if his very existence was denied. And beyond these countless scenes, Najin saw one last thing. Najin witnessed a land of death beyond the horizon, a place dominated by entities far greater than anything he had seen before. He wasn't standing there, but merely observing from a great distance. Something surged on the horizon, resembling a mountain range forming waves. It was a dragon, immeasurably vast. Merely acknowledging its existence shattered Najin's soul into fragments. Camlan, the abyssal land. Confronting a fragment of that place, Najin's spirit crumbled. As the scenes repeated, the light in his eyes, despite the haze, dimmed. Merlin sighed as she watched this. She had been wrong. The boy had broken. It was expected, as even the mightiest warriors would be bedridden for months after witnessing such scenes, and some would be utterly broken. Arthur, however, had stood up defiantly after seeing these visions and argued his resolve to Merlin. But that was because it was Arthur. Who else could be like Arthur? Merlin had a glimmer of hope in the boy's bold words, but was it all just talk? Disappointed, Merlin reached to erase his memories and retrieve the sword. If he crumbled here, there was no potential for him. Better to end it here than to leave him as prey for the corrupted. Just as Merlin's fingers almost touched Najin's forehead. "Wait, you!" A sudden hand grabbed her wrist. Surprised, Merlin looked at Najin, whose eyes were now focused, the haze gone. He had freed himself from the illusion. His eyes still shone brightly. "How?" Before Merlin could react, Najin spoke. "I know I'm nothing special. I'm not as noble or exalted as King Arthur. It's obvious that I'm unimpressive to you." Breathless, Najin continued. His eyes were bloodshot. "I didn't mean it when I said Arthur was just fortunate in his era. I don't think that way. King Arthur was the greatest, shining brightest in the night sky. A hero who dispelled humanity's dark age, who overcame countless demons, who toppled false constellations, and ultimately halted Camlan's time. That's why, because Arthur shone so brightly. I must reach King Arthur or even higher. It had to be a goal worth pursuing. Not just a hero of the era, but a great hero leading the times, making it worthwhile to challenge. This was what Najin was saying. Whatever stands in my way, I'll go. I must hang my own star at the highest place. He had promised a proud knight, sworn from a land where no stars shone. So, I can't return this to you. Najin gripped Excalibur tightly. It still shone brightly. Merlin silently watched him. Her blue eyes saw Najin, and also something beyond him, a past long gone. A symbol like this sword. Arthur's first meeting. His defiance even after seeing the future Merlin had shown. So I can't give this back. From now on, this sword will become a symbol with me. A symbol of victory, glory, and hope. Remembering Arthur, Merlin sighed deeply. Najin couldn't see her face due to her hanging hair, but a smile was on Merlin's lips. That statement. Merlin lifted her head, clearing her smile. She stepped back, no longer pressuring the boy, and spoke. The one about Arthur being a hero of his time. You said it without meaning it. You have to prove it. Prove that audacious claim, boy, Merlin smirked. If you can't prove it, you die by my hand. I'll hold off your divine punishment until then. If you give up or run away, I'll strike lightning on your head immediately, so don't even think about backing out. Her extended hand stopped in front of Najin, not at his forehead or neck, but a position to shake hands. Looking at the offered hand, Najin's eyes narrowed in confusion. What does she expect? Frowning at his gaze, Merlin growled, "Aren't you going to take it? Do you want to die?" Reluctantly, Najin grasped Merlin's hand. As he did, his vision shook, similar to the sensation when he was first drawn here, but slightly different. Through the flickering vision, Najin saw a constellation being engraved on the back of the hand he held with Merlin. It was a constellation of 11 stars, the constellation of the Staff of Selection. Merlin had made her decision. Remembering Arthur's last words, she had to guide this new owner of Excalibur. Her extended hand was a gesture of agreement, a sign of her willingness to guide him on this path. Najin looked at the hand, understanding its significance. Grasping it, he accepted the challenge, the path, and the trials ahead. Chapter 24, The Staff of Selection, 3. Najin blinked in a daze. Instead of the forest landscape he had been in moments before, a vast night sky filled his view. Staring at the night sky, Najin blinked several times. Have I returned? Had he returned? Or was it all just a dream? Slowly rising to his feet, Najin instinctively lifted his hand. The hand that had shaken with Merlin, the wizard of the lake. It seemed like a constellation had been engraved on the back of his hand, but now there was nothing. Was it really just a dream? It was strange for a dream. Anyway, Najin slowly stood up. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he couldn't let his guard down. Pursuers might be following along the river he had drifted down. As he erased the traces he left behind, Najin's gaze drifted towards a distant city. Perhaps a city built above the underground city, Atman. Although he felt a sense of wonder looking at the massive city, he couldn't view it positively. Knowing all too well what foul things filled that place, Najin glared at the city's spire visible even from afar. The spire adorned with symbols like those of the Order. Was that the Order's lighthouse, the one he had only heard rumors about? Memorizing its appearance, Najin resolved to eventually bring it down and turned away. There was no time to dwell on the past. He had to move forward. But where should I go? It was Najin's first time in the outside world. He had no knowledge of it. He didn't know where to go or how far to flee. The world had suddenly become vast for the boy, but in this vast world he felt as lost as a child. The vast world, the wide-open fields. Where to go, where to walk. Feeling lost and about to take his first step away from the city, something happened. Twinkle. Najin's hand lit up. The constellation that had been invisible until just a moment ago was now rising on the back of his hand. Did you call me, Merlin? Shortly after the boy disappeared from Merlin's realm, a new visitor set foot there. A constellation like Merlin, with stars in the same realm, and a knight who stayed at the round table until the end. The oldest knight, Bediver of the One Arm. A knight who, out of sheer loyalty to Arthur, still guards the shattered round table. Merlin smiled at this knight, who could be trusted more than anyone else. I have something urgent to discuss. Is it about the Sword of Selection, Excalibur? I have some information about that too. Bediver sat on a stump near the lake. It's hard to intervene inland, so the information is limited, but first, it seems the Starblood faction doesn't know about Excalibur's new wielder. The faction? Yes. A close associate of the Starblood faction confirmed that the worst-case scenario of them pulling out Excalibur didn't happen. Their guard directly negated it, so it's probably true. He also contacted others, but as Bediver trailed off with a sigh, he added, honestly, the information is too limited. We should have started a faction or something. The land of stars, the battlefield of stars, even the vicinity of Camlan. It's extremely difficult for ascended constellations to intervene in the inland where humans live. That's why some constellations started factions to intervene, and others created armed groups to fight for themselves in the inland. However, Merlin, Bediva, and the knights related to the Round Table didn't do that. To be more precise, we didn't start one, we couldn't. Merlin sighed, her gaze drifting beyond the horizon. As she flicked her finger, the net of stars stretched out, trapping the writhing dragon and slamming it into the ground. Coom, turning her gaze away from the dust rising beyond the horizon, Merlin continued, "It's hard enough to keep those cursed beings in Camlan in check. How can we pay attention to the inland, too? You seem quite invested lately, hearing voices and such." That was an abnormal phenomenon. Merlin averted her eyes slightly. Bediva smirked and shrugged. "So, what information did you find?" "I found the owner of Excalibur." "Ah, that's great. Who is it? The Empire's sword master, the sword saint of the Order of the Sword, or their disciple?" "None of them. It was a brat I'd never seen before. A brat who seemed barely 20, or perhaps even younger. A brat who had achieved nothing yet had pulled out the sword," Merlin recounted. "Such a rude brat, staring with wide eyes, talking back without hesitation." Listening to her, Bediva glanced at Merlin's face, feeling something off. She's complaining, but there was a clear amusement in her voice, as if she found it interesting. Bediva noticed a smile on the corners of Merlin's lips. It was odd considering Merlin would usually be the most reluctant about a new successor. She had witnessed Arthur's death up close and heard the prophecy of the traitorous knight. She had hoped the prophecy wouldn't come true, which is why Merlin used to be wary of potential candidates for Excalibur, right? But now, she was smiling. It was like the old days when she traveled with the king. Though Bediva didn't fully understand, he soon came to realize why. He said the same thing. Merlin continued, "The same answer as Arthur. Can you believe it?" Hearing the story from Merlin, Bediva also found himself smiling. The tale of the boy who pulled out Excalibur was interesting enough to remind him of past memories with the king. Remarkable indeed. An unremarkable brat with not a single star, right? That's right. He has nothing, truly just an ordinary brat. But he withstood that vision, just like our king. Merlin nodded. Bediva smiled. "I'd like to see him myself." "That's why." Merlin grinned mischievously, the smile of a strategist and a guide who had plotted incredible plans by Arthur's side. Bediva should have been happy to see Merlin's smile after so long, but instead he felt a chill down his spine. Whenever Merlin smiled like that, she usually caused trouble. Though things always turned out well, Bediva remembered how hard the process was. "Wait a minute." Before Bediva could interrupt, Merlin, with her playful smile, spoke first. "I'm going to bring him here to this place." "What? Who? That brat? We can't intervene where he is, at least not until he reaches the Stars battlefield. There we can talk properly, give trials, and so on." "Why wait until then? What if other bastards snatched him in the meantime? So I'm going to move my consciousness down there." "Wait, hold on. What are you?" "By using Excalibur as a medium, I can move my consciousness to that brat. Then I can see and hear the same things as that brat. Which means I'll guide him directly. He said he's ready, he'll aim for the highest place. Then there's only one path to take." Merlin's decision to become the boy's guide was evident. "The same path our king walked. The king's path, or the path of a hero. I'll make him walk that path." Bediva silently observed Merlin, who spoke of transferring her consciousness. He knew what it meant. A constellation's power comes from the realm where their constellation is placed. Moving the consciousness somewhere else meant leaving behind all the power and might of a constellation, becoming a being that can only intervene in reality through voice. Sure, it's the only way to intervene inland, but it wasn't an easy or safe decision. If something happened to the boy who housed Merlin's consciousness, her consciousness itself could be in danger. You must choose wisely. Bediva intended to advise her, but seeing her determined face, he held back his words. She had already made up her mind. You won't listen to more, will you? He sighed and shook his head. I know why you called me, to take over the duties while you're gone, right? It's not hard. Just press down the dragon whenever it squirms. I'll leave a star behind so it won't be too hard. It sounds like the hardest job to me. Suddenly burdened with a task, a wrinkle formed on Bediva's forehead, but he soon stood up with a sigh. I can't do it for long. It won't take long. It might seem long to humans, but for constellations that have guarded this place for hundreds of years, it's just a fleeting moment. With those words, Merlin closed her eyes, and her body dissolved into starlight. At the lakeside where Merlin disappeared, Bediva, left alone, touched his armor. Engraved there was the symbol of the round table. It's been centuries since the round table lost its master and was shattered. The knight, who had been guarding the round table alone for centuries, exhaled deeply. Having waited for hundreds of years, waiting a decade or two more seemed insignificant. Although Bediva thought this way, he couldn't help but be curious about the boy who might become his new master. Pondering the appearance of the boy who could be his master, Bediva clenched his fist in the air. In his grip formed a pure white spear, a weapon bestowed upon him by Arthur. Holding the spear, Bediva left the star domain. He wasn't sure when the boy would reach this place, but until then, he would stand guard. Bediva set off to tidy up the cursed beings of Camlin, trying to slip through the seal's cracks. Najin squinted his eyes, looking at his palm where the constellation had flickered momentarily. The constellation, which had seemed to etch itself on his hand just a moment ago, had now vanished. What's going on? Najin rubbed his palm, puzzled. Rubbing it won't make it visible. I've hidden the other constellations too. A voice echoed in his ears. Startled, Najin looked towards the source of the voice, but there was nothing to see. Stop turning around. It won't do you any good. With a chuckle, the familiar voice continued. Recognizing the voice, Najin realized who it was. Merlin, seems like you're quite startled. What's this? I hear your voice in my ear. What do you think it is? The voice laughed scornfully. I told you I'd be watching. Najin blinked, and the voice continued. And if you're to compete with Arthur, shouldn't the conditions at least be the same? That's fair competition. The same conditions as Arthur. Najin, not immediately grasping the meaning, was about to ask what she meant when Merlin responded. You need a guide, too. A guide to show the way for a hero. Najin then understood what Merlin was implying. Arthur's journey always included an advisor and guide. While many knights followed Arthur, the place by his side was always reserved for one person. The guide, Merlin, always showing the right path. That's how Merlin was introduced in the fairy tales. Najin, however, responded with a slightly reluctant tone. So, you'll be my guide. That's the plan. But didn't you dislike me? Yes, I do. Still, disliking is one thing, but recognition is another. You've proven your worth by overcoming the trial I set. Merlin spoke calmly. Those who are worthy deserve appropriate opportunities. Opportunities for those who are worthy. A line Najin remembered from the Chronicles of Arthur. Slowly nodding, Najin accepted the offer. Whether he liked it or not, there was no reason to refuse. Honestly, I was at a loss. Although he had managed to escape from the underground city, Najin knew nothing of the outside world. With no knowledge of what lay beyond, he had no idea where to go or how far to flee. I appreciate that. No need to thank me. It's only right. Then, let me ask for your advice right away. There was no intention to refuse the help. Use everything you can, as Ivan had taught him. Najin exhaled briefly and spoke. 1. I'm currently being pursued. If caught, I'll likely be killed. I'll explain the details as we move, so just listen for now. Najin pointed towards the city behind him. 2. It's best to keep as far away from that city as possible. The pursuers are from there, and my appearance and characteristics are probably already exposed. Did you commit a crime or something? Well, it's hard to explain. I've been a criminal since birth, kind of. I'll explain that later, too. So, we need to flee immediately. Is there a safe route? Following the path guided by Merlin for a while, Najin finally caught his breath after entering a densely wooded forest. The city was now a good distance away, and the towering trees provided perfect cover. Although he had only been guided for a short time, he had to admit, Merlin was quite a capable guide. Finding a place that was ideal for hiding and resting was done in an instant. It's convenient. Although it felt like using a person, or rather a constellation, as a tool, Najin didn't feel much guilt. She offered help, so why refuse? With that thought, Najin looked up at the dense trees. So this is what trees look like. There were trees in the underground city, but none as large as these. Admiring the trees several times his height, Najin marveled at everything being so new to him. So, noticing Najin had caught his breath, Merlin spoke. What's this about being a criminal and having pursuers? Well, it's... Just as Najin was about to answer Merlin's question, he stopped abruptly. The night sky he had been looking up at through the trees had changed. Where there had been darkness, now there was a glow. The blackness that had painted the sky was receding, replaced by twilight. Soon, a round object burst forth from beyond the horizon, glowing bright and warm. That thing. Najin mused to himself. That's the sun. Najin witnessed his first sunrise, the rising sun. Watching the sky brighten and the twilight fade, turning blue, Najin was mesmerized by the breathtaking sight. The sun, really? Merlin sounded incredulous. Like you're seeing the sun for the first time. I am, just today. What? Najin chuckled. I've never seen the sun or blue sky before today. Where I lived, neither the sun nor the sky was visible. Did you live in some kind of tunnel? Something like that. How to explain it? Najin hesitated to speak. It wasn't easy to summarize 18 years of life in one place. As he was pondering how to start, if it's hard to explain, let's move while you talk. No rush. Should we? Yeah. Though it wasn't intentional, Merlin said, your desired conditions seem to match the destination I had in mind. A place far from this city. Somewhere to escape the pursuers and to start anew. Coincidentally, the destination Merlin had chosen matched all these criteria. The City of Opportunities, Cambria. Do you know that place? At that question, Najin's eyes widened. Cambria, that name was familiar to him. I've read about it in fairy tales. The story in the Chronicles of Arthur began right after the prologue, where Arthur pulls out Excalibur. The main story starts in the first chapter, set in Cambria, the place where Arthur and Merlin first met, and the city where Arthur began to rise to prominence. The city's other name was the place where two dragons are buried, the Tomb of Dragons. You know who did that, right? Of course he knew. You and King Arthur, the legend that started their story. Two warriors, a swordsman and a mage, brought down two dragons. That's where Arthur and Merlin's tale began. Although it wasn't the time, Najin felt his heart beating faster. The stories he had only read in books were unfolding before him. Before heading to Cambria, let's do one thing, Merlin suggested. Let's check your abilities. I need to gauge your level. My abilities? Nothing major. Can you handle mana? Just seeing that should give me a rough estimate. After a moment of thought, Najin drew his sword from his waist. It was a sword he owed to Hojel, having used it extensively during his escape from the underground city. Holding the sword, Najin drew out his sword energy. Whoosh! A white glow formed over the sword, followed by golden particles. Will this do? It's about all I can show right now. There was silence from Merlin, as if words had failed her. Chapter 25. The City of Opportunities, Cambria 1, Sword Aura, the symbol of a sword expert. It's considered the exclusive domain of the strong who have reached a certain level, but for a transcendent being like Merlin, Sword Aura wasn't anything special. The stage where she had been active was crowded with those who easily emitted Sword Aura. The Sword Aura itself wasn't surprising. The realm of a sword expert was the same. Having seen countless seekers and masters surpass the level of a sword expert, Merlin wasn't easily amazed by mere talent. So what exactly had left her speechless? The answer was simple. How old are you? I'm 18. By the standards of the Empire. Yes, by the standards of the Britain Empire. The first point was the boy's age. 18. Not a young age, but too young to emit sword aura. Even for Merlin, who wasn't greatly concerned with the ways of the world. Merlin, look at this. The youngest ever sword expert has emerged. He managed to emit sword aura at the age of 23. Can you believe it? My goodness, 23. She remembered, about a decade ago, the buzz around the birth of the youngest sword expert. Bediva had made a fuss about it. She clearly remembered her own surprise upon confirming the news. Emitting sword aura at 23 was certainly astonishing. Except for the exceptional case of King Arthur, he was called the youngest ever sword expert. Isn't he now the head of the Order of the Sword? A so-called genius emitted sword aura at 23, but the boy before her was 18. When had Arthur emitted sword aura? She couldn't be sure since Arthur was already handling sword aura when they met, but she thought their ages were similar. Merlin gazed at the boy's sword in silence. Even if it was impressive that he emitted sword aura at a young age, the color of the sword aura shimmering before her now was something she couldn't overlook. She was at a loss for words. Platinum-colored sword aura. That was something only Arthur could handle, Arthur's exclusive domain. Of course, it's too early to judge just by the color of the sword aura. She would need to reevaluate when the boy reached the level of a sword seeker, capable of imbuing his sword aura with his own sentiments. But just in case, if the boy's sword aura possessed similar properties to Arthur's, it was not a matter to be taken lightly. Platinum-colored sword aura was like a thorn in the side of anything related to Camlan. And above all, the moment the dragons recognized the boy's sword aura, they would try to kill him by any means necessary. This has become complicated. Even if it wasn't revealed that Najin was the owner of Excalibur, the moment Najin's sword aura was exposed, he would be targeted by countless forces. The light the boy possessed. It was something the boy, as he was now, couldn't handle. Merlin had thought it would be fortunate if the boy could handle mana to some extent, but she discovered something beyond her imagination in him. She chuckled. What the boy held was full of too many dangerous things. If discovered, things that would make the whole world target him. To nurture the boy to a level where he could survive in the world with these things in his possession was her role as a far-off guide. A difficult task, a path where everything collapses if misstepped. But as the boy himself would say, that's what makes it a path worth challenging. A smile spread across Merlin's face. While traveling, Najin had several conversations with Merlin. From these conversations, he gathered a few points and tried to organize the information. First, you said that the constellations that could become my allies are far from here, right? Yes, we are bound near Camlan, the Knights of the Round Table, and the heroes who were with Arthur. They were located not inland, but on the boundary line at the edge of the world, spending their time hunting the cursed beings from Camlan that crossed through the cracks in the seal Arthur created, Merlin explained. Even if that weren't the case, constellations usually find it difficult to intervene inland. To intervene, they need to create an order, and that's not a simple task. The fact that most constellations cannot intervene inland. Constellations can only intervene in intermediate areas away from inland or in battlefields of stars and near Camlan. Normally, just talking to you would require me to bear an enormous burden. But since I transferred my consciousness through Excalibur, I can talk to you comfortably like this. Although she didn't fully understand, Merlin boasted that what she had done was quite amazing and something ordinary constellations wouldn't even dream of. For Najin, listening to her, it was just a matter of accepting it. The point is this, Merlin said. Unless you have your own star and reach a certain level to come to the battlefield of stars, it's hard for us to protect you. Inside the mainland, you must survive on your own, like King Arthur did. Yes, Arthur was pursued by numerous demons and nations that worshipped demons. But for you, it's just different enemies. There might be constellations and forces friendly to Arthur and to Nagin, simply relying on goodwill. The malice of those who are determined to kill you is a bit too intense. There were too many enemies to rely on just goodwill. Merlin muttered and smiled bitterly. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? Roughly. Nagin was quick to understand and had a rough idea of what Merlin was trying to say. Hide the special things I possess. That's what you mean, right? If they are exposed, I'll be targeted by troublesome forces. Exactly. Fortunately or unfortunately, only a very few knew that Nagin had drawn Excalibur. The order was somewhat annoying, but they wouldn't want to expose their own faults either. For now, I just have to be careful of the Starlight Order. At the mention of the order, Merlin fell silent. Having briefly learned about Nagin's origin and the background of his life in their conversations, she sighed deeply and spoke. That's my oversight. Her voice slightly subdued. I never thought the Order's judgment body would be maintained in such a way, in such a manner. To think they would try to kill a candidate who drew the sword, possibly challenging Arthur's authority. Would they act so decisively to protect the Order's reputation? I didn't think the lighthouse, I know, would have the audacity to do that. Whether it's the lower ranks acting on their own or the lighthouse is involved, I need to find out. I'll ask Bediva to don't do it. As Merlin was muttering about how to respond to the Order's actions, Nagin interrupted her. What? Don't touch the Order, Nagin said decisively. Whether it's taking revenge on the Order or punishing them, I'll do it with my own hands, without anyone's help. He had made that promise. Ivan had said to become an existence that no one could ignore and to reclaim his honor. Saying so, Ivan made Nagin his squire, even though that promise was broken and was overshadowed by a new vow. Nagin still considered himself Ivan's squire. The honor that Ivan had been trampled by the Order could only be reclaimed by his own hands, Ivan's squire. He didn't think Ivan would appreciate honor regained with someone else's help. Someday, beyond a sword expert, when he reaches the next level after Ivan, a sword seeker. If that's not enough, then to the even higher level of sword master, when he is fully qualified, when he has enough power. Then he will return to that city and proclaim. He came to reclaim the honor of the knight of Atanga, Ivan, that the starlight they tried to trample has returned like this. Imagining a distant future, Nagin said, there are things that I can only reclaim, only obtain if I bring them down with my own hands. So don't interfere. Merlin was silent, feeling the weight in the boy's voice. If that's what you say, all right. His determination to achieve his goals with his own strength. Someone might mark that stubbornness as foolish, but Merlin liked that foolishness. The people who were with Arthur were nothing but such fools. He's an interesting young man to guide. Thinking so inwardly, Merlin returned to her original role, a guide who shows the way. She was there to advise, but walking the path was the boy's responsibility. The city of opportunities, Cambria, the city that became the backdrop for King Arthur's rise to prominence and where his epic began to take shape. Was it because Arthur built his reputation in Cambria and gathered his comrades there? Or was it because Cambria was the starting point of his journey? At some point, Cambria came to be known as the City of Opportunities. The city, with its background of magical beasts and various anomalies, and the legend of King Arthur tied to it, naturally attracted adventurers and mercenaries. In this city formed by adventurers, nobles seeking hidden talents, and external capitalists and merchants targeting adventurers and mercenaries flocked in. As the city developed, students from academies, apprentice mages from magic towers, apprentice knights, and others, young buds about to step into society, would come to Cambria to hone their sense of reality. Hence the nickname, City of Opportunities. If you have talent, if you have the right qualities, no matter how lowly your origin, you can rise to great heights in Cambria. chasing opportunities, or gold and power. Every year, countless people come to the City of Opportunities with big dreams. But of course, not all of them can succeed. While some find success, others realize the limits of their talent and end up stuck in the city's alleyways. So, although the situation is a bit different, like Najin now, both Najin and Merlin were silent, unable to accept the current dire situation. Here's the context. Najin arrived in the City of Opportunities, Cambria, after following the path guided by Merlin for 10 days. Camping in the forest, filling their stomachs by hunting animals, and barely catching a ride on a carriage, they made it to the city. Everything was fine until they reached the city. The problem was they had run out of money, and they were starving. Their emergency food supplies had been used up long ago, and it had been days since they had a proper meal. Wandering the city with a hungry stomach for a while, when Najin came to his senses, he found himself in a dingy alleyway. It was almost like a habit. "Why did you come here?" Thinking of rummaging through the trash. "Seriously," Najin nodded. Merlin was horrified. That's not really right, is it?" "No, we have to survive somehow. You should beg rather than. No matter what, rummaging through trash isn't the way to go." Najin laughed while listening to Merlin's cries of dismay. In truth, Najin didn't intend to rummage through trash. He would do it if really cornered, but for now, he still had some leeway. There was a reason he came down this alley. "It's a joke." Najin exhaled deeply. "I was thinking of resting here for a bit. Really, why would I lie about something like this? Why not rest outside? It's too bright, hurts my eyes." Najin was still unaccustomed to sunlight. He could move around in it, but when resting, he instinctively sought out shade where light didn't penetrate. It feels somewhat cozy. It had only been 10 days since he left the underground city. Habits ingrained over 18 years don't easily fade away. Leaning against the wall of the alleyway, Najin slowly exhaled. City of Opportunities, Cambria. The city was very different from what he had seen in fairy tales, and much larger than Najin had imagined. A wider stage, a broader backdrop. By drawing Excalibur and escaping the underground city, the prologue of his story had ended. Now it was time to begin. Najin suddenly shifted his gaze, looking at those dozing off against the walls of the alleyway. Likely the dropouts and failures of this city. There were many like them in the underground city. If you settle for coziness, he might end up like them. Najin took a deep breath and spurred himself on. Staying still wouldn't make the hunger go away. He had to do something. Just as Najin was about to get up from the alley, he turned his attention to an approaching presence. At the entrance of the alley, a girl stood there, backlit by the sun. She was looking down at Najin, who was about to get up, narrowing her eyes. Najin met the gaze of the girl looking down at him. "She's been watching me since earlier." More precisely, she had been watching this alleyway. She had been sitting on a bench with a clear view of the alley, observing it all the while. "Looks like," the girl smiled. Her hair sparkled in the sunlight, a light brown color. The girl's half-closed eyes reminded him of a snake. Najin knew this type of gaze well. The eyes of a loan shark or a merchant. The greedy, glittering eyes commonly seen in the underground city. The girl didn't seem to hide her greed. Najin sensed that her greed was directed at him. "You don't seem to have had a proper meal." She reached out her hand to Najin. "How about we go to a nice place together?" Her name was Dieta Arbinia. The nobles of the city called her the abandoned child of Arbinia, but the adventurers and mercenaries of this city had a different name for her. The snake that swallows gold. A nickname earned because she would pounce on anything that seemed profitable, swallowing it whole. Dieta rushed towards anything that could produce gold, whether it was a relic, a request, or even, "I'll buy you a meal," even if it was a human being. Chapter 26, The City of Opportunities, Cambria 2, "I'll buy you a meal." Najin looked at the girl who had reached out a hand to him, a girl who seemed about his age. Her light brown hair, common and unremarkable, didn't catch the eye. but the girl's eyes, glittering with desire, did. The rare, golden yellow color of her eyes was unusual. Some might see the gleam of gold coins in those eyes, others might think of a snake's gaze. Eyes that blatantly revealed intentions without any attempt to hide desire. The emotion in the girl's eyes was interest. Najin, after staring into her eyes, looked down at her outstretched hand, a hand clad in white gloves. Najin took her hand and stood up. He followed the girl, who walked ahead, his own hand resting on the hilt of his sword at his waist. It seems suspicious. Are you sure about following her? She's offering a meal. Though he muttered this inwardly, Najin didn't let down his guard. Yet, despite his caution, the girl genuinely led him to an ordinary restaurant, a restaurant in Cambria's central square. Upon entering the seemingly upscale restaurant, what greeted Najin was not a deadly weapon, but the appetizing smell of food, making his hungry stomach scream in protest. Please sit there. Even as he sat down, Najin didn't let his guard down. But he couldn't maintain that attitude in front of the plates of food served one after the other on the table. Gulp. Food he had never seen in the underground city. In front of warm and fragrant dishes, Najin involuntarily swallowed. His hand, which had been resting on his sword hilt, was now reaching for the fork on the table. You must be hungry. The girl, watching Najin, smiled. Shall we eat first and then talk? What had seemed like a sinister smile, filled with ulterior motives, now seemed no different from the smile of a benevolent gentlewoman. Najin took his hand off the sword hilt and grasped the fork. It was delicious. Really. Even considering it was his first proper meal in days, it was a truly moving experience. When chewing on a piece of well-cooked meat, Najin almost shed a tear. So, the people from the upper levels eat this regularly. In the underground city, a feast meant dried meat of unknown age or dishes made by frying leftovers from animals butchered above ground. Even such meals were only tasted when Ivan held large events in the city. It's a different level. The food of the upper levels was tender, not dry, greasy, and filling. Najin genuinely admired it. He felt a similar emotion to when he first ate a proper meal after being noticed by Ivan while rummaging through trash as a child. After finishing the meal, Najin was cleansing his palate with water when the girl sitting opposite him finally spoke. Tastes good, doesn't it? It's one of my favorite places. Najin nodded vigorously. His wariness had already dissipated. Regardless of her intentions in treating him to such a meal, Najin was very open to considering them positively. Najin adjusted his posture, ready to listen. Seeing that Najin was prepared to hear her out, the girl began to speak. Let me introduce myself first. She took out a business card from her pouch and handed it to Najin. Having learned to read and write the standard script of the Empire from Ivan, Najin found it easy to read the card. The card belonged to the owner of the Dieta Trading Company, with the names of high-ranking officials recognizing the legitimate authority of the company. At the top, there was a name that seemed to be the girl's. Dieta Black 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 Black. The letters written afterward were unreadable. It seemed more like someone had deliberately scratched off the letters with a knife rather than just wear and tear. Puzzled, Najin handed the card back to the girl. My name is Dieta. Receiving the card back, she began. As written on the card, I run the Dieta Trading Company here in Cambria. I'm quite well known in this city, but, she glanced at Najin, it seems you've just arrived in this city. I arrived today. You haven't gotten your ID card issued yet. I don't have the money for it. An ID card was necessary for formally accepting quests and operating in the city. However, obtaining an ID card required money, and Najin had none. The travel money Afen had given him for escaping the underground city had been used up on the way here. You really came to this city with nothing, huh? I have quite a story. It's harder to find someone without a story in this city. Dieta tilted her teacup. After taking a sip, she opened her mouth as if to get to the main point. It seems you're in a tough situation, Would you be interested in making a deal with me? A deal? Yes, a deal. I have a problem that's been troubling me lately. Najin sensed it. This was the main point. The meal wasn't just a kind gesture, but something with a motive, an expectation. From Najin's perspective, this was more comfortable. Pure kindness is hard to comprehend, but the latter is intuitive and easier to understand. Still, there was something troubling him. Why would someone like a company owner need him? The more Najin listened to Dieta, the narrower his eyes became. So, Najin, having listened carefully to Dieta, spoke. You want me to catch a group messing with your company's ledgers and punish them? Is that what you're saying? Exactly. They meddled with the ledgers and hid in the alleyways, didn't they? I reported it, but the city guards here aren't very reliable. But why me? Najin's question was natural. If the company was as large as it seemed, they could hire private soldiers or even mercenaries without relying on someone untested like himself. Is the reason that important? Dieta responded briefly to his question. What matters is that I'm offering you a good opportunity, and accepting this request won't be a loss for you, right? It doesn't matter why. You don't have to accept it. Don't worry, I'm not the type to say, pay for the meal, if you refuse my offer. Dieta smiled as she did at the beginning. Although her smile was highly suspicious, Najin decided not to delve deeper. As she said, there was nothing for him to lose in this proposition. Certainly, an attractive offer. The amount of money Dieta promised to pay for capturing them seemed quite substantial, even to Najin, who had a less developed sense of money. It's not a losing proposition. But don't you have one thing to check? Merlin's voice rang in his ears. Najin answered inwardly. It seemed Merlin was thinking the same thing. Just need to confirm if the people she wants me to catch are actually criminals. Otherwise, it could be a trap. In the underground city, where Ivan was the law, acting recklessly could turn one into a criminal in an instant. Najin was aware of this. You're not clueless, are you? Satisfied with his response, Najin nodded. Do you have any descriptions of them? Just pick from here. You don't need to choose them all, just as many as you want. Dieta laid out several wanted posters in front of Najin. She spread out about 6. Looking at the posters, Najin suddenly smiled. Out of the 6 wanted posters, 3. They were individuals who had apparently hidden in a very familiar setting. Najin pointed at those 3 posters. I'll take these. All 3. Dieta seemed a bit surprised. Najin, holding the detailed information and descriptions of the wanted individuals, stood up. One last thing, Najin asked Dieta before leaving. How capable are the targets? Do they handle mana or emit sword aura? Dieta's face, which had remained expressionless, showed a significant change at Najin's question. She looked as if wondering whether she really had to explain that. But then she composed herself and answered. If they knew how to emit sword aura, they'd be sword experts. Then I'd hire a knight or a professional mercenary group, right? And the cost of the request would include a few more coins. She explained calmly. I heard they hired a few bodyguards, but they'll just be at the level of handling weapons. People who know how to emit sword aura aren't hired cheaply. Is that so? Have you been living deep in the mountains or something? This is almost common knowledge. Deep in the mountains, huh? Najin chuckled and nodded. Something like that. Excuse me. I'll visit you again soon, and thank you for the meal. It was quite satisfying. Just as he was about to leave the restaurant, Najin's gaze lingered. It settled on a man sitting in a corner of the restaurant. The man had been observing Najin and Dieta since the moment they entered. Their gazes met. Despite the man's penetrating stare, Najin didn't look away, but rather stared back directly, as if to challenge him. After a brief clash of gazes in midair, the man chuckled and turned his head away first. Leaving the man behind, Najin exited the restaurant. He didn't forget to take note of the restaurant's sign and location before leaving, thinking he must return once he earned some money. With these thoughts, Najin moved on. A short while after Najin left the restaurant, a man approached Dieta, who sat alone sipping her tea. It was Paisian, a knight who had been circling around her, providing protection. The only knight who followed her when she almost ran away from the Arbinia house. Paisian, who owed a debt of gratitude to her mother, now lying cold in the grave, glanced at Dieta before speaking. "How was it, Sir Paisian?" "Not bad. He noticed us. He noticed." "Yes, he seemed to be hiding his presence, but he caught on. He stared for quite a while before leaving." Paisian laughed as if it was absurd. "He seems like a bold kid. Any peculiarities?" His eyes seemed sharp, but other than that, nothing notable. But, Paisian sighed. "As I always say, please refrain from dealing with those entrenched in the back alleys. They are unpredictable." "That's what makes it interesting, Sir Paisian. You don't understand." Dieta chuckled. "It's fun to find shining things in the dark. Sometimes you find a gem or two in the alleys. Just one meal can give a good impression to talents. It's a win-win deal. You've treated nearly 40 people so far, and only 2 have paid back. Quite a worthy investment. Now it's 3. Excuse me, including the boy who just left. 3 out of 40 isn't bad, right?" She spoke with conviction. Paisian silently observed his mistress. Although she belonged to the Arbinia family, she did not possess the family's characteristic golden hair. Strongly inheriting her mother's genes, Dieta lacked the luminescent blonde hair of her father's lineage. But those eyes, those sharp, yellow eyes, piercing through people's worth like a snake, were reminiscent of the head of the Arbinia family. Observing the sometimes spine-chilling gaze of his mistress, Paisian inwardly sighed. When his mistress was this confident, there was usually something special about the other party. "It seems you took quite a liking to that boy just now." "Well, he's good-looking." "Is that the reason?" "There are other reasons, too," Dieta trailed off. "It's not something I can explain. Just a feeling." Thinking back to the boy, Dieta propped her chin up. He had the sharp edge of someone who clawed their way up from the bottom. Yet his eyes were different, uncorrupted, carrying a clear light. Eyes that contrasted with the atmosphere he exuded. Dieta felt intrigued by those eyes. The boy, still dirty, marked by the world, and a greenhorn just stepping into the city, had something. "There's something about him. Not sure what it is. A hunch, something like that." Dieta chuckled, propping her chin. "Sir Paisian want to make a bet." "On what exactly?" "Whether the boy will complete the task and return in a few days." "How long will you bet on?" After a moment of contemplation, Paisian spoke. Paisian bet on a week, while Dieta bet on 4 days. This was a positive assessment of the boy. Even the week Paisian mentioned was a tight time frame for an average bounty hunter. Dieta had not lied to the boy. In reality, the targets the boy chose posed little threat in terms of force. The problem was their escape skills. Coming from the back alleys, they moved through the city's maze-like alleys as if it were their own home. Finding them might not be difficult, but capturing them was no easy task. "It's not a trap." "Seems like it." "Suspicious, but—" The task proposed by the girl named Dieta. Having confirmed that the targets of the task were wanted criminals, Najin was now heading towards the alleys. Dieta had marked a street where they were known to appear. Stepping into that street, Najin took a deep breath. The stale air of the back alleys was familiar to him. The alleys were dark, without sunlight, but this too was no issue for Najin. Living in darkness, he was accustomed to seeing in such dim light. "It's an opportunity I can't deny." Indeed, it was a good opportunity. To establish a footing and grow in this city, Najin needed some initial capital. Money was necessary for lodging, for food. He didn't need a lot, but at least enough to not struggle. "Let's earn a solid start." "Right. At least you won't have to rummage through trash." "I told you that was a joke." Ignoring Merlin's grumbling, Najin steadied his breathing. Merlin whispered in his ear as he loosened up his body. "But do you have a plan? It'll be hard to find them in such dark places." "Why those 3, specifically?" Najin just smiled at that question. The 3 wanted posters Najin had chosen. The places where those three fugitives were seen were none other than the city's shadowy alleys. In other words, environments very similar to the underground city. Well, a familiar stage and a familiar job. This is my area of expertise. The former hunter of Ivan's organization smiled. Hunting down those who ran off with money had always been Nadjan's specialty. Chapter 27. The City of Opportunities, Cambria 3, in the places where light doesn't reach well. Secluded, dark, damp, with limited visibility and narrow paths where moving freely is difficult. Back alleys or slums, as they are called. Present in every city, these areas grow larger as the city expands. Naturally, in the City of Opportunities, Cambria, there were slums. Places where fallen adventurers and mercenaries ended up, and criminals hid, creating a labyrinthine maze. To any sane person, to those leading a decent life, just stepping into these slums would cause chills, making them tense and stiffen up. They would instinctively feel the need to leave immediately. After all, that's what slums are. However, the boy who stepped into this place was different. Nadjan felt as if he had returned home. His mind, tired from seeing unfamiliar things over the past 10 days, relaxed as if saying, "This is my home." His tension eased, and his body moved fluidly. Similar to the underground city, Artman, swallowing the murky air, Nadjan lightly shook his body. After taking a few deep breaths, he narrowed his eyes. In the darkness, his sunset-colored eyes glimmered. Found it. What? Nadjan murmured to himself and took a few steps forward. Moving slowly towards the inner part of the alley, he suddenly quickened his pace when he sensed a presence in the distance. Thud, his powerful step. Immediately afterward, a flow of energy surged through his body. Now adept at using mana to enhance his physique, Nadjan dashed forward with a burst of speed. Realizing the change too late, the hiding man tried to flee, but Nadjan was already upon him. Kook! Nadjan grasped the man's neck and lifted him off the ground. The man, who appeared quite robust, was helplessly suspended in the air. Realizing his feet weren't touching the ground, the man looked down. Then he met Nadjan's gaze. In the dark, where light barely penetrated, Nadjan's eyes shone like those of a predator in the wild. The man's legs trembled as if his marrow had turned cold. "Why were you watching me?" Nadjan asked. The man didn't immediately respond, so Nadjan grabbed his fingers with his free hand. Knowing how to make someone talk, Nadjan applied pressure. Crunch! A scream echoed. After repeating the process a few times, reducing the number of unbroken fingers to less than 2, the man spilled everything he knew. Having gathered the necessary information, Nadjan knocked the man out with a punch to the jaw. After tossing the limp body aside, Nadjan murmured to himself. Hired a few lookouts, hiding in the alleys, keeping distance from bounty hunters who enter. The man had given simple information. But from that, Nadjan deduced how the fugitives had been evading capture. Merlin, incredulous, commented on Nadjan's swift deduction. You figured that out from just a few clues. After catching and punishing quite a few, you realize their tricks are all similar. Nadjan moved on. He knew exactly how to catch those who employed such tactics. There were safe and slow methods, and fast but risky ones. Nadjan chose the latter. How did I do that? Nadjan steadied his breath. Conscious of the speed of his steps and the area of his shoe soles touching the ground, he moved. It was something like this. Remembering how the shadows of the underground city had moved and silenced their presence while observing from a distance, Nadjan advanced. One step, then another. At first there was a faint sound, but by the third step there was no sound at all. When he grew accustomed to the movement, he started running silently. What? Merlin blinked, watching. Nadjan's movements, once heavy, were now stealthy enough to befit an assassin. Silently, Nadjan ran along the walls, passing right over the heads of the lookouts without them noticing. After bypassing several, he reached the heart of the tangled alleyways. There, chatting idly, was a man. He was playing cards with what seemed like hired bodyguards. On the table were cards and coins scattered around. The fugitive, Lopes. The man matched the description in the wanted poster Dieta had given him. Having confirmed his target, Najin silently leaped over Lopes. Then, thump. Landing, he seized Lope's head and slammed it onto the table. The table shattered, and cards and coins flew into the air. The guards, startled by the sudden intrusion of Najin, reached for their waists. In the underground city, such a reaction would be considered slow, but speed is always relative. To Najin, everything seemed to move in slow motion. He stepped on the hand of a man trying to pick up an axe from the ground, breaking his hand with a loud crack. Najin then spun around on the spot. He stomped on the back of another man's hand as he tried to draw a sword from his waist, and quickly twisted and broke the wrist of a third man who attempted to stab him with a dagger. The movements of those trying to draw their weapons were delayed by a moment each time, and that was enough for Najin. He subdued them one by one. There was no need to use his sword. A swing at the chin, a punch to the face, that was all it took. Ah! Lopes, who had been smashed into the table, slowly lifted his head. By the time he came to his senses, the three bodyguards beside him were already lying on the ground, their eyes rolled back. At the moment Lopes' eyes met Najin's, his pupils trembled. Just as he hastily tried to turn and flee, thud! A throwing knife lodged itself into Lopes' calf. It was a knife Najin had snatched from the assassins of the Starblood sect and had been using ever since. Ugh! Lopes fell to the ground. Clenching his teeth, he turned his head to look at the mysterious boy and yelled at him. You've messed with the wrong person. Sweating profusely, he pulled something out from his clothes and squeezed it tightly. Beep! A loud noise rang out. It was a signal to gather his colleagues and hired guards scattered in the alleyways. This is mine and Brother Brahm's territory. You're a bounty hunter, huh? You're screwed now, kid. Lopes laughed confidently. Najin responded with a smile. As Lopes looked at him, he felt an uneasy sense of foreboding. You're making my job easier, Najin muttered. After all, Brahm was also one of Najin's targets. Listening to the footsteps approaching from all sides, Najin drew his sword. With a swish, he unsheathed his sword and narrowed his eyes. It took a few minutes for Lopes, the wanted criminal, to realize that something had gone terribly wrong. Najin, who had eluded and even hunted the professional pursuers of the Starblood faction, found these street thugs simple prey. In the alleys where they roamed, they were no match for him. 5 minutes. That's how long it took for Najin to subdue all the thugs and throw Brahm, the wanted criminal who had been directing them from afar, next to Lopes. That makes two, wanted criminal Brahm, wanted criminal Lopes. Najin murmured as he tied them up. If I knew it would be this easy, I should have taken all 6 wanted posters. Madam, a young adventurer has arrived. Early in the morning, Dieta blinked at her secretary's words. Already, she had just arrived at the trading company and was sipping her morning coffee. Who is it? A young man with grey hair. He received a task from you yesterday, the grey-haired young man. It was the boy she had treated to a meal yesterday. She had given him the location of her office, but to come this early. Was he here to ask for more information about the wanted criminals? She had given him all the information already. If he wanted more, it would be somewhat disappointing. With that thought, Dieta gestured for the secretary to let him in. Heavy footsteps sounded on the stairs, and after a short while, the office door opened. The boy from yesterday entered the room. But the moment Dieta saw him, she realized he wasn't here to ask for more information. The boy had brought in 3 wanted criminals. Dieta's eyes widened in shock. Not just her, but even her bodyguard Paisian was taken aback. Are these 3 the right ones? Regardless of their reactions, Najin pointed behind him. There stood 3 wanted criminals, limping and bound. Their arms were tied, but they didn't resist or attempt to escape. As Najin turned around, they bowed their heads as if avoiding his gaze. Right, they are, Dieta murmured blankly. Brahm, Lopes, Miles. These wanted criminals from the back alleys, notorious for slipping away like eels, were now standing meekly in place, as if they were terrified of the young man standing before them. Chapter 28, The City of Opportunities, Cambria 4. Just as Dieta couldn't comprehend the situation, Paisian whispered into her ear. As a knight, he had noticed something. These three, their fingers are broken, knees and ankles too, precisely shattered just enough to hobble on one leg. Paisian muttered in a shocked tone. This isn't the skill of a novice. Dieta swallowed hard. Even though she had bet on 4 days in their wager, it was still a very optimistic prediction. These three bounties were notorious back alley dwellers, troublesome even for seasoned bounty hunters. But to accomplish this in just one night, it was an unbelievable achievement. Dieta recognized the boy had successfully completed the task and deserved his reward, but she couldn't immediately find the words to speak. Also, while she was still in shock, could you check these out? Najin placed a leather pouch on the office desk. Paisian, standing beside Dieta, ensured there was nothing dangerous inside and then emptied its contents on the desk. Spilled out were gold coins, tampered ledgers, various valuable trinkets and gold bars. All the money and items these three bounty heads had swindled from Dieta's firm, along with their liquidated assets, were all tracked down and brought by Najin. Realizing this, Dieta couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. How did you manage all this? To this, Najin, who was about to boast of his skills, closed his mouth. There was no need to explain his past profession. There are ways to make them talk. After a bit of finger twisting, they all start talking. Najin added this thought internally. I'd like to ask that too. Really? Merlin echoed in Najin's ears, incredulously. Despite witnessing Najin's work closely, Merlin couldn't grasp the process. Fragments of information obtained through coercion. Gathering these fragments, Najin quickly located their hidden safe. How he derived such a conclusion from those fragments was beyond Merlin's understanding. Watching him felt like witnessing magic. Amid Merlin's voice and Dieta's incredulous gaze, Najin just smiled. Unbeknownst to them, Najin had been both a debt collector and an enforcer. It's obvious where these types hide their money. The way these types hid their money was predictable, and with just a bit of information, locating the safe was not challenging. Dieta, who had been silent, let a smile creep onto her lips. Her eyes, even more deeply yellow than the day before, twinkled. Feeling a shiver down his spine, Najin flinched. You're better than I had imagined. Dieta beamed. She took out a paper from a pile in the corner of her office, scribbled some words with a quill, stamped it with the owner's seal, and handed it to Najin. Here's your reward. You can exchange it at the trading counter on the first floor. Our company also functions as a bank, so you can leave it with the vault keepers for safekeeping. The amount is 10 more than what you mentioned yesterday. I was very pleased with your work. And then, standing up, Dieta extended her hand, now gloveless, towards Najin. Looks like we'll be seeing each other often, so shall we formally introduce ourselves? I think I forgot to ask your name yesterday. As I mentioned yesterday, my name is Dieta. What's yours? With an attractive smile, the girl asked. And Najin, after the boy left the office, Dieta gazed blankly at her outstretched hand. Her pale, slender fingers were exposed after removing her glove, a signal of her own. I liked you. Let's see each other more often. That kind of signal. Dieta, confident in her appearance, had once been the subject of several marriage proposals, nearly sold off in a seasonal deal. She was considered the most beautiful among the daughters of the Albania family. A pretty smile, an extended hand without a glove. A scene that would normally attract a man's attention, right? Surely it should have. Yet the boy hadn't taken her hand. Leaving words about not having a name worthy of sharing, he had smoothly exited the office. It felt like being rejected without even confessing. Feeling an odd sensation, Dieta clenched her hand in the air a few times. It could have been an upsetting moment, but instead she smiled. After all, it wouldn't be fun if he was too easy to catch. He was impressive, wasn't he? The boy just now, sitting back down and donning her gloves, Dieta spoke. Paisian, standing by her side, nodded. Definitely beyond expectations. I think so too. What could be his identity? Dieta, who had seen countless adventurers and mercenaries in this city, knew well. Even professional bounty hunters couldn't handle tasks as cleanly and quickly as that boy. What exactly was the identity of that boy? Pondering over the conversation she had with the mysterious boy, Dieta leaned on her chin, deep in thought. The skill the boy showed was too exceptional to have no background. A skill cleaner than professional bounty hunters. Could he have been involved in this line of work? As far as she knew, only rangers had such expertise in stealth, ambush, and pursuit. Could he really be a former ranger? But the boy looked too young to be a ranger. If he was, he would have been the youngest ever, and she had never heard such rumors. A trainee from the ranger program. But it was rare for a trainee to be so skilled. Ah! Suddenly, a piece of information flashed through Dieta's mind. Among the rangers, those from the Techo mountain range were considered the elite. Even their trainees were said to be on a different level. From a very young age, they were trained to kill, lay traps, ambush, pursue, and torture. These trainees, honed to perfection, would spend their lives intercepting enemies in the Techo mountain range, oblivious to worldly matters. Dieta knew only a few of them graduated from this hell-like place to be called Rangers of the Techo mountain range. How could she not know? One of the most famous mercenaries in the city was a ranger from the Techo Mountains. Could that boy be one? It might just be speculation. But at that moment, Dieta's mind flashed back to the conversation she had with the boy. Did you come from deep in the mountains where you were training? That's quite basic knowledge. The question she had asked the boy, who seemed oblivious to common sense. To her casual question, the boy had answered, something like that. Gasp! Dieta inhaled sharply. She slapped the table with her palm and turned to Paisian, who was standing beside her, exclaiming with excitement. I told you, it's going to be very profitable. A single meal had connected her with a potential trainee, presumably, from the Techo mountain range. Even Paisian couldn't deny it this time. To him, a knight of high caliber, the boy was exceptional. Dieta smiled broadly, calculating in her head. Ah, I smell it. The scent of gold coins. The snake that swallows gold had caught the scent of gold. She had left a not-so-bad impression on the boy and established a connection. Now, it was just a matter of slowly drawing him in. Investing in a talent about to flourish was one of the most efficient businesses, as Dieta knew. A connection with a promising talent would elevate the firm's status. Great, just great, the boy settling in the city. How much value he held in gold coins and how much more it would increase in the future was still unknown. Since it was unknown, she had to gradually find out. She pondered what offer to make and what task to assign to gain his favor. Dieta's eyes shone even more brilliantly yellow than usual. Cough. A short cough. Someone broke Dieta's concentration. She shifted her gaze and looked at the three bounties tied up in front of her. The moment she saw them, her eyes instantly turned cold. They were worthless. They were worthless trash that might not even cough up a single gold coin. Dieta had no interest in such trash. She coldly commanded her secretary, take them away and deal with them. Sell off anything of value. His wallet suddenly thickened. Having secured a room at an inn, Najin paid the rent in one lump sum. Despite earning more than expected, he still had plenty of money left after paying for both rent and food. This will be my place for a while. A room with sunlight streaming through the window and a soft bed. Even the convenience of having meals downstairs was an unbeatable offer. Common for an inn in this city, but not for Najin. No more starving and sleeping on the floor for a while. Good to hear. So you've got the basics down now. Najin nodded. He had successfully secured basic funds. He had a place to stay, food sorted, and even managed to get an identification plaque. He took out the plaque from his pocket. Still just a piece of metal. The employee who issued it explained that it would only become an official ID after completing several tasks and gaining trust from the guild. This plaque is only proof that you're part of the city, not a confirmation of your identity. So now it was time to prove himself. Indeed, this seems like the perfect stage for me. Najin smiled. A city where I can start from scratch and grow my abilities. As long as I have achievements, I can create means to prove myself. Najin rolled the plaque in his hand. Although just a metal piece for now, accumulating achievements and enhancing his skills would turn it into a badge proving his existence. Speaking of which, Merlin smirked. You heard about the grades, right? Starting from black and progressing to white. The brighter the color, the higher the grade, allowing access to higher level tasks and facilities. A straightforward rule where anyone with skill can climb up. Your path is one of a king, Merlin said. You have to leave a mark wherever you walk, and you must reach the highest point of wherever you step. That's the way of a king, the way of a hero. Climb to the top, setting unapproachable records. Merlin was saying that. You know where you need to aim for, right? Najin nodded. Of course, the white grade, the pinnacle, the highest rank and the pinnacle of the city. Currently, there are only 5 people in the city with the white rank. Among them, 2 are swordsmen, and Najin had seen their realm on the guild's bulletin board. Sword Seeker. The first goal he should aim for. How about aiming for 2 years? 2 years. Najin knew what that meant. It was the time it took Arthur to rise from expert to seeker. How absurdly short that period was, Najin realized after coming to this city. From expert to seeker. A talented expert typically takes about 15 years to reach seeker with proper support. Geniuses take about 10 years with support. The unparalleled genius, Karen of the Order of the Sword, took 7 years from expert to sword seeker. Knowing this, Najin understood how absurd Merlin's 2-year challenge was. Yet he smiled. With a smile, Najin voiced his ambition. 2 years, that's too long. Najin lifted the corners of his mouth. 1 year is enough. To break records, update every youngest record, and aim for the highest spot. And among the records Najin had to break, Arthur's was included too. It's not about following, it's about surpassing. No matter what anyone says, the boy's goal was to rise higher than King Arthur. Chapter 29, The City of Opportunities, Cambria 5. 1 year is enough. Najin's ambition brought a laugh from Merlin. She wasn't displeased by his determination to surpass even the records set by Arthur. After all, it's better to aim high. That's right. That's the spirit. Merlin would have been disappointed if he had whined. She exhaled deeply. Najin had secured basic funds, found a place to stay, and was ready to begin his real journey. This meant the foundation was laid. Now was the time, Merlin was certain, not just for surviving day by day, but to look forward and prepare for the future. How much do you know about mana? The one thing the boy lacked. Knowledge and practice of mana. It was the perfect time to teach him. Mana, the energy accumulated within the body. Najin knew little about mana. No one had taught him about it. He understood it only intuitively, observing others manipulate it. I hardly know anything. Responding honestly to Merlin's question about mana, Najin admitted his ignorance. Though he had managed to handle mana and extract sword aura, he couldn't explain the how of these processes. It's just intuition. Najin had relied solely on his intuition to handle mana. Merlin, having observed him for over 10 days, was aware of this. True, you're relying on intuition, Merlin commented. Intuitively handling mana isn't bad. It's proof of your innate talent. But relying solely on intuition has clear limits without accurate knowledge. Basic theory and knowledge. Knowing and moving is important in everything swordsmanship, magic, mana. Understanding this, Merlin stated, would enable Najin to use mana more broadly and diversely. Najin listened attentively to her. The knowledge she shared was new to him, something no one else had taught him. And more importantly, Najin thought to himself, sometimes he almost forgot, but the person currently discussing mana with him was none other than the great sorceress Merlin, a constellation with 11 stars, a woman known as a grand sorceress in countless heroic tales. Najin recalled the many titles that described her: the first sorceress to reach the mysteries, the sage who touched the truth, the sage who awakened the essence of mana. Merlin had delved deeper into mana and magic than anyone in history. Like Arthur, who made his mark in the history of swordsmanship, Merlin had written the basics of magic. That person is talking about mana. Najin was not going to miss this opportunity to learn from her for free. He focused on every word she spoke. Although mages and swordsmen handle mana differently, the basic process of accumulating mana is similar. It's how you use it that differs. Swordsmen enhance their bodies and extract sword aura with mana, while mages create circles and etch circuits into their souls. So, I'll teach you mana cultivation. Mana cultivation, the method of accumulating mana in the body. I was planning to start by opening paths in your body to draw in mana, but Merlin laughed incredulously. You already know how to handle mana. In a sense, yes. I do know how to handle it. Right. It's absurd, but you've already opened the paths. Making paths is usually harder. Where did you learn that? It was the same method Arthur used. Merlin mumbled, and Najin tilted his head. He had only followed what was written in a fairy tale book. You followed a few lines from that ridiculous story. Yes. Unbelievable, really. Merlin sighed, tired of being surprised. Regardless of the method, the paths for mana flow were already established in Najin's body. What remained was to accumulate mana inside. Najin had created paths in his body similarly to Arthur. Merlin viewed his body as a perfect blank canvas ready to be painted. It was still a vast plain, but soon a tower, sturdier and taller than anything else, would be built upon it. Shall we start with breathing techniques? Merlin laid the foundation stone on the vast plain, beginning the construction of the tower. Inhale deeply. Let the flow settle into your body as you usually do. Najin moved as Merlin instructed. He felt the flow settle into his body. Good. You're doing well with letting the flow settle. But you're using it briefly and immediately discarding it, right? How should I explain this? Merlin spoke. You're like someone filling a bucket with water and then immediately spilling it all. It's fine for that brief use, but there's no progress. What should I do? How should I do it? It's simple. She smiled. Don't just spill what you've gathered. Let it slowly seep into your body. Can you hold it as long as you can? Najin had been using mana short-term, instantaneously, but Merlin was suggesting he maintain that state for an extended period. 1 minute, 3 minutes, then 5 minutes. By the end of 5 minutes, Najin was drenched in cold sweat. His body ached and his nose stung. When another minute passed, blood dripped from his nose. He was overwhelmed by the pain as if his body was being slashed with a knife. Stop, Merlin warned, and Najin exhaled the breath he had been holding. Cough, cough. His throat burned. Blood mixed with his cough. Unable to bear the pain, Najin collapsed on the floor. The longer you hold mana in your body, the more it seeps into you. What you just did is the process. It's excruciating, of course. It's so painful, I feel like I might die. Najin barely managed to speak. Merlin chuckled at his voice. Of course it hurts. Normally, mana is not accumulated this way. Usually, you'd absorb spiritual elixirs and focus on retaining the pure mana that enters the body, if not that. Then, people usually swallow refined mana from a family's or group's secret mana spring or sanctuary. Not like this. Accumulating raw mana from the wilderness will utterly destroy your body from the inside. Najin's eyes widened in shock. So, I'm doing it wrong. No, you don't have the money for elixirs, nor the background to use sanctuaries or mana springs. This is the best method for you. and you can afford a bit of body damage, right? What kind of nonsense is that? Before Najin could respond, Merlin answered first. You're holding Excalibur. Yes, you don't have a star, so half of Excalibur's functions might be locked, but you still have its healing power, right? The healing power provided by Excalibur. Najin understood what she meant. He had already benefited greatly from this healing power while escaping the underground city. It won't heal external injuries immediately, but it should rapidly heal internal ones. Arthur did, after all. Merlin was teaching Najin the mana cultivation method Arthur had used. A brute force method, painfully accumulated by an Arthur who had nothing, a raw and absurd approach. Torn and healed, torn and healed. In this process, the body is reconfigured to optimally contain mana. Thinking back, it's absurd, but it's incredibly efficient. It's incredibly painful. Endure the pain. What can you do? That's how we all learned. Merlin mumbled, continuing her speech. Training is supposed to be tough and hard. If it's easy, is it even training? That's just taking the easy way out. Najin frowned. Such an old-fashioned view. What did you say? Groaning, Najin rolled over. After a few minutes, he could move enough. Leaning against the wall, he slowly regulated his breathing. So I just keep doing this. Do it briefly every morning. It's important to be consistent over time with this kind of thing. And Merlin added, accumulating mana alone won't make you strong, right? Najin caught what she meant. Go outside and move your body. Yes, it'll help the mana seep in faster. Just breathing makes my body ache everywhere. Pain is part of training, isn't it? If it doesn't hurt, is it even training? Such crap. Ah! Grunting, Najin forced himself to stand up. His legs trembled, but he followed Merlin's advice and moved his body. Arthur must have trained like this too, and Najin had to surpass Arthur. Reminding himself of his goal, Najin pushed his body further. Holding his sword, he stepped outside the inn and found an empty lot to practice in. As he swung his sword, Najin's expression turned contemplative. He was reminded of the past. Back in the underground city, he would go to the open field every morning to swing his sword. There, his master, always with a bottle of liquor, would give advice. The sword is not swung that way. Watch the tip of the blade. Don't just swing randomly. Focus on your posture. Pay attention to your breathing. A Fen's voice echoed in Najin's ears. Even though he had no master to watch and advise him here, Najin diligently practiced, recalling a Fen's teachings. Swoosh. In the empty lot, only the sound of Najin's sword cutting through the air was heard. It was on the fourth day that Najin felt a change. Following Merlin's instructions, drawing mana every day, and enduring the nauseating training, Najin noticed changes in his body. He felt lighter and moved faster than usual. The speed of his sword swings visibly increased, and each step he took was filled with power. Even without actively drawing the flow to enhance his body, Najin marveled at how much faster he had become compared to a few days ago. The effects are quite noticeable. He could see the growth. 4 days of spitting blood and tearing his body apart had paid off. With renewed vigor, Najin swung his sword even more earnestly. Phew! After finishing his training, Najin washed away the sweat with stored water. While cleaning himself, he glanced at a mirror. Should he have disguised his appearance? The members of the sect might recognize him. While Najin pondered this, Merlin, looking at Najin's reflected upper body in the mirror, thought of something entirely different. Scattered across Najin's body were numerous small scars, with a long, sword-like scar on his shoulder. Tiny scars. Among them, the cracked muscles stood out. These were muscles grown from real combat, something those who rest on their talent could not achieve. Observing them, Merlin secretly admired them. To be honest, she had been worried. Najin possessed extraordinary talent and growth rate. And like most geniuses, Merlin thought he had reached this point without a proper foundation. But what about the actual situation? His foundation was solid enough. Najin's body, toughened by harsh training, pleased Merlin. With a proper training method, the effects were immediately apparent, with both conditions and foundations set. The boy was just waiting to leap forward. Merlin pondered as she gauged Najin's skyrocketing growth curve. She could teach him how to handle mana and basic training, but swordsmanship is the issue. Swordsmanship. That was the problem. Merlin was a mage through and through. She had seen the swordsmanship of Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, but she didn't have the martial prowess to teach it. The boy was a swordsman, not a mage. A swordsman destined to wield Excalibur. Just accumulating and handling mana wouldn't be enough to reach the sword seeker level. Understanding the sword and grasping the nuances of swordsmanship was necessary to reach that level. I have something in mind for that. Changing clothes after wiping off the moisture, Najin spoke. I've been back and forth to the guild lately, haven't I? Najin was still not recognized as a proper mercenary. To gain minimum credentials for proper quests, he had been doing odd jobs given by the guild for the past 3 days. Thanks to clearing a horde of goblins, he scored big. Last night, the guild colored his badge black. He had become a black-ranked mercenary, earning the right to take on proper quests. There's still not much I can take on. Arriving at the guild, Najin said, but now I can take personal quests. Quests not from the guild, but individuals. One such quest caught Najin's attention. Not very lucrative, so others seldom chose it, but to Najin it was appealing. Wanted, porter to move monster corpses. A simple job, following a hunt to carry bodies. What mattered was the information about the person who posted the quest. Sword expert from the Order of the Sword. Mid-rank priest Valkman. The Order of the Sword. A group dedicated solely to the way of the sword, where individuals devoted their lives to honing their swordsmanship. In other words, people skilled in swordsmanship. Najin smiled. He reached for the request and grabbed it. The quest form didn't mention Valkman teaching swordsmanship, but that's none of my concern. I'll find a way to mimic what I see. Chapter 30, Mid-rank Priest Valkman. 1. From a young age, Najin excelled at mimicking others' movements. He easily replicated techniques shown by Ivan after just a couple of viewings, rarely forgetting anything once learned. Even if his physical limitations sometimes prevented him from mimicking movements precisely, he never forgot any movement he observed. Najin had never questioned this aspect of himself, but after leaving the underground city and conversing with Merlin, he realized his exceptional observational skills and memory were not normal. Usually, people can't do that. You are the strange one. Even to the transcendental constellation in the night sky, Najin's abilities were abnormal. However, Najin's eyes possessed a special quality beyond mere observation and memory. Doesn't everything break down into steps in your head, like movements chopped into pieces? Najin pulled out paper and a pen. He sketched the technique Ivan had shown him just before escaping the underground city. The drawings represented a series of movements, each broken down into multiple stages. This was how the world appeared to Najin when he concentrated, not as continuous motions, but as a series of segmented actions linked together. Well, Merlin sighed in disbelief after seeing Najin's drawings. They were not just rough sketches of movements. Every subtle detail was captured. The muscle tension, sword angles, even breath control. It seemed impossible to replicate such detail after only a couple of viewings. Even Galahad, one of the strongest knights of the Round Table, didn't imitate movements to this extent. He relied on instinct rather than precise replication. If Galahad recreates a painting based on feeling, Najin is tracing directly over it. Merlin realized that ordinary people simply cannot replicate in the manner Najin does. That's what I mean. Normal people can't do that. Merlin was now slightly fearful of this abnormal ability. Guild Hall. Sitting in a corner of the bustling guild hall, Najin waited for his client. With some time to spare, he browsed through a brochure listing the city's top-ranked mercenaries. His focus was on the highest tier, the white rank, where he checked the names and brief profiles of the top 5 mercenaries. A former Teco mountain ranger, Hawkeye Capman Theses, former leader of the Zenobel family's Night Order, sword seeker Rehat Paulson, leader of the Red Eye mercenary group, sword seeker Rosalina Scallon. Only basic information and background for the first 3 were disclosed. The remaining 2 had chosen to remain private. Najin pondered over their ranks as he read. To reach the white rank probably earns one an honorary title. Seems like it. Probably. Sword seekers of that caliber are not common inland. They're usually capable of leading a noble family's knights. They deserve such recognition. Sword seekers of such caliber are rare, capable of securing a significant position even in the capital of the empire. And the level Ivan and Afen aspired to. The level Najin set as his primary goal, assessing where it stands. As he was evaluating, a shadow fell over him. He looked up to see a middle-aged man standing there. The man, with his roughly trimmed beard and worn-out robe, looked more like a wandering swordsman than a priest. He held out a paper to Najin. "Are you Ivan?" 28-year-old mercenary Ivan. This was the name and identity Najin borrowed from his mentor to operate in the city. Although Ivan's actual age was in his mid-40s, 40-something would be a bit too obvious. So they settled on 28 years old. It seemed plausible enough to pass off as a talented young swordsman even if he were to manifest sword aura. Thud, Najin stood up from his chair and nodded to the man. "Yes, I am Ivan." Younger than I thought. Your ID says you're a 28-year-old mercenary. I have a youthful appearance. Wish I had that problem. Well, I won't pry." The man grinned and extended his hand. "I'm Valkman, a mid-rank priest and sword expert of the Order of the Sword. I'm counting on you today." Najin joined Valkman on a carriage ride to the meadows. Valkman explained that a small village near Cambria was their destination. A horde of orcs was spotted near that village. I quickly took the contract. Can't let someone else snatch it. As they conversed during the ride, Najin realized a few things. Not going to save the village. No, why should I? Aren't there plenty to do that? I just want to practice my swordsmanship on the orcs. They're the best for gaining experience. Valkman was quite talkative. The orcs' hides are exceptionally tough. Tough skin, large stature, perfect targets for practice. It's difficult to cut them without using sword aura, ideal for training. Despite being a priest, Valkman didn't fit the typical image. With his sturdy build and shabby attire, he seemed more like a nomadic swordsman. Is this typical for priests of the Order of the Sword? Why do you think they're called the Order of the Sword? They're an ancient group, always been like this, obsessed with swords. It's said that the Order of the Sword doesn't worship any deity. Their sword is their god. Ah, we're here. As Najin was mulling over Valkman's words, they arrived at their destination. The carriage stopped, and the orc village became visible not far away. "Did you bring a sack for the orc heads?" "Yes, got it from the guild." "Good. What will you do?" Najin answered without hesitation. "If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to observe your swordsmanship up close." "Ha! Such enthusiasm from a young man." Valkman smiled. His gaze shifted to the sword at Najin's waist and his calloused hands and fingers, evidence of the young man's diligent training. "You're welcome to watch. Just don't get too close. It might get dangerous. Thank you for the opportunity." Najin kept a few steps behind Valkman as they walked. Eventually, they reached the outskirts of the orc village, where Valkman stopped. As he breathed deeply, the air around him shifted. From that moment, Najin watched intently. As Valkman inhaled and exhaled, currents of air formed around him. Then, snap, Valkman drew his sword. Despite his unassuming appearance, the sword in his hand was exceptionally sharp. His aura transformed as he gripped it. Holding the sword out, Valkman stepped into the orc village. Inside, 4 orcs and several smaller goblins were milling about. Gurgle. A goblin, sensing Valkman's presence, charged towards him. The goblin led the charge, followed by orcs stomping their heavy footsteps towards Valkman. Huff! Valkman exhaled briefly and stepped forward, not swinging his sword at the approaching goblin. Instead, he simply lifted the sword horizontally above his shoulder. No grand movements were needed. Maintaining his stance, Valkman thrust his sword forward. Thud! The sword tip pierced the goblin's neck. Valkman lightly flicked the blood-stained sword, slicing through a second charging goblin. Amidst the spray of blood, Valkman took another step, seemingly returning to his initial stance, sword held horizontally above. Najin intently observed Valkman's stance and movements, discerning a pattern. Repetition, a cycle. Valkman was repeating 4 different stances. Each stance seamlessly transitioned into another. The acts of transitioning themselves were both offensive and defensive. The movements were impressively efficient. Without drawing sword aura, Valkman was effortlessly slaughtering the goblins with minimal force and movement. Different from Ivan's sword. If Ivan's swordplay Najin imitated was heavy and powerful, Valkman's was precise and sharp, creating a continuous flow, precisely arranged stances and movements. The sharp sword strikes were a mix of stabs and cuts, smoothly connecting each action. The shifting stances, adapting to the enemy's moves, resembled a dance. This is the swordsmanship of the Order of the Sword, certainly worth observing and learning. However, watching Valkman, Najin wondered, efficient, but there were no powerful strikes. It's easy to slash goblins, but what about that orc? Kung. An orc charged at Valkman with heavy footsteps. Still, Valkman did not draw his sword aura as if unnecessary. Then, snap. Gripping his sword tightly, Valkman moved differently than before. His steps scattered across the ground. When Valkman halted, his stance was entirely different from the previous 4. Sword hanging down, knees bent as if ready to spring upwards. As the orc swung its club, Valkman leaped up, swinging his sword. Swoosh! Najin's eyes widened. Even without sword aura, Valkman's sword smoothly sliced through the orc's tough hide. The sword, halfway severing the orc's wrist holding the club, pointed upwards. A clean and powerful upward slash. Valkman reversed the sword's direction, striking downwards. His sword glinted, carving a long gash from the orc's shoulder to its waist. Splash! Blood spurted out. Watching the entire process, Najin clicked his tongue. The swordplay was precise, powerful, and somehow beautiful. Najin felt slightly overwhelmed by the finesse of the Order of the Sword's technique, honed over many years. As Najin was visualizing what he had just seen, Valkman, looking dazed, turned his head towards Najin. He began to shout, but before his voice could reach, Najin had already turned, sensing something. 3 goblins had emerged from the village, charging at Najin. It was a sneaky attack, but not fatal for Najin. Leaping down from above, the goblin's movement digging in from the side. To Najin's eyes, everything seemed slow. With enough time, Najin, holding his sword, recalled Valkman's stance in his mind. The exact steps and power distribution forming the stance. Where to apply force, how to take a step, in which direction to lift the sword. All of it was vividly pictured in Najin's mind. Now all he needed was to replicate it. Gripping his sword like Valkman, Najin took a step. The first stance. Najin extended his sword horizontally towards the sky, piercing the charging goblin's neck. Before he could even confirm it, he was already moving, transitioning from stance to stance. From the first to the second, his sword smoothly sliced through the goblin. The impaled goblin collapsed, spewing blood. Thud. As Najin returned to the first stance, only 3 goblin corpses lay beside him. He exhaled briefly, lowering his sword. So this is how it's done. Definitely efficient. He hadn't yet tried the movement Valkman used against the orc, but it seemed attainable with practice. As he turned with these thoughts, there stood Valkman in an awkward posture, staring at him. Valkman's wide-open eyes trembled, his mouth opening and closing repeatedly. "Priest Valkman," Najin shouted towards the stunned priest. "Behind you!" Look behind. Orcs were still charging towards Volkman. Grasping for breath, Volkman turned to face the imminent threat. Ah, I think I understand that feeling, Merlin muttered. The feeling of wanting to say something but being utterly speechless. What is that? Najin inquired. It's there, the feeling of encountering a monstrous prodigy. Regardless of Merlin's reaction, seeing Volkman's response confirmed Najin's belief. His initial plan to make a strong impression on Volkman had evidently succeeded. Chapter 31, Midrank Priest Volkman, 2. Seeing Volkman's reaction, Najin was certain. His plan had successfully taken effect. It looks like the plan worked, so it seems. After accepting Volkman's request, Najin had researched the Order of the Sword. He gathered information from Merlin's knowledge, rumors about the Order, and relevant books. Information about the Order of the Sword was relatively easy to find since they were an open, not a closed group. Based on the information he gathered, Najin had come to one conclusion before starting the request. I can show off some of my talent. Of course, Najin knew that displaying his talent could be perceived as a dangerous element. If he blatantly copied the secret sword techniques of noble families, it would complicate matters. Yet he chose to reveal his talent in front of Volkman because he was confident. He believed it was safe to do so in front of the Order of the Sword. Ha ha! Such an enthusiastic young man. Feel free to watch. Just don't come too close. It could be dangerous. From Volkman's previous conversation, Najin confirmed that the information he found about the Order was correct. The Order of the Sword doesn't hide its swordsmanship. Dedicating decades or their entire lives to the enhancement of swordsmanship, the members of the Order didn't mind their techniques being exposed to the outside world. Moreover, if someone stole their swordsmanship and developed it in their own way, the Order would actually applaud and celebrate the fact. They were content if new paths in swordsmanship were opened. I told you. It's a group of odd ones. Merlin commented. They're satisfied if it leads to the advancement of swordsmanship. Their way of thinking is a bit different. The priests of the Order of the Sword. What they valued most was the development of swordsmanship and the nurturing of swordsmen. Mulling over this, Najin recalled the rules of the Order of the Sword he had read about. He had succeeded in garnering Volkman's interest. What remained was to attract Volkman using those rules. Recalling the plan he had set in advance, Najin fiddled with his sword handle. If I'm lucky, I might be able to imitate a wider range of swordsmanship. Watching Volkman swing his sword, Najin licked his lips. He didn't plan on learning just a few simple techniques and returning. He suspected that Volkman had many more techniques hidden up his sleeve. If I've decided to steal, Najin smiled, I might as well clean him out completely. After finishing off the remaining orcs, Volkman let out a long breath. Sweat beads formed on his forehead, and his breath was rugged. Even for a sword expert, facing orcs without sword aura wasn't easy. But that's what made it training. Relying on the sharpness of sword aura dulls the inherent sharpness of the sword itself. Each time Volkman affirmed the sharpness of his swordsmanship honed over many years through such training, he felt joy. Normally, he would be smiling happily now, but Volkman couldn't smile. He turned his head back silently. Something was bothering him. There stood a young man, stuffing the necks of orcs Volkman had sliced into a sack. The young man who introduced himself as Ivan. Before starting the orc hunt, when the young man asked if he could closely observe Volkman's swordsmanship, Volkman readily agreed. The young man seemed diligent in his training and eager to learn, which Volkman liked. So I allowed him to watch. Volkman's eyes narrowed. He vividly remembered the movement the young man had just shown. As if sensing the goblin's approach from the blind spot, he moved before Volkman could even shout. That could be passed off as good intuition, but the problem was the swordsmanship that followed. The combination and circulation of stances, creating a flow of both offense and defense. That was the swordsmanship Volkman showed the young man, the foundation of the order of the sword's techniques. Of course, the techniques themselves weren't rare. The order of the sword's techniques were well known, especially the four basic stances often found in common swordsmanship textbooks. But still, Valkman pressed his temple. The order didn't fear disclosing their swordsmanship, because it wasn't something just anyone could mimic. The order's sword was perfected through years of training and repetition. Small movements were finely adjusted, and mastery of a single stance often took years to perfect. The sophistication of these stances was the essence of the order's swordsmanship, a swordsmanship that only effort and time can perfect. It's not something you can just watch and replicate. Even if you steal the techniques, you can't steal the time invested in mastering them. Surely that should be the case. But what about the young man's movements just now? Although it lasted only for a moment, Volkman clearly saw it. The young man's posture was perfectly angled, and the transition between stances was smooth. The force in each step, the angle of arm movement and the trajectory of the sword tip, the direction of his gaze and breath, even the grip on the sword, all were perfectly mastered. The young man's precise movements were not something that could be achieved overnight. So, the sophistication he showed was equivalent to what middle-ranking priests, who had practiced the same movements for decades, might have. Despite the difference in physique and appearance, Volkman felt as if he was looking in a mirror when he saw the young man move. He was so similar to Volkman, even the slightest habits and movements. Feeling this uncanny similarity, Volkman was uneasy. Did he watch for a moment and then copy it? No, that was logically impossible. Then had he learned the order's techniques somewhere before? No matter how much he pondered, no answer came. Was it Ivan? After much deliberation, Volkman finally spoke up. Approaching the young man, he asked, "Have you learned the order of the sword's techniques somewhere before? The movements you showed earlier were our techniques, not something that can be perfected overnight. It seems you've trained for a long time." The young man remained silent. Volkman continued to probe. "If you have a master who taught you swordsmanship, may I know their name?" If the young man had a master, surely they would be a renowned swordsman. For a young man of his age to attain such perfect postures, he must have had a good master to correct his stances, a high-ranking priest of the order, or a famous wandering swordsman. Either way, it would be someone well-versed in the order's techniques. Who could it be? Volkman might even know them. With these thoughts, Volkman waited for the young man to speak, but the young man remained silent. Feeling frustrated, Volkman was about to ask again when, "I've heard a lot about the Order of the Sword." The young man finally spoke. What he said wasn't what Volkman expected, but it was not something to be ignored. A certain word uttered by the young man narrowed Volkman's eyes. "There is this rule there, the sword rule. Like the Knights of Atanga, following their long-standing knightly rules, the Order of the Sword has been adhering to a few guidelines set by the first sword saint." The young man articulated one of those rules. "If you wish to discuss the sword, then argue with the sword." Volkman's eyes widened. A chuckle then broke through his lips, quickly turning into a hearty laugh. "If you wish to discuss the sword, then argue with the sword." The first sword saint, known for his boisterous and unrestrained nature, always preferred swords over words, advocating that a swordsman should naturally speak through the sword. Essentially, this rule meant, why bother with words when a sword fight can tell you everything? Instead of weighing pros and cons, just draw your sword and charge. A few exchanges will naturally reveal everything. In other words, it was a call for a sword duel. "That's quite bold for a young man." A smile formed on Volkmann's lips. Volkmann himself remembered the rules but wasn't bound by them. However, ignoring a swordsman mentioning the sword rule in front of him was not something Volkmann took lightly. Besides, Volkmann himself agreed with the young man's words. "Certainly, your words are correct." Volkmann found the young man intriguing and wanted to assess his abilities. In this regard, sparring was unparalleled. With a swift motion, Volkmann drew his sword, sheathed and all, from his waist. Tightly binding the scabbard to his belt, he pointed his sword at the young man. A priest of the sword can't disregard the rule. I'm somewhat interested in your swordsmanship. May I request a spar? The young man silently performed a sword salute, and after firmly securing his sword and scabbard, took a step back. I would appreciate it. All right. Will you answer my questions after the spar? You will naturally understand as we spar. You're not one to give in easily, huh? Muttering to himself, Volkmann flicked his sword, signaling he would yield the first move. Observing Volkmann's relaxed demeanor, Najin inwardly smiled. He had succeeded in piquing interest and invoking the rule to draw Volkmann in. All that remained was to push Volkmann and extract his yet unseen techniques. To do so, he must first take away that composure. Najin stepped forward, lowering his stance. Volkmann's eyes narrowed at the sight. It was a stance he had never seen before. Of course, it wasn't the order of the sword's technique, nor anyone else's. A sword optimized for initial strikes. A technique Najin developed in the underground city to decide victory in a flash and seize momentum. It was raw swordsmanship, almost unfit to be called a technique. But with Najin's innate senses, it was a devastatingly sharp strike. With a burst of acceleration, he charged forward without enhancing his body with mana, yet his strike was incredibly fast. Volkmann's eyes widened. The young man's figure darted from the blind spot with an accelerated movement. Expecting an upward slash from the low position, he was surprised as Najin leaped forward instead. The trajectory of the sword twisted, not from below to above, but a diagonal downward slash. Responding quickly, Volkmann adopted a stance he had repeated countless times, fending off Najin's sword. Feeling the heavy impact through his hand, Volkmann, without hesitation, countered with his next sword strike, refusing to lose the seized momentum. As the spar continued, Volkmann felt a sense of dissonance. The young man in front of him wasn't using sword aura or mana. Although there was a small amount of mana in his body, the young man's movements were incredibly fast, as if he was manipulating mana. No, that's not it. Volkmann realized what was causing the unease. It was the young man's eyes moving faster than his body. Volkmann understood then. The young man wasn't moving faster, he was moving first, predicting where the sword would swing, anticipating Volkmann's attacks. The young man was always a step ahead, both advancing and retreating with precise timing, leaving Volkmann in awe. Raw and unrefined, yet it had the sharpness of raw talent. The young man's sword strikes, like a wild beast's fangs, flashed moment by moment. Volkmann comfortably deflected them all, but his ease crumbled when Najin adopted a new stance. Boom! Stomping the ground, Najin raised his sword. It was a stance stolen from Volkmann. Focusing on defense, having blocked Najin's sword multiple times, he now countered Volkmann's attacks, connecting one stance to another, imitating Volkmann's movements. It was the order of the sword's technique. However, the steps and force distribution used by Najin in connecting the stances were uniquely Volkmann's. Perfected over decades of training, it was like Volkmann's habit. Volkmann's gaze wavered. Although he couldn't be certain from a distance, facing each other in a sword duel made it clear. That was his swordsmanship. Clang! As their swords clashed, Volkmann felt an odd sensation. It was like looking into a mirror. As Volkmann displayed a new technique, the mirror shattered, but a new one appeared instantly. The mirror, reflecting the young man, promptly imitated Volkmann's advanced techniques. The first attempt was clumsy, but on the second try, the young man's sword path was perfect. The trajectory bore the decades of training Volkmann had invested. Ha! Out of disbelief and incomprehension, Volkmann burst into laughter. Continuing the sword clash, Volkmann realized the meaning behind the young man's words before the duel. When he asked who the young man's master was, The young man had said that it would become apparent as they sparred. That's what he meant. Volkman felt chills run down his arms. There was no need to inquire about the master. The man currently crossing swords with the young man was effectively his master. He mimicked the techniques shown to him, not just the moves, but the decades of training Volkman had invested were being stolen by Najin. Volkman was aware of this yet did not stop. Instead, a smile spread across his face. He too was enjoying this sword duel. I've seen countless so-called geniuses, monsters catching up with a lifetime of others in a moment. The young man before him was one of them. Dueling with Najin, Volkman remembered a man, a comrade who joined the order with him, now unreachable. The youngest sword expert, sword seeker, sword master, a peerless genius who toppled records to reach the pinnacle. The sword saint, Karen of the Order of the Sword. Recalling the sensation of clashing swords with Karen, still an expert then, Volkman felt it again. The sensation of his own efforts being negated. But Volkman wasn't displeased. Show me more. It was beneficial for him too. Responding to Najin's unpredictable movements with pure swordsmanship was challenging for Volkman. He could have easily countered using sword aura and mana, but that would defy the purpose. Moreover, the young man was mimicking his swordsmanship. The precise imitation made him feel like looking at his reflection. Volkman discovered his own shortcomings from the young man's movements. He realized what needed to be improved. It was a valuable experience and a great sparring partner, but even that was nearing its end. Cracks appeared in the scabbard with a snap. Volkman adjusted his stance for the last time, preparing his most powerful strike yet. Swoosh, Volkman's footsteps scattered across the field. His complex footwork was too intricate for even Najin's quick eyes. Sliding into Najin's space, Volkman swung his sword. A flashing strike leaving afterimages. Crash. At the moment their swords met, Volkman's scabbard shattered. Barely blocking the strike, Najin was pushed back, tumbling to the ground. When he stood up, there was Volkman looking satisfied. That was a good spar, Ivan, he smiled. When you can handle sword aura, I'd like to cross swords with you again, with sword aura involved. Approaching Najin, Volkman extended his hand. Grasping it, Najin stood up, repeatedly clenching and unclenching his tingling hand. Chapter 32, Mid-Rank Priest Volkman 3. Have you considered joining the Order of the Sword? Faced with Volkman's proposal, Najin remained silent. The offer was light-hearted in tone, but he knew it was not made lightly. It was an appealing offer. He couldn't deny that. Standing before him, the priest named Volkman might be exceptional, but sparring with Volkman gave Najin a positive impression of the order. He felt a pure desire from the priest before him. Even as Najin mimicked his techniques on the spot, reducing a lifetime of Volkman's training to a moment, Volkman didn't hesitate to show more diverse techniques, as if challenging him to copy even those. Receiving all those techniques, Najin couldn't help but feel grateful to Volkman. He also felt a kind of awe. Volkman's focus on the sword, immune to feelings of inferiority, jealousy, or futility, was admirable. Indeed, it was a tempting offer. Of course, not all members of the order might be like Volkman, but at least it was a place where only those truly dedicated to the sword gathered. A place where background and origin didn't matter. Joining could offer protection and stable growth. Najin pondered, while Merlin remained silent. Merlin was a guide, not one to impose a path. The choice of which path to walk was solely up to the walker. An attractive offer, an easy and stable path. As Najin looked at the well-paved road before him, he bitterly smiled, knowing well. I'm sorry. He knew such a path wouldn't lead him to where he aspired to be. I cannot accept your offer. Najin bowed to Volkman. Joining the Order of the Sword, practicing against a wall to ascend in skills, was an easy and simple path. But that wasn't what Najin desired. Najin had just stepped into the world. He had much to see, much to experience. Only by experiencing and learning from the world could he aim for a broader horizon. Not an easy and simple path, but a rough and perilous one would lead him higher. Like King Arthur did, a path akin to Arthur's. That was the path Nadjin had vowed to walk. As Nadjin looked up again, Volkman was smiling at him. If that's what you choose, I can't argue. It's a shame, but you have your own way after all. There was no sign of disappointment in refusing the offer. Rather, as if he expected it, Volkman stroked his beard and then let out a short sigh before speaking. Ivan, you plan to stay in this city, don't you? Yes, I'm thinking of staying for at least a year. That's quite specific. Do you have a particular goal? After a brief hesitation, Nadjin spoke, unafraid to reveal his ambition. To reach the White Rank. The White Rank. The pinnacle of the City of Opportunity, Cambria. A rank belonging to sword seeker-level warriors. Hearing Nadjin's aspiration, Valkman burst into laughter. The young man before him was just a novice with a newly dyed black badge. Yet this novice spoke of reaching the city's summit in just a year. A delusion, something everyone would laugh at. But Volkman didn't laugh at Nadjin. Instead, he heartily laughed and patted Nadjin's shoulder. Ah, one should dream big. The young man had talent. Of course, reaching white in a year might be a stretch, but Volkman believed it wouldn't take long for Nadjin to reach the city's summit. He seems close to a sword expert. He couldn't be certain without seeing Nadjin draw sword aura, but how long would it take for him to reach Sword Seeker? Valkman pondered, then shook his head. Applying common standards to a genius was foolish. And above all, there seemed to be much that Nadjin was hiding. His name, age, even his realm, nothing could be confirmed with certainty. Suspicious, but it didn't matter. After all, the young man was sincere about the sword. Valkman knew from their duel. Nadjin was serious about learning the sword, relentlessly pushing his limits without settling for his talents. So then, Valkman took a liking to Nadjin. Thus he made an offer. Let me help you. Yes. I often come to this city to test my sword. Not often, but once a month or so. I'll check on your swordsmanship each time. That's, let me be your swordsmanship mentor. Well, it feels like you've already picked my brain dry today. Valkman bitterly smiled, shrugging his shoulders. If you manage to draw sword aura, it'll be a different story. I haven't shown you swordsmanship using aura yet. If you would, that would be great, but, Nadjin hesitated. Why would you go to such lengths for me? It was too good to be true for Nadjin. Why would Valkman offer this without any gain for himself? Sensing Nadjin's doubt, Valkman smirked. You know the order of the sword's rules, don't you? Surely you didn't just memorize the convenient ones for challenging me to a duel. Chastened, Nadjin averted his gaze as Valkman chuckled. He knew Nadjin had lured him into a duel using a shallow tactic, but he had no reason to refuse, so he accepted the challenge. There's a phrase in the sword rules. Valkman fondled his sword hilt. There is no high or low in seeking teachings. Whether the opponent is an unparalleled genius, a ruffian from the back alleys, or a student they're teaching, if they wield a sword, there's always something to learn from them. The duel with you was beneficial for me too. My sword feels sharper thanks to it, so really I'm the one asking for your favor. In that case, Nadjin smiled. He grasped the hand Valkman extended. I look forward to it. My words exactly, Ivan. I ended up getting a swordsmanship mentor out of the blue. The knights of the Round Table really loved such guys. Bediva, especially, went crazy over them. Merlin mumbled, somewhat incredulously. They say it has a certain romance. Seeing someone so engrossed and madly dedicated to one thing, it sets their hearts ablaze. And with that, Merlin exhaled briefly and continued. What you did earlier was pretty good. What do you mean? That thing, refusing the priest Valkman's offer. That was quite good. Nadjin looked puzzled, not understanding what Merlin meant, to which Merlin replied with a somewhat sheepish expression. You know, that inner monologue of yours, about how the hard and perilous path is the one worth taking. I liked that part. You heard that. I can hear almost everything you mutter to yourself. So don't even think about bad-mouthing me. Sneaky old mage, indeed. I said I can hear you. Are you really asking for it? Amused by Merlin's threat, Najin laughed. Continuing their conversation, Najin entered the guild's counter. He handed over the bag containing the orc heads and received the completion fee for the request. Click. When Najin inserted his badge into the magical device at the counter, the numbers increased and his information was updated. Operating the device, a list of quests Najin had undertaken so far appeared. For now, it was full of mundane errands. It's time to take on some proper quests. He needed to start climbing the ranks. Higher ranks meant access to higher-level quests and a wider range of experiences. Black, purple, blue, green, red, white. 6 tiers of classification. Moving up to the next rank, purple, wasn't too hard. He could easily progress with a few more quests like this. But he had no intention of taking it slow. He had acquired basic knowledge of the outside world. He was steadily building his mana cultivation and swordsmanship, and had a fair grasp of how the city operated. That should be enough, Najin thought. He had no intention of hiding his strength forever, nor did he plan to settle for simple tasks. After all, what he needed most was experience. Real-world experience. Even if he kept Excalibur and the platinum sword energy hidden, showing a fragment of his sword energy should be fine. Would be nice to get a higher-ranked quest. The problem was that Najin was unproven. For simple tasks, sure, but mercenaries and adventurers ultimately relied on trust. A degree of achievement was necessary to be trusted with significant quests. But currently, Najin had no track record. Even if he showed a fragment of his sword energy, without a track record, he wouldn't be entrusted with important quests. But there should be at least one if I look. As Najin was browsing the quests at the guild's counter, he felt someone approach from behind. Someone tapped on his shoulder. Najin turned around. There stood a familiar-faced girl. Unlike last time, her auburn hair was neatly tied in a single strand, and her sparkling yellow eyes shone brightly. "We meet again here," the owner of Dieta Kamas. Dieta Arbonir was smiling at Najin. "It seems like you're looking for a decent quest." She pointed at the badge pinned on her chest, the recognized head of one of the 3 largest mercantile houses in the city, as certified by the guild. Najin, now aware, understood the power this girl wielded in the city. "Would you like to make a deal with me?" She clumsily removed her gloves. Then she extended her bare hand to Najin. "You won't refuse this time, right?" The Order of the Sword's headquarters. Returning to the Order late at night, Valkman unpacked and immediately headed to the training hall. He had been replaying his duel with Najin in his mind throughout the carriage ride. "I want to swing my sword," a fleeting enlightenment. Eager to imprint this revelation into his body, Valkman rushed to the training hall and swung his sword. Late at night, in the deserted hall, Valkman swung his sword for a long time. The young man he met in the City of Opportunity, Cambria. He might have been a chance encounter for the young man, but the young man was also an opportunity for Valkman. He felt his swordplay had become more refined thanks to the duel with the young man. Phew, as he contentedly swung his sword and wiped off sweat, a voice came from behind. "Back and straight to training, that's like you." "Were you here?" Valkman turned around. Unaware of any presence, he found his long-time friend standing there. A swordsman who looked in his 20s despite being in his 40s, just like Valkman. He narrowed his eyes, stroking his chin. "Your sword has become sharper. Did you gain some enlightenment?" He shook the bottle in his hand. An invitation for a drink. Although the high priests would scold them for drinking in the training hall, Valkman laughed and accepted the offered cup. Even the high priests wouldn't dare say a word to this man. "I seized a good opportunity and gained some insight." "Oh, a good opportunity?" "Yes, I met a young man in Cambria," Valkman spoke while sipping his drink. He hadn't planned to tell anyone about the young man he met in Cambria. The young man's talent was dangerous, and someone might envy it and try to forcibly induct him into the order. But it was different with the man before him. He knew this man wouldn't do such things, nor was he petty enough to be jealous of someone's talent. I'll accompany you next time you go there. I'd like to see this young man myself. You will. Cambria, the city of opportunity. I've been there before. It'd be good to visit again. Outside the wide-open training hall window, 6 stars twinkled in the vast night sky, shining solely for the man gazing up at them. The owner of the Order of the Sword. The man who broke all records and ascended to the youngest sword master, the pinnacle of the Order of the Sword. Who knows? The Sword Saint Karen smiled. Chapter 33, The Red-Eye Mercenaries, 1, Dieta Arbinia. She appeared before Najin as if it were a chance encounter, but the reality was somewhat different. She knew that Najin had accepted a task from mid-rank priest Volkman, including the details and date of the assignment. Her network of informants in the guild made this possible. All that was left was to wait for Najin's return. And when Najin did return, what a coincidence! Pretending it was just a coincidence that she had business at the guild, and coincidentally ran into him during this, Dieta approached Najin. He was a man worth all this effort. You won't say no this time, will you? She then removed her gloves and extended her bare hand. She had been refused a handshake last time, but this time she expected it to be different. It seems you're interested in quests higher than your current rank. I might be able to help you with that. Having what you need makes me valuable to you. Dieta smiled. Najin looked hesitantly between Dieta's hand and face, then finally extended his hand to shake hers. In the private meeting room of Dieta Trading Company, Najin sipped the coffee from the cup in front of him and frowned. This is terribly bitter. Come to think of it, Ivan often brewed coffee, didn't he? In the underground city, it was a tremendous luxury. But what's the taste in this? With that thought, Najin put down the cup. What do you mean you can help? Exactly what I said. I introduced myself last time, remember? She pointed to her badge. I'm the head of Dieta Trading Company, and my company plays a significant role in this city. It's quite large, too. Najin knew this. In the 10 days he'd been in the city, he had learned basic information, including about Dieta Trading Company. Dieta Trading Company, one of the 3 largest companies in the city, responsible for external trade. They exported materials from monsters hunted by adventurers. Our company is affiliated with the Central Guild, and an organization with such credibility can. She took out a piece of paper from her bosom. I can write something like this for you. A paper emblazoned with the emblem of Dieta Trading Company. Pointing at it, Dieta said, when accepting quests, the most important factor is the rank assigned by the guild. However, a credible organization can vouch for you, saying this person is trustworthy, in simpler terms. It's like a guarantee, right? Dieta smiled. Although you lack a track record, you have the potential to climb higher. Organizations often lend their names to promising individuals. In this case, Dieta Trading Company would be vouching for your skills. You could even accept quests of much higher rank than Black. She waved the paper in front of Najin. Quite an attractive offer, isn't it? It is an attractive offer, but Najin looked at Dieta. Why are you going to such lengths for me? The same question as before. Last time, Dieta evaded answering Najin's question, but this time she spoke candidly. Well, because you seem like you could make me money. Excuse me. Why else do merchants treat people well? Because they see gold in it. You're not the type to stay at the black rank for long, are you? Dieta knew. The boy sitting before her had skills far beyond the black rank. She hadn't seen Najin in combat to be certain, but it was clear he was close to the blue rank. And more, he would climb higher soon. The clues were few, but her instincts told her so. This man was worth the investment. Lending the name of our company is a huge gamble for me. Your failure could lead to a loss of trust in our company. Yet she offered her guarantee because I'm trying to gain your favor. It's like marking my territory in advance on someone who will rise high. Is it okay to be so blunt? Why not? You would know anyway, Dieta shrugged. What's wrong with exposing desires? Clear intentions and purposes are more trustworthy. There's nothing more definite than pure desire. Wouldn't it be more suspicious if someone approached you with pure kindness? That seems more dubious. I can't argue with that. Of course, even if I give you all this and you later ignore me, I can't do anything. But investing in a promising individual like you is still good business. It leaves an impression in the market. Dieta sipped her tea. Anyway, I am investing in you. The more achievements you make, the more I plan to invest. Her yellow eyes narrowed as she glanced at Najin, a rapidly rising adventurer in the city, supported by the Dieta Trading Company. Using our gear, potions, and vaults, that alone is great advertising. Adventurers admire special individuals. Admiration leads to emulation, and emulation leads to consumption of similar items. She knew this could lead to tremendous advertising effects. You get support, and I get to advertise using you as a model. It's a win-win, isn't it? Dieta laid all her cards on the table. There was no harm in revealing them. I'll use you, and you can use me. Do we need any other reason? As Najin listened to Dieta's words, he couldn't help but smile. At his smile, Dieta tilted her head. Why are you laughing? It's just that it's refreshing. Excuse me. I've never met someone who's so straightforward with their intentions. Najin took a deep breath. Well, fine. I don't know what you see in me, but if you're willing to invest, I'm grateful. Najin pointed to the guarantee letter Dieta had brought out. How high a rank can you vouch for? I can write up to blue rank, but I'm still considering. I haven't confirmed your abilities yet. Najin stroked his chin. Should I show it? You're pretending to be 28, right? Then it's fine to show a bit of your sword aura. You were planning to reveal some of your skills anyway, weren't you? That's true. Najin made up his mind. The moment he laid his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist, Dieta's guard, Paisian, reacted. As if ready to charge the moment the sword was drawn, Najin preemptively spoke. I'm just going to show you. Najin drew his sword, pointing it towards the ground, not at Dieta. He then firmly gripped the hilt. PSHH. He didn't draw in external mana as usual. Using the mana cultivation technique Merlin taught him, he mobilized the small amount of mana stored inside his body to forge his sword aura. A white radiance flowed down the blade. That was a fragment of the sword aura. Being careful not to let it fully form and produce the platinum glow, Najin controlled his power. Since he didn't draw in a large amount of external mana, it wasn't too difficult to manage the output. Yet, even so, the white radiance on Najin's sword was enough to make the onlookers widen their eyes. Paisian and Dieta stared at the sword, their eyes wide. Does this qualify me for the blue rank? A short while after Najin, holding the trading company's guarantee for up to blue rank quests, left the meeting room, Dieta spoke. Sir Paisian. Yes, what is it? That was a sword aura, right? Definitely. Precisely, it was a fragment of a sword aura, the white glow. Although it hadn't fully formed into a complete sword aura, it was a radiance closely akin to it. This meant the boy's skills were approaching that of a sword expert. His official age is 28, but it doesn't seem likely, does it? At best, he looks like he's in his early 20s. At a glance, he could even be around your age, Miss Dieta. That's what I thought, too. A fragment of a sword aura in his early 20s. Dieta let out a wry laugh. Of course, the man named Ivan might really be a late 20-something as he claims. But that's still quick. The promising ones from good families, even with proper support, managed to draw their sword auras in their early 30s. Paisian himself, a prodigy discovered by the Arbinia family, achieved it at 31. That man earlier, how long do you think until his sword aura is complete? With the right opportunity, it could happen. At most, in a month or two, I believe. Dieta laughed. What could it be? Do the rangers of the Techno Mountain Range also draw sword auras? I remember them training in a different area. I don't really know. Paisian, trying to hide his confusion, answered. He had seen Najin's sword aura up close. Dieta, not well versed in swords, might not have noticed, but Paisian could tell. The oddity of the boy's sword aura. Although it hadn't fully formed, the density of the white radiance flowing along the blade was intensely thick. Paisian had never seen a fragment of sword aura with such concentration. You have to clash to know for sure. Even though it was just a fragment, it seemed like it wouldn't lose against a fully drawn sword aura. Dieta Trading Company's guarantee letter. Showing it at the counter, Najin could now access quests up to the blue rank. Looking at the quests densely pinned on the board, Najin inwardly clicked his tongue. They definitely get more complicated at the blue rank. While black rank quests were mostly simple monster hunts or material collection, escort mission. Capture the special creature, one-eyed orc alive. Capture the wanted criminal, Wyman alive. Blue rank quests ranged from escort missions to capturing special monsters or hunting wanted criminals. Najin's gaze stopped at a particular quest. This one isn't bad, right? Not bad at all. Good for gaining experience and making a name for yourself, gaining prominence, building a solid track record. Then let's go with this one. Najin and Merlin agreed. Snip, Najin plucked the quest off the board. Boss, what is it, Barger? Something to report. The mission you requested is now fully staffed. I've compiled the list of personnel. Would you like to see it? Ah, thanks for your work. The documents handed over by her subordinate. Skimming through the stack, the woman's brows furrowed. She pointed at a specific part of the paper with a frown. What's this? Why is there a blackie here? Blackie, a derogatory term for the common black rank adventurers. She was pointing at the information about a man named Ivan. Wasn't the minimum required rank blue? How did a blackie manage to take on the quest? Did those guild folks mess up their job again? Please check the special note. Special note? She scrutinized the document further. A Dieta Trading Company is vouching for him. The Dieta Trading Company I know. Yes. The one with that gold-gobbling crazy woman. What in the world is she doing vouching for someone else? We were considering removing him, but brought him in due to that detail. What will you do? At her subordinate's question, the woman crossed her arms, tapping her forearm with her fingers. Doesn't seem like that snake Dieta would vouch for someone without a reason. She must be trusting something. But what? Intriguing indeed. Muttering, she stood up, her jet-black hair swaying. Tying her long hair carelessly with a rubber band, she spoke. Let's leave it for now. Let's see what he's made of. Picking one of the swords hanging on the wall, she strapped it to her waist and slung her arm over her subordinate's shoulder. If he seems decent, maybe I'll snag him. What do you think, Barger? I doubt the gold-gobbling snake will just sit by idly. So what? It's normal in this line of work to snag the good ones. The woman's red eyes sparkled. Let's go see him then. The leader of the Red Eye Mercenaries, one of the 5 white horns of the city. Sword Seeker, Roslyn Ascalo, licked her lips in anticipation. Chapter 34, The Red Eye Mercenaries. 2. The Red Eye Mercenary Band. Based in Cambria, their activities were not just confined to the City of Opportunity. Their reputation was partly due to the high caliber of their mercenaries, but more so because of their leader, a significant figure, one of the 5 whites of Cambria, a sword seeker-level swordsman. Roslyn Ascalo with red eyes, a legendary figure in the mercenary world, known for owning a masterpiece weapon. A mercenary band led by a sword seeker-level fighter was rare even across the inland, so the fame of the Red Eye Mercenary Band extended beyond Cambria. They had an exclusive contract with the Garcia Commerce, one of the top 3 commerce houses in Cambria, and were renowned both inside and outside the city. Therefore, the Red Eye Mercenary Band was a dream workplace for adventurers entering the City of Opportunity. Red Eye Mercenary Band Commission, clearing operation in Dotzenberg Forest. Minimum quest rank. Blue, they periodically issued a quest. Clearing the monsters in Darchenberg Forest, used by Garchia commerce as a trade route. A task repeated every few months. It seemed ordinary, but amongst adventurers, the Darchenberg Forest clearing was known as the entrance exam for the Red Eye Mercenary Band. Those who proved their worth in this quest caught the eye of Roslyn Ascalo and were recruited into the band. This was how Barger, now the vice-captain, joined. A chance to prove oneself and climb higher. An opportunity that drew the attention of many. For some, it was a chance to prove themselves. For others, a chance for advancement. Shall we go? And for some, Merlin. It was an opportunity to make a mark. The Darchenberg Forest clearing. Many adventurers gathered at the edge of the forest. Most were blue rank, with some wearing green rank badges. Black, purple, blue, green, red, white. Among these 6 ranks, belonging to blue and green meant being seasoned adventurers of the city. They had amassed accomplishments and proven their worth. Yet they were also stagnant. Advancing to green rank was tough, but from red rank, one needed to be extraordinary. Most who survived in the city for long remained at blue or green rank. Thus, this quest was a chance for them. If they caught the attention of the band's leader, they could break their stagnation and rise higher. A rare opportunity, the atmosphere among the gathered adventurers was tense. Normally they would be wary of each other, but today was different. Their gazes weren't scattered, they focused on one point. There stood a young man with a black badge, black rank, the most common rank in the city of opportunity. They were the novices among novices, lacking both accomplishments and experience. Tusk! Someone clicked their tongue. The adventurers murmured, obviously mocking. It was ridicule and reproach. Naturally, no kindness was expected. To participate in this quest, to qualify for it, everyone had put in grueling effort. They accomplished numerous quests, struggling to raise their rank. They brightened their badges to blue and green through relentless effort. But what about this young man? Without any accomplishments or effort, he brazenly displayed his black badge here, simply because of Dieta Commerce's endorsement. His black badge was like a mockery to the gathered adventurers. It's infuriating. What does this make us? More than enough to stir resentment. The sharp gazes and clicking tongues of the senior adventurers, their mockery and complaints. The man himself must have felt it. This is intense. Indeed, Najin felt it, the hostile atmosphere and the sharp gazes of the senior adventurers. He understood their emotions. It's only natural from their perspective. Their anger was justified. They must have put in countless efforts to reach their rank. They painstakingly climbed from the bottom. Naturally, Najin wouldn't seem favorable in their eyes. So why not bow your head? That's not it. Najin smirked. That's one thing. This is another. He understood their feelings, but saw no reason to play along. Najin had no intention of being mindful of them, nor of apologizing, or even shrinking back. From the day he left the underground city and swore under the starless sky, Najin was prepared. To reach the top means to trample upon countless others, to dismiss their efforts and life's work in a moment, soaring higher than them. The resolve one must have to aim for the top. He wouldn't have started this path without such resolve. Far from bowing under the senior adventurer's gazes, Najin stood tall, defiant. Let them stare if they want. Merlin chuckled in satisfaction at Najin's attitude. As Merlin's laughter echoed, something happened. Q-woong. The air turned heavy. An oppressive force, as if something gigantic was pressing down from above, enveloped them. Not only Najin felt it, but all the adventurers gathered at the forest's edge felt this crushing force. Some collapsed on the spot. Those standing couldn't lift their heads, only staring at the ground. Najin knew what this was. The aura of a powerful person. He had felt it before from Ivan. But this was far more intense, signifying the source was stronger than him. But, Najin exhaled. He slowly lifted his head. I've experienced this. stronger than Ivan's, but when compared to what Najin had recently encountered, it was significantly lighter. Merlin's first encounter. Najin had withstood the oppressive aura emanating from Merlin with his bare body and shook it off. Merlin later claimed he hadn't been serious, but having overcome even a constellation's aura, this was manageable. Gripping his fist, Najin lifted his head. As he prepared to face the source of this aura, a voice sounded close by. "Hey, quick reaction there." The voice was right in front. A woman with black hair braided into one strand met Najin's gaze, her red eyes curved like crescents. "So you're that guy," the blackie vouched for by that snake dieta. She smiled and lifted her arm. The crushing aura that had engulfed all adventurers suddenly vanished, now only directed at Najin. "Wow, still holding your head high. What are you?" The woman, curious, stared at him. Najin knew her name. He had seen it at the guild. A black-haired, red-eyed swordsman, one of the white-tranked mercenaries. Leader of the Red Eye mercenary band, Roslin Escalo. "Doesn't seem like you've accumulated much mana, and by your mana quantity, you're not a sword expert. What is it? You hiding something?" Her red eyes sparkled with more interest. Roslyn sensed that the young man before her was concealing something. Crackle, sparks flew. As Roslyn's mana pressed down on Najin, sparks erupted. In that moment, Roslyn saw it. Mana from all around being sucked into Najin's body, an incomprehensible flow. Distracted by this flow, Roslyn was caught off guard. Clasp. Najin moved. His hand, quick and precise, grasped Roslyn's wrist as she reached towards him. Roslyn, realizing this too late, widened her eyes in shock. "What are you doing? What is this?" Najin retorted sharply. He instinctively knew he couldn't allow her hand to touch him, though unsure if this was the best course of action. "Wow!" Roslyn exclaimed in admiration, realizing that Najin's reaction wasn't entirely wrong. "Wow!" she kept exclaiming, then quickly turned to Barger, the vice-captain of her mercenary band, showing him her wrist caught by Najin. "See, Barger, he grabbed my wrist. I see it clearly. Despite my advice against rash actions, why?" "Hey, what was that just now?" Cutting off Barger's words, Roslyn turned back to Najin with a question. Najin didn't answer, and Roslyn smiled. She casually shook her hand, freeing it from Najin's grasp, and then touched her chin thoughtfully. "Well, that snake wouldn't have vouched for nothing. Interesting guy, I like this." Roslyn was intrigued. She flicked a coin towards Najin, who instinctively caught it. In his palm lay a platinum coin, a substantial sum even for a blue-rank adventurer working hard for months. Nonchalantly giving such a sum to Najin, Roslyn smiled at him. "Sorry about that. Let's call it even with this." Having withdrawn her mana, Roslyn patted Najin's shoulder a couple of times and turned away, walking towards the stage set up at the forest's entrance. Najin watched her leave silently, as if a storm had just passed. At the same time, he felt it. The gaze of the other adventurers had changed. They all saw him resisting Roslyn's overwhelming presence. A white-rank adventurer, a sword-seeker's aura. Najin had confronted it head-on, even grabbing Roslyn's wrist. The adventurers, previously filled with contempt and anger, now looked at him with astonishment and wonder. A black-rank adventurer, the lowest of the low, had stood up to a white-rank, one of the city's pinnacle figures. Shocked by this, the blue and green adventurers watched Najin's retreating figure, while Roslyn, turning away from Najin to ascend the stage, licked her lips. Her red eyes glinted, as if she had found new prey. Despite the minor disturbance, no adventurer dared to openly challenge the White Rank's actions. With Roslyn promising an increased reward for the quest, there were no complaints. "Well, that's that." After a brief explanation, Roslyn stepped back, pushing forward Barger. "The quest details will be explained by him. I am Barger, vice-captain of the Red Eye mercenary band." Pushed forward, Barger sighed and began speaking. "The quest is simple. Our mercenary band will handle the center of the forest, where high-rank monsters gather. You need to hunt the monsters that stray to the forest's edges, he explained, pointing to a map of the forest. Each participant must hunt at least 10 monsters. The count varies by monster type, so refer to the payment method listed in the quest details. For every monster hunted beyond the minimum, we will pay extra. He outlined several precautions and special conditions. As Barger stepped back, Rosalind came forward again. It'd be boring just like that. She spread 3 fingers wide. The top 3 hunters will receive an additional bonus, and the one who hunts the most will get a special reward. I, Rosalind Escalo, promise you won't be disappointed with the payment. Rosalind smiled. Oh, and one more thing. She crossed her arms and spoke. I understand some rivalry for competition, but don't cross the line. You know what happens if you get caught, right? Her red eyes gleamed ominously. The adventurers nodded repeatedly. Rosalind glanced once more at Najin before stepping down from the stage, accompanied by Barger, and headed towards the forest's heart. As the quest began and the adventurers dispersed, Najin started warming up, regulating his breath and securing the sword at his waist. What's the goal? Merlin's voice echoed in his ear. Responding with a shrug, Najin replied. What kind of question is that? He started walking towards the forest. Chapter 35, The Red-Eye Mercenaries 3. You seem pleased. Aha, yeah, I guess. Caught in thought by Vice Captain Barger's voice, Rosalind nodded. She touched her wrist, where the young man had grabbed her, smiling to herself. He's no ordinary guy. That snake woman really has an eye for talent, doesn't she? Wonder where she dug him up from. Rosalind mulled over the recent encounter. He must be quite exceptional. Approaching the young man with a light-hearted attitude, Rosalind had to quickly revise her assessment. Despite the pressure that made even the green-rank adventurers bow their heads, the young man kept his head high. And he didn't stop there, despite her deliberate pressure. The young man not only resisted, but also boldly caught her wrist. This meant he had shattered the aura of a sword-seeker head-on. I have no idea how he did it. Rosalind touched her chin, intrigued. The amount of mana stored in the young man's body was small, not even close to a sword expert, barely having begun mana cultivation. And yet, with such a meager amount of mana, he had shaken off her pressure. He shouldn't have been able to, but Rosalind saw it. At that moment, when the young man shook off her pressure, she saw her mana being sucked into his body. The aura he displayed in that fleeting moment was no less intense than her own. A mana cultivation technique she had never seen before. In her encounters with numerous strong individuals, Rosalind had never seen anyone manipulate mana in such a way. Is he some discarded child of a noble family, never seen such a cultivation technique? What do you think, Barger? I wouldn't know. He does seem to have guts. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like him. Rosalind licked her lips. Watching her, Barger sighed. Like the snake that never regurgitates the gold it swallows, once their leader set her sights on something, she'd get it by any means necessary. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta Arbinia. And now, the red eye, Rosalind Escalo, setting her sights on an adventurer marked by Dieta. This is going to be troublesome. Barger figured they might not be able to avoid conflict with Dieta's faction. Hey, you! Just as Najin was about to step into the forest, someone called him from behind. Najin turned to see who it was. A woman with a green rank badge approached him. Yeah, you, black rank. She gestured towards Najin. The other adventurers' attention returned to Najin. They whispered among themselves. What does Marson want? She must be annoyed. Normally, Marson should be the center of attention in this operation. Green rank adventurer Marson, a veteran of 10 years in Cambria, with the most achievements among those participating in the Dartzenberg forest operation. Marson was expected to rank first. Among the adventurers, it was said that it wasn't the black rank young man, but Marson who should be in the limelight. To her, Najin was nothing more than an irritant. You, acting so rudely to a white rank adventurer, to Lady Rosalind. Enough with the talk. What? Najin scowled. Impatiently, he brushed off Marson's accusing finger. Is that all you have to say? I'd like to get going. What did you say? Why are you wasting my time? You should be hunting more monsters. Aren't you interested in the rankings? To Najin, it was a casual remark. He wasn't aware of the adventurer's name or her status as a top contender. To him, pursuing first place, this was just a pointless conversation. However, to Marson, it was a clear provocation. Her expression twisted. "Ha, what an absurd kid," Marson scoffed. She pointed at Najin. "Remember this. We'll talk after this is over. If you rank lower than me, you better be ready." Najin indifferently brushed off her words and proceeded towards the forest. The other adventurers just murmured among themselves. Marson listened to the whispers, but Najin wasn't interested in their voices. What captured Najin's interest was one thing: the scoreboard monitored by a member of the mercenary band on the stage. Every time he brought in a monster, the score would be updated in real time. "I'll top that board." Mulling over his goal, Najin walked towards the forest. Najin had almost no experience hunting monsters. He had undertaken simple monster extermination quests for the guild, but never tracked a monster's trail. His experience was limited to hunting monsters in fixed locations, like goblin encampments or caves. So this is a first. Hunting by tracking a monster's trail was new to him, but it didn't seem too problematic. Najin steadied his breathing and narrowed his eyes. After all, tracking a monster is not much different from pursuing a person. He hadn't tracked monsters, but he had plenty of experience tracking people. As Ivan's hound, and during his escapes from the Order's shadows, he'd honed these skills. Rustle. Najin fiddled with a hidden weapon tied to his wrist. "You like that tool, huh? Using it quite a bit. It's quite handy." A throwing technique he stole from the Order's shadows. Holding a weapon, Najin followed the tracks on the ground. His heightened senses didn't miss even the smallest noises. Rustle. The moment he heard it, Najin turned and threw the weapon. Simultaneously, a goblin's cry erupted. Approaching the goblin, Najin swiftly cut its throat and stored it in a bag, then moved on. But then he paused. Najin stopped for a moment. "What's up? Why stop?" "Just thinking." Najin looked up at the towering trees, murmuring to himself. "Do I really need to stick to the ground?" "You mean moving through the trees? Isn't that something elves do? Ordinary balance won't cut it for that." Suddenly, Najin climbed up a tree. After tapping a few branches with his toes, he took a deep breath and leaped. His jump was precise, and his landing was smooth. For Najin, who had navigated the narrow ledges of alleyway walls, tree branches were spacious and well-balanced footholds. Well, speechless, Merlin watched as Najin swiftly moved through the trees. His movements were quick, but his eyes were quicker. Found one. Though it seemed he was running aimlessly, Najin's eyes accurately spotted monsters. Leaping down from the tree, he decapitated a monster in a single strike. He stuffed the severed head in his bag and moved on. With each repetition, Najin's movements became more fluid and concise. Merlin watched him swoop down from the trees to snatch monsters, resembling a predatory bird hunting. Sometime after the Dachsenberg forest cleansing operation began, adventurers gathered at the forest's entrance as evening approached. The deadline was nearing. Adventurers carrying bags of monster heads arrived one by one. They handed their bags to the Red Eye Mercenary Band's supervisor at the stage to tally their scores. When most adventurers had arrived, they looked at the scoreboard. As expected, Marson was in first place. Having just arrived, Marson secured the top spot with 31 points, a 5-point lead over the second place. Of course Marson is first. Yeah, but 31 points, that's no joke. Just finding them is tough. Everyone expected her to win, so the surprise was more about the number of monsters she hunted than her top ranking. Hey, but that black rank guy is pretty impressive too. Look at the ranking. He's 12th. Black rank at 12th. Wow. What surprised them more was the black rank adventurer, Ivan's ranking, 12th. Ivan, 14 points. 14 points was a significant achievement even for green rank adventurers. Successfully locating and hunting monsters in this forest required various skills. At this point, they acknowledged his remarkable abilities. "Wait, that's strange," one adventurer spoke up. He had just returned from the forest. Pointing at Ivan's name in the ranking, he said, "I saw him hunting hobgoblins. Aren't they 3 points each? I saw him take down more than 4, and that was over an hour ago." "Maybe you saw it wrong." "No, I'm sure. I was preparing to hunt a group of them when he suddenly dropped from a tree and snatched them." He had swiftly hunted 4 and disappeared. Hearing this, the adventurers began to buzz with speculation. "Now that I think about it, he hasn't come back yet." It was almost the deadline, but the black-rank young man was nowhere among the adventurers gathered at the entrance. Could he have turned in one bag and then gone back into the forest? As they wondered, a sound of dragging came from the forest. Emerging from the dusky woods was a blood-soaked young man. The blood on his body and hair wasn't his own. The dark blue blood of monsters. Najin's ominous appearance made the adventurers step back. He walked past them and handed his bag to the supervisor on the stage. A rustle. The supervisor emptied the bag, and 7 hobgoblin heads tumbled out. The adventurer's eyes widened. He had hunted only the highest-scoring monsters in the forest. They turned their attention to the scoreboard. Originally, Najin had 14 points, but with the addition of 21 points from 7 hobgoblins, 35 points, someone muttered as Marson's name was erased from the first place. Replacing it was Ivan's name. First, Ivan, 35 points. Second, Marson, 31 points. All eyes turned to Marson. Her eyes wide, she stared at the scoreboard and then at Najin standing beside it. Against all expectations, the black rank adventurer had taken first place. As Marson hastily grabbed her bag to re-enter the forest, the supervisor rang a bell. The deadline had ended. Marson glared at Najin, but Najin, seemingly uninterested in her, simply walked down from the stage, indifferent to her existence. Marson clenched her teeth and approached Najin. But as she did, Najin's head turned sharply. From deep within the forest, hurried footsteps approached. "Huff!" Adventurers burst out of the bushes, gasping for air and collapsing at the forest's entrance. Their faces were pale with terror. "There's something in the forest." Before their warning could sink in, thud, thud, heavy footsteps resonated. The sound came closer to the forest entrance. Suddenly, a tree, uprooted from its base, flew towards the gathered adventurers. Screams and frantic retreats filled the air. A monster emerged from the dimly lit forest. Chapter 36. The Red-Eye Mercenaries. 4. Emerging from the dusk-engulfed forest was a gargantuan creature. With a stature thrice the size of a human, thick limbs, and a neck seemingly impervious to any blade, it exuded an aura far surpassing the common monsters. It was a troll known amongst adventurers. Typically classified as a blue-rank monster, it was said that a few blue-rank adventurers could hunt it down when working together. However, is that? No one dared to move rashly. "That's a blood troll, isn't it? What's it doing here?" Before them stood not just any troll, but a variant known as the blood troll. A few months ago, this particular monster had slain 15 blue-rank adventurers and vanished, leading to a bounty on its head. Unlike ordinary trolls, it was cunning and intelligent. The Central Guild of Cambria rated the blood troll as red rank. Black, purple, blue, green, red, white. It sat in the upper echelons of this 6-tier system, deemed only manageable by a group of at least 8 green-rank adventurers. Knowing this, none of the adventurers present dared to engage. It was a monster beyond their capabilities. Even Marson, the highest-ranked green-rank adventurer present, wouldn't have taken the lead if this had been a prearranged hunt specifically for the blood troll. But Marson surveyed the surroundings. Everyone was preparing to flee, a natural response. They were adventurers and mercenaries, prioritizing their own safety above all. Marson was no different. They don't engage in risky ventures. They don't take on losing battles. Their own life is always the priority. That's the unspoken rule of this city. Some might mark this as selfishness, but the inhabitants of this city, be they adventurers or mercenaries, are not knights or heroes who throw themselves into dangerous battles. Damn it! Marson clicked her tongue and stepped back. Seeing even the strongest among them preparing to flee, the other adventurers began to distance themselves from the troll. For now, the blood troll only glared in their direction, yet to make a move. But then, its behavior changed. As the adventurers started retreating, the blood troll, grinning maliciously, began to advance. The ground thundered with its every step, prompting the adventurers to turn and run. Run away. Where's the mercenary group, Red Eye Mercenaries? They should be dealing with this. Panic spreads like wildfire. In the ensuing chaos, an adventurer got pushed and fell to the ground. Damn it! Who the hell? The adventurer's words were cut short. The blood troll, a seasoned hunter, never missed an opportunity to strike a vulnerable prey. It lunged towards the fallen adventurer with a thud. Ah! The troll wielded a club, resembling a tree uprooted from its base. Just as it swung the club towards the fallen adventurer, someone rushed in, grabbing them by the nape and flinging them backwards. Boom! The club smashed into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a lone figure, standing face to face with the blood troll, became visible. The fleeing adventurers paused to look back. Who would be so reckless? Who would volunteer to be bait? Standing there was a black rank adventurer, a novice to the city, unfamiliar with its unwritten rules, the center of attention in this cleansing operation. A young man of unknown origins. Clang! He drew his sword, seemingly ready to confront the blood troll. Supervisor. The young man, Najin, addressed the supervisor on the stage. The supervisor, apparently preparing to signal for help and escape, was now immobilized by Najin's imposing presence. How many points is that one worth? What? The supervisor was at a loss for words. Even the adventurers around Najin couldn't grasp the meaning of his question. Points. Here. It looks quite bulky. Najin smirked, pointing his sword at the blood troll. How about 30 points? Adding 30 points to Najin's current score would total 65 points. That would surpass the highest score ever recorded in the Darchenberg Forest cleansing operation, previously held by Baja, now the vice-captain of the Red Eye Mercenaries, at 57 points. A new record. Before participating in the operation, Najin had inquired not about the number of participants, but about the highest score ever achieved in the Darchenberg Forest cleansing operation. Even though he had already secured first place, Najin had no interest in a marginal victory. He wasn't content with a first-place finish by a narrow margin of points. Najin aimed for an overwhelming victory, a victory that would set a new all-time high, unassailable by anyone. I'd appreciate it if you added more. Saying so, Najin slid sideways and leaped. The troll swung its club again, sending another cloud of dust into the air. But this time, there was no need to wait for the dust to clear. Slash! Najin's blade cut through the dust. Not only the dust, but also the skin of the blood troll was slightly sliced by his sword. Blood splattered. However, what captured the attention of the onlookers more than the blood was the sword in Najin's hand. The glow on the blade he wielded cut through the dust. A white, shining radiance. Almost akin to sword aura, it shone with its own unique color in the twilight-drenched forest. Cambria, the city of opportunities. Since arriving in this city, Najin had yet to engage in battle with a true formidable opponent. He had sparred with Valkman, but that was merely practice, not a life-or-death combat. Therefore, Najin longed for it, a battle with an equal or stronger opponent, a fight for survival. Najin knew that this was the fastest way to enhance his skills. Nothing was more valuable than the experience gained from battling a stronger adversary. Of course, I'll have to assess the opponent. Najin glanced at the blood troll before him. Undoubtedly a formidable foe. With Excalibur and the complete white sword aura concealed, he couldn't be certain of victory against it. But even without using those, he didn't feel like he was going to lose. Sooner or later, the red-eye mercenaries stationed at the heart of the forest would come to aid, so retreating in the worst-case scenario wasn't a bad option. That's for when things go south. But right now, Najin was aiming for victory. His eyes, bloodshot with determination, read every move of the blood troll. Dodging the club, Najin started sprinting. Huff! He exhaled deeply. As he inhaled again, Najin absorbed the mana scattered around him. The mana stored in his body was minimal, but at this moment the quantity was irrelevant. After all, it was merely residue. The mana cultivation technique taught by Merlin. This cultivation method does not primarily focus on accumulating mana. Instead, it strengthens the pathways through which mana flows and fortifies the body itself, creating a physique optimized for mana. Thus, the mana accumulated in Najin's body is merely the residue left after strengthening his physique. The amount of mana Najin can handle becomes apparent only when he breathes. Boom! Having completed his breathing technique, Najin suddenly accelerated. With widened pathways and a body adapted to mana, the speed generated by their synergy was on par with that of sword experts who had honed their skills for over a decade, movement surpassing even a seasoned sword expert. Najin's sword flashed as he swiftly avoided the blood troll's club and slashed its hide. However, he instantly realized the cut was too shallow. It didn't cut deeply enough. Of course, Merlin murmured, blood troll hide is tough. Even trying to burn it with magic is difficult due to its high resistance. To slice it with sword aura, you'll need a trick, she suggested. Should I tell you? No need, Najin declined. His eyes rapidly assessing, Najin predicted the troll's next move. As the troll raised its club and stepped forward, Najin moved. I think I know how. Najin gripped his sword more firmly. He had seen something similar recently. The mid-rank priest Valkman, effortlessly slicing through orcs without even drawing out his sword aura. Although orc hide was less tough than a troll's, Najin's sword was clad in sword aura. If so, he should be able to slice through the troll's hide. Najin adjusted his stance. Whoosh! The moment Najin stepped forward, the momentum shifted. His presence was no longer that of a nimble hunter, but more akin to a sword priest who had spent years mastering the sword. Slice! The power of swordsmanship, enhanced by a strengthened body and sword or a wrapped blade, was incomparable to before. The swift sword strike grazed the side of the troll's club. Only the troll's hide had high resistance. The club, merely a blunt weapon of wood, couldn't withstand the sword aura. With a clean slicing sound, the club was split in half. The smoothly cut club fell, creating an opening in the troll's defense. Najin seized this moment. Slash! Najin's steps were a blur. Gliding and almost dancing, he utilized the swordsmanship of the mid-rank priest Valkman. Techniques only passed on to fully adept mid-rank priests, based on 4 foundational stances. Using this swordsmanship, Valkman had struck down orcs in a single blow. Recalling Valkman's movements, Najin sprung up. His sword swung in a fluid motion. The built-up momentum from his accumulated steps released in a single stroke. Slash! This time he felt the sensation of cutting. The troll's hide was torn, blood spurting out. A fatal blow that would have crippled any ordinary troll. But the blood troll was different from the norm. Roar! The troll roared, swinging its fist. Najin twisted in midair, blocking the fist with his sword, unable to completely negate the impact. He was thrown against a tree with a loud crash. Yet Najin quickly got back up, as if the ordeal was nothing. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Najin wiped the blood from his lips with the back of his hand. Far from a pained expression, a smile formed on his lips. He had figured it out, how to properly slice through that thick hide. The adventurers, who had initially been planning to use Najin as bait to escape, now stood still, watching him battle the blood troll alone. Initially, they considered Najin mere bait for their escape, but now they simply watched his battle in silence, witnessing an unbelievable sight. The blood troll, a dangerous red rank monster. The young man, Najin, was holding his own against it. Najin and the troll were evenly matched, an incredible feat. Was this black rank adventurer actually on par with red rank experts? The adventurer's gazes wavered. Should we help him? Someone suggested moving forward, but at that moment they were halted by Najin's chilling gaze, turning back to look at them. Do not interfere. This is my prey. His eyes seemed to shout. Taking or meddling with another's prey was against the unwritten rules of adventurers. Thus, the adventurers remained silent, merely observing Najin's hunt. Roar! The troll roared, swinging a tree trunk it had ripped from the ground. As the trunk smashed into the earth, kicking up dust, Najin had already moved out of its path. Sliding to the side, he leapt onto the trunk held by the troll. Najin ran up the slanted trunk. Climbing onto the troll's nape, he held his sword in one hand and plunged a dagger deep into the troll's eye socket with the other. Scream! The troll's scream echoed. Its eye, unprotected by tough hide, was easily pierced by the sharp dagger. Clinging to the troll's neck, supported by the dagger, Najin swung his sword. Swish, slash, slash. The incomplete sword aura flashed repeatedly. The blade, swung over and over, shredded the troll's thick neck hide. Blood splattered in all directions. Despite the troll's violent thrashing, Najin held on, evading its grasping hands. Eventually, the troll screamed and repeatedly slammed its body against the tree. Only then did Najin kick off the troll's shoulder, leaping away. Thud, thud, the blood troll, foaming blood at the mouth, glared at Najin. A dagger stuck in one eye, its neck hide shredded and bleeding. Perhaps a few more sword strikes would completely sever it. The onlooking adventurers felt a chill. Sometimes his movements resembled those of a seasoned swordsman, other times, like a ferocious hound tearing at its prey's throat. Overwhelming. The adventurers sensed the overwhelming presence of the young man. This black rank adventurer was no novice. He was a rising star, destined to reach the heights of this city's elite, just as those at the top had done. A new star rising in the city. And he wasn't just being watched by the adventurers. One of Cambria's 5 apexes, having just arrived in response to the distress signal, also observed the scene. Ha! Roslyn Escalo let out a chuckle. Crazy guy, that one. A smile spread across her lips, the smile of someone who has found a kindred spirit. Roslyn watched Najin's movements with amusement. Najin assumed his stance, preparing for the final strike, the most powerful blow he had seen. As Najin positioned himself to mimic that strike, Roslyn's eyes widened. She recognized that stance. She had intended to observe a bit longer, but now she couldn't. Najin, unaware, was about to use a technique that should not be employed, especially not against such a monster. Chapter 37. The Red Eye Mercenaries. 5. Roslyn stretched her gaze long and far. She scrutinized the expressions of the adventurers watching Najin and confirmed something. None of them recognized the technique Najin was about to use. After all, it was not a technique easily witnessed. Even Roslyn had seen it only a handful of times, 3 or maybe 4. But even if she had seen it just once, Roslyn would have recognized it instantly. Such was the profound impression it had left on her, the most knightly of knights. Gardif, the leader of Atanga. She couldn't forget the swordsmanship he exhibited. It was the very embodiment of Atanga's creed. A stubborn style that never retreats, only breaks through head-on, and thus it was the most knightly of swords. Thump. Musing over that day's memory, Roslyn took a step forward. The sword technique Najin was about to unfold should not be used against a mere monster. The technique Najin was about to display was of Atanga's swordsmanship, specifically a sword bound by principles. As far as Rosalind remembered, this technique was only displayed against particular opponents, either to punish those who have tarnished the name of a knight, having lost both honor and pride, or when recognizing an opponent as a worthy adversary, a noble adversary worthy of colliding with all their might. Only then would this technique be used. Roar. Using such a technique against a mere troll like this was inappropriate. Rosalind, though not her place to interfere, did not want to see such a technique wasted on a troll. Tap. With a light stomp, Rosalind closed the distance between her and Nadjin, who was quite a way off. In a single leap, she stood right behind Nadjin, just as he sensed her presence and turned around. "Hey, kid!" She grabbed Nadjin's shoulder and pulled him back. Atanga's swordsmanship should not be used against such a monster. "Let's talk later." Murmuring with a smile, Rosalind found herself liking this Ivan even more. His tenacity to dive into the fray with the blood troll and the stubbornness to clinch victory appealed to her. Swoosh. Pushing Nadjin back, Rosalind stepped forward. The moment she did, the blood troll, which had been lunging at Nadjin, hesitated and retreated. It sensed that its opponent was someone it shouldn't engage with. Roar. The troll retreated, howling. Its howling shook the forest. Soon, responding to the troll's call, more monsters started to gather. But Rosalind seemed unconcerned with them, instead turning back to look at something else. Her focus was on Nadjin. Nadjin, too, was looking at Rosalind. With a frown, as if displeased for having his prey snatched or his immersion in the fight disturbed, Nadjin's expression made Rosalind burst into laughter. That's how an adventurer should be. "He's growing on me." About to draw her longsword at her waist, Rosalind chuckled. Using it would probably earn her another scolding from Vice Captain Barger, but that was hardly her concern. "Sigh, I don't usually show this off," she spoke to Nadjin, "but I guess I owe you one for the show." Rosalind reached towards her back, not the ordinary sword at her waist, but the two sheaths tied horizontally across her lower back. Clang, two swords were drawn, two short swords, half the length of a longsword with jet-black blades. The twin swords shimmered ominously. Masterpiece, that one. Merlin's voice echoed in Nadjin's ears as Rosalind drew the twin swords from her waist. "A masterpiece." "Yes, pay attention. It's not something you see often." Nadjin watched Rosalind approach the oncoming monsters and the blood troll, wielding the black-bladed twin swords. Merlin had referred to them as a masterpiece. What's a masterpiece? The 47 relics forged by the legendary blacksmith of the primordial era. They are weapons that, without any magic involved, produce effects akin to magic. Merlin explained. "It's complicated to describe in detail, but that's the gist. Even in my era, those who wielded masterpieces could create unexpected variables." Then Merlin added, "I've seen the masterpiece she's holding before. It was wielded by a hero from the Alliance centuries ago. The weapon's name was Echo, wasn't it?" As Nadjin listened to Merlin, Rosalind took a step forward, facing the swarm of monsters and the troll. Lifting the twin swords, she then, clashed them together. The resonating clang of the swords didn't cease with a single impact. The sound echoed, layering upon itself, as if creating echoes. The adventurers frowned at the noise, but Nadjin's eyes widened. His senses were alerting him. Watching Rosalind intently, he saw fizz. Sword aura surged along the twin swords. This sword aura was different from any Nadjin had seen before. The sword aura he knew and could generate was a mere flash of light. But zing! The sword aura wrapping Rosalind's swords resembled saw blades. It took on a bizarre form, like beast claws or molars, a unique shape imbued with Rosalind's own mind and spirit, imparting one's mind into sword aura, altering its form. The realm of a sword seeker. With sword aura trailing, Rosalind moved. Stomping the ground, she accelerated in an instant. Even Nadjin, with his wide-open eyes, struggled to track her movement. At that moment, her twin swords traced a perfect trajectory. Clang, the echoing sword clang, suddenly intensified. Amidst the echoing noise, Najin saw the blood troll he had been battling, now covered in countless cuts. The monsters drawn by the trolls howling also bore thin lines across their bodies. As the echo subsided, the lines on the monsters' bodies turned red. Slash! Blood spurted in all directions. The monsters, sliced into small pieces along the lines, collapsed. It was a single strike, an unbelievable sight created with just one swing. Najin gaped at Roslyn. It was the first time he had seen a sword strike that defied understanding, even when seen with his own eyes. He might mimic the movement, but how that action caused such an effect was beyond Najin's comprehension. It made sense, as Najin still had much to learn about sword aura. What Rosalind displayed was a unique technique, utilizing her own sword aura and the special properties of the masterpieces. It was a technique only accessible at the realm of a sword seeker who deeply understood sword aura and had awakened the concept of sword. A new concept, encountered for the first time. Najin's eyes sparkled as he faced his first milestone. That's, that is what a sword seeker is. That is the pinnacle of this city. With a twirl of her sword, Rosalind turned back. She smiled at Najin, who was staring at her with wide eyes. She mouthed words to him without making a sound. How about that? Awesome, right? Her confident appearance might not have been the coolest, but even Najin couldn't deny being overwhelmed by Rosalind's sword strike. Despite a bit of commotion, the Darchenberg forest purge was completed. Under the management of the mercenary company, adventurers gathered at the forest's entrance to receive their payment. Rosalind added a little extra to the promised reward and explained, "This is for our mercenary company's mistake. The appearance of the blood troll, a special entity, was an unforeseen variable, and failing to control it was our responsibility. We apologize with this additional compensation." Fortunately, there were no injuries or fatalities due to the appearance of the blood troll, thanks to one adventurer who stood up to it. Receiving their payment, the adventurers glanced at the scoreboard. While the rankings remained unchanged since before the blood troll's appearance, the scores were different. First place, Ivan, 85 points, the original score of 35 points, with an added 50 points. Rosalind argued that since she intervened, the blood troll was essentially caught by Ivan, and rated it at 50 points. No one could disagree with her opinion. Initially, it seemed like a fair fight, but as time passed, Najin was clearly overpowering the blood troll. Adventurers who witnessed the ordeal agreed with Rosalind's view. The 50 points were befitting for the presumed red-rank blood troll. 85 points. Looking at the scoreboard, adventurers shook their heads in awe. A score that dwarfed the record of Baja, the current vice-captain of the red-eyed mercenaries. An overwhelmingly unmatched record. They glanced silently at Najin. Resting, cleaning the blood from his clothes and hair, Najin's badge hung around his neck, still black. But no one, like before, marked him or derogatorily called him a brat. He proved his skill in front of everyone, and showed his worth through his achievements. Despite witnessing Najin's courage against the blood troll, no adventurer dared question his credentials. Their looks were devoid of contempt or irritation, replaced only by awe. "Thanks for saving me. I owe you a drink." An adventurer whose life was saved by Najin earlier handed him his card and left. Other adventurers also passed by Najin with brief greetings. An adventurer who proved his worth, recognized by his peers. As everyone expressed their awe and left, only one adventurer couldn't do the same. The green-ranked adventurer. Marson, who placed second after Najin, clenched her teeth as she passed him. Look at her eyes. So rude. "Who is she?" "That's the one who picked a fight with you before the start." Najin tilted his head. He hadn't bothered to check who was in second place or their name. It didn't seem necessary. At Najin's reaction, Merlin chuckled. "Ivan." While Najin was resting, his name was called for the last time. Climbing onto the stage, Najin received the reward money handed by Rosalind. The pouch felt substantially heavy. I've settled the score according to the points and added a little extra for your trouble. Thanks. Your intervention saved our mercenary company's reputation. Rosalind patted Nadjan's shoulder. The appearance of the blood troll was an unexpected variable that the mercenary company failed to anticipate. There could have been casualties, but Nadjan's intervention prevented any harm. That allowed for a smooth resolution of the situation, for which Rosalind was grateful. That's that. Rosalind handed Nadjan a wooden box. Inside, folded neatly, was dark red leather. This is the hide of the blood troll you hunted. Troll hide is a luxury item, especially a variant like the blood troll. It's priceless. The durable and resistant hide of trolls, already a valuable material for armor, the hide of a variant blood troll was incomparably more valuable. Normally, the rights to the materials from monsters hunted in Darchenberg Forest belong to our mercenary company. That was the original condition of the commission. But this is different. It was an unlisted monster, and the guild had a bounty on it. It's entirely your catch, so it's yours. In other words, Nadjan understood what Rosalind was implying. You've completed the Darchenberg Forest Purge, and simultaneously a red rank bounty quest. I'll accompany you to our mercenary company and the guild. I'll testify that you subdued the blood troll. Rosalind grinned slyly. That's all the messages. Suddenly standing beside Nadjan, she looped her arm around his shoulder. As Nadjan tried to resist, "Let's have a drink and talk," Rosalind whispered in his ear. "About Atanga's swordsmanship. There's some stuff we need to discuss, and I owe you for the first place reward too. So no more talk, just come along, kid." Looping her arm around Nadjan, Rosalind playfully jabbed his side. Watching from behind, Barger and the mercenaries sighed. She really took a liking to him. They shrugged and followed their leader, walking ahead. Chapter 38, The Red-Eye Mercenaries, 6. When Nadjan arrived in Cambria, the sun had already set. Since the Central Guild was closed, the red-eyed mercenaries, including Nadjan, headed straight to the tavern, adhering to the mercenaries' tradition of grabbing a drink after a job. Rosalind Escalo, the leader of the red-eyed mercenaries, seemed to have no intention of letting Nadjan go. Her arm hung around his neck. "This tavern has the best drinks, you know. I'm a regular here," Rosalind hummed, pushing open the tavern door. The place was empty, reserved in advance by Rosalind. The mercenaries began to take their seats. At the center of the numerous tables, Rosalind plopped down, making Nadjan sit beside her. Surrounded by the gaze of dozens of members, Nadjan felt somewhat suffocated. "Ha, boss, you seem quite taken with him," one mercenary chuckled. "Fighting a blood troll in a duel. Man, that's some romance right there. What's your name again? I heard he even manifested his sword aura. This guy's too good for a newbie." Whispers filled the air as mercenaries circled around Nadjan, who glanced at their nameplates. The lowest rank among them was green. The red-eyed mercenaries really do have the strength of a formidable knight order. Most of them are impressive, especially their leader, Rosalind, Merlin commented. Rosalind Escalo. The standard of the mercenaries, centered around her, was unmistakably high. "Back off, you lot." Rosalind waved the gathering mercenaries away. As they returned to their places, she fixed her gaze on Nadjan. "So your name is Ivan?" "Yes, that's right." "And you're 28, Nadjan nodded, and Rosalind laughed. "With that face, you look barely 20, not 28. "I am 28. "Sure, that explains your skill level," Rosalind scoffed. "You're a sword expert, right? You can fully manifest your sword aura, can't you? You're just holding back. It makes no sense to have such a high degree of sword aura fragments and not be able to manifest the full aura." Her eyes narrowed. To others, Nadjan might seem inexperienced, but not to Rosalind. She was a true sword seeker, a barely 20-year-old sword expert, and you handle both the swordsmanship of the Order of the Sword and Atanga's techniques. Nadjan felt like he was being stripped bare. He braced himself and met Rosalind's gaze, her eyes glittering red. Ha! Rosalind chuckled at Nadjan's guarded posture and took a long sip of her drink. She then slapped his back heartily. Why so tense? I'm not going to eat you. Nadjan rubbed his back where Rosalind's hefty hand landed. I just brought you here for a drink and a chat. No need to be so guarded. Want a drink? I've never had alcohol before. What kind of 28-year-old are you, not knowing the taste of alcohol? Rosalind sighed. If you're going to pretend to be 28, you should at least know how to drink. Come on, have a drink. But I've never. When an adult offers, you take it, kid. With some coercion, Nadjan clinked glasses with Rosalind and took a sip. It was refreshing but not particularly tasty, just a sensation of coolness. There you go. You drink well. Rosalind smiled, refilling Nadjan's glass. Nadjan drank casually, and while the other members and Rosalind showed signs of inebriation, he remained unaffected. Damn, this kid doesn't get drunk. Rosalind looked at him incredulously, her plan to get him tipsy and talk falling through. Nadjan was puzzled himself. He'd heard alcohol brings a buzz, but he felt nothing. Ah, right. Merlin whispered in Nadjan's ear. You won't ever get drunk, you know. Why's that? Excalibur's basic blessing includes purification and healing. It seems to work on drunkenness, too. Arthur never got drunk either. Nadjan chuckled, recalling a similar tale from the fairy tales. HMPH hick. Rosalind, chin-propped, watched Nadjan with amusement. So where did you learn Atanga's swordsmanship? I knew a knight from Atanga. And he taught you the sword? Not exactly. Nadjan smirked. He taught me many other things. I owe him a lot. Ivan and Afen. It was because of them that he was here. Nadjan exhaled deeply. That Atanga knight must have really liked you, ha? Pardon. The technique you were about to use on the troll, it's known in Atanga as the bound sword. That's why I stopped you. It's not meant for such use. Rosalind muttered. It's a technique reserved for punishing those who tarnish the knight's name or worthy opponents who deserve full effort. In other words, it's a technique shown only to worthy adversaries. Didn't get that far in the explanation, did you? Is that so? Yep, it's rarely shown. I've only seen it a few times myself. Nadjan fell silent for a moment. The technique he intended to use against the troll was the same one that Ivan, in his final moment, had shattered with his frontal assault. The technique for an acknowledged rival. Nadjan couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the end, it meant Ivan had acknowledged him. Enough chit-chat. Rosalind stretched out. Ivan, she called Nadjan's name after a long sigh. Ever thought about joining the red-eyed mercenaries? The moment Rosalind made her offer, the tavern fell silent. Mercenaries, previously busy with their drinks, silently turned their eyes toward Nadjan. In the suddenly quiet atmosphere, Nadjan met Rosalind's glittering eyes head-on. The red-eyed mercenaries. It wasn't a bad option, but unsurprisingly, Nadjan's response was the same. Ignoring the surrounding stares, he briefly replied, I don't plan on joining anywhere yet. Wow, that's a quick rejection. Most people at least pretend to consider it, Rosalind chuckled. The watching members laughed, saying, the boss got turned down. It seemed they had somewhat expected this response. To the red-eyed mercenaries, an attractive group to the city's adventurers, a figure aiming for the top like Nadjan wouldn't find them as appealing. The members sensed the ambition in the young man who had dominated the battle against the blood troll. Well, if you ever change your mind, come find us, Rosalind muttered nonchalantly, indicating the offer still stood. Now about your first place reward, I guess we need to change it. Barter, come here for a second. What now? That thing, you know, the one with my name on it. Vice Captain Barter sighed and handed Rosalind a piece of paper, a certificate with her name on it. Rosalind then passed it to Nadjan. It's a chance to use my name once. Think of it as a chance to ask me for a favor. Similar yet different from what Dieta had given him. It was a chance to use Rosalind's name, one of the city's top figures, in any situation. Use it when you really need it. It's a big opportunity to borrow the name of someone like me. Having said what she intended, Rosalind exhaled briefly. Now that I think about it, I've been asking all the questions. Got anything you want to know? Ask me anything, I'll answer a thing or two. There is one thing. Najin looked down, his gaze falling on Rosalind's waist. The handles of two swords protruded awkwardly from her back. What exactly are those weapons? Oh, these guys. Rosalind lightly tapped the sword handles, then pulled them out with a clang. Then, thump. She planted the two swords shallowly into the table. The blades smoothly cut into the wood. The innkeeper's frown met with Rosalind's apologetic, sorry, sorry, as she turned back to Najin. Curious about these weapons, Commander. It's fine, Barter. My artifact is well known, and it's all about how you use it. Ignoring her deputy's protest, Rosalind began to explain. Kid, you know what an artifact is. I know they're weapons with mysteries. Right. Normally, it's best to keep an artifact's mystery hidden, but mine is a bit different. Its previous user was too famous, and all its secrets got exposed. Originally, the artifact Echo was used by a hero of the Union hundreds of years ago. So, yeah, I'll tell you, Rosalind chuckled. The 21st artifact, Echo. She flicked the back of the twin swords. A crisp ring echoed through the tavern, the sound layering and echoing like in the forest. Echo makes everything echo. Sound, impact, even mana. So, the technique in the forest. Yes, I resonated my sword aura with the echoing echo. It's a technique that uses sound to spread the sword aura. The details are my secret. You get the idea, Najin nodded, though his eyes remained fixed on the black blades embedded in the table. Fascinated, interested in artifacts. They're intriguing. It's my first time seeing something like this. Indeed, they're not something you see every day. Since you're interested, I'll tell you more about artifacts. Rosalind pointed to the blades. Despite being thousands, maybe tens of thousands of years old, there's not a single scratch on the blade. That's one of an artifact's traits. A trait. They hardly break. Even a sword master's aura couldn't damage it. Almost indestructible. Almost indestructible meaning not completely so. Do they break? Very rarely, but it happens. Rosalind nodded. Artifacts can break if they keep clashing with other artifacts, but historically most are broken by higher concept weapons. Higher concept weapons. Najin tilted his head, hearing Merlin's laughter in his ears. What are higher concept weapons? You'd be surprised. There are a couple of famous ones. Rosalind smiled. One is Gram, the cursed and holy sword of the first sword saint. The other is, well, the most famous sword in history. The star's sword, Excalibur, the peak of all weapons, which brought eternal death to immortal demons. At the mention of Excalibur, Najin gasped. Even artifacts or constellations' relics are mere metal in front of Excalibur. There must have been 5 artifacts it's destroyed in history. Najin questioned Merlin internally. Was that true? Not 5, but 7, and it's true. Demons or fallen constellations wielding artifacts were somewhat common. I couldn't even cut a longsword with it. Well, you don't have a star yet. Merlin's response was as if it was the most obvious thing. You need a star to fully unleash Excalibur's power. Right now, it's just a holy sword with demon slaying, healing, and purification effects. It sounded impressive enough. By the way, remembering something, Rosalind snapped her fingers. Barter, didn't you say someone pulled Excalibur recently? Any idea who? No one knows yet. If it were known, the whole continent would be in an uproar. True, but I bet one of the sword masters did it. They seem to be hiding it. My guess is Gerd, the Empire's sword master. As Barter and Rosalind discussed, Najin played with his wristband. The constellation on his wrist was visible only to him, but he instinctively covered it with his palm. Early morning. Woken by chirping birds, Najin blinked his groggy eyes. He was the only one sober after the mercenaries' night of drinking. Ah! Groaning with a hangover, Rosalind clung to Najin's back. It was the price for her relentless attempt to get Najin drunk. Wake up, please. Just to the guild. I need to stamp the completion of the quest. Sighing, Najin carried Rosalind towards the central guild. Suddenly he heard retching sounds from behind. Ugh, hey, let me down. Ugh. After setting Rosalind down, she squatted in an alley corner and started dry heaving. Pat my back, will you? Ugh, Najin sighed and patted her back. Crouched in the alley, holding her flowing hair, Rosalind looked pitiful. This is a peak of the adventurer's city. Najin felt an unexpected emptiness. He thought the white tear he aimed for was more magnificent. As he mulled over this, a voice called from behind. Oh! Turning, Najin saw a familiar face. The snake who swallows gold, Dieta, dressed differently than usual, was headed to the central guild. Recognizing Najin, she waved. Nice to see you again. Her enthusiasm waned upon seeing Rosalind, seemingly in her mid-twenties, but actually twice that, with her notorious red eyes. Black hair down to her waist, casual, carefree attire, pristine pale skin despite her age, and those unsettling red eyes. Dieta, realizing she was looking at that woman, narrowed her eyes. Rosalind Escalo. Just then, Rosalind spoke. What? Who's calling? Chapter 39, Merchants District 1. Ah! As Najin patted Rosalind's back, he quickly stepped back a few paces. Dieta, who had called out Rosalind's name, grimaced as if she had swallowed a bug. The pinnacle of the city of opportunity, Cambria. One of the 5 white-tier adventurers in the city. A few seconds passed that could severely damage her glittering reputation, evidenced by the aftermath of last night's drunken frenzy. When the sound ceased, Rosalind wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and rinsed her mouth with water from a bottle. Ah, that's better. Lifting her head, Rosalind's face seemed refreshingly cool. She patted her chest and repeatedly exhaled deeply. Hey, what's this? The snake woman. Rosalind tilted her head as she recognized Dieta, the girl who had called her name. Normally, they would pass each other without even a greeting, only clicking their tongues in disdain. It was, in a way, mutual loathing, influenced by their different affiliations. Rosalind's mercenary group was supported by the Garcia Company, a top contender in Cambria alongside Dieta's company. Naturally, the relations between the two companies weren't amicable. Rosalind, supported by Garcia, understandably didn't get along with Dieta, the head of Dieta's company. Calling someone snake woman to their face, which household's manners are those? Didn't receive proper etiquette education, red eyes. Casually using a hate speech as if it's nothing, you're no better, missy. Dieta smiled behind her hand, while Rosalind's lips curled in a sneer. Then Rosalind noticed where Dieta's gaze was directed. Ah, I see, Rosalind chuckled. Dieta's gaze was fixed on Najin, standing a step away, the young man she had vouched for. It must have been strange for her to see him so close to Rosalind. Hey, Ivan. As if to show off, Rosalind stretched out her arm and put it around Najin's shoulder. Najin's expression crumpled rapidly, but he sighed and remained silent. He needed Rosalind for reporting to the Central Guild. We had fun last night. How about another drink next time? I'll pass. Najin flatly refused. He had learned last night that one drink in Rosalind's terms wasn't quite literal. Let's get going. I want to report quickly and find a place for a hangover cure. As they walked away, Rosalind glanced back to see Dieta standing there, her eyes wide with fury, her yellow eyes seething with rage. Rosalind sneered, looking at those eyes. Although she didn't say anything, Dieta could almost hear Rosalind's voice in her ears. The adventurer you sponsored is awesome. Aha! Dieta burst into laughter. Her mouth smiled, but her eyes were far from amused. Watching Rosalind, arm in arm with Najin, walking away, Dieta muttered to herself, Is this a challenge? The moment they stepped into the guild. The guild, bustling with adventurers and merchants, suddenly fell silent, as if cold water had been poured over it. Najin could feel the weight of numerous gazes on him. Many eyes were fixed on him. At first he thought it was because he entered with Rosalind, a white-tier mercenary. But soon, Najin realized that wasn't the case. The stares were directed at him, not Roslyn. That adventurer, Blacktier badge, it seems right. Darchenberg Forest Cleanup, the highest score ever, whispers broke the silence. The guild hall filled with murmurs of adventurers. The Blacktier that took down the blood troll. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. That troll, he's set for promotion then. Rumors of Najin's feats in the Darchenberg Forest cleanup had already spread throughout the guild. Naturally, the cleanup had earlier returnees whose tales likely fueled these rumors. Typically, the Darchenberg Forest cleanup is a significant quest for adventurers seeking to leap from blue tier and above. It was natural for adventurers to focus their attention on him, especially when the highest score in Darchenberg cleanup history was broken by a black tier adventurer. The stares are quite piercing. That's what it means to attract attention. Merlin spoke calmly. That's the weight you'll have to bear as you aim for the top. If he was prepared to stand at the pinnacle, the weight of these stairs was something he had to endure. Is it really true? Naturally, not all voices were kind. Those who hadn't witnessed Najin's feats doubted his achievements, trying to downplay and question his starting point. Despite the murmuring, Najin's expression remained unchanged. He had heard such words too often. In the underground city, Artman, not here. Sigh. Najin exhaled briefly and squared his shoulders. There was no need to shrink away. That's right, that's it. Roslyn, arm in arm with Najin, muttered softly, audible only to him. You don't need to care or keep those voices in mind. There's no need to look down, right? Roslyn's lips twisted into a smile. Pleased with Najin's confident demeanor, she patted his shoulder and led him to the guild's VIP counter, reserved only for white-tier adventurers. A counter where one can report directly to the highest levels of the Central Guild without waiting or taking a number. I'm Roslyn, leader of the red-eyed mercenaries. Her demeanor and attitude changed dramatically upon entering. No longer the drunken lady from the neighborhood, but Roslyn Escalo, leader of one of Cambria's largest mercenary groups. Najin observed her closely from the nearest position. The report on the quest was quickly completed. What took time was the discussion about Najin's accomplishments in the Darchenberg Forest cleanup and his role in subduing the blood troll. With the materials from the monsters brought in by the mercenaries early in the morning, the subjugation of the blood troll was accepted, but the adventurer who contributed the most. The fact that Najin, essentially a solo contributor, was a black tier posed a problem. If true, his promotion was inevitable. If you can't believe it, ask the other participating adventurers. They'll all give similar answers. However, the supervisor's hesitation didn't last long. I vouch for him. I, Roslyn Escalo, acknowledge this guy's abilities. What more do you need? Roslyn, one of the city's pinnacles, was vouching for Najin. Moreover, Najin had demonstrated his sword aura in front of the guild's supervisor. Najin's sword aura was still incomplete. However, even that was enough for the experienced guild supervisor to recognize Najin's proximity to the sword expert realm. No need for a promotion test, the supervisor stated briefly. Usually, promotions above blue tier were based on various factors, including past quests, satisfaction and ratings from clients, etc., decided by the supervisor. But Najin's case was exceptional. A black-tier adventurer scoring the highest in the Darchenberg cleanup and subduing a red-tier blood troll. It was an extraordinary case, so making an exception seemed right. Your badge. Najin handed his badge to the supervisor. Returning with a green-tier badge, the supervisor handed it to Najin. Black, purple, blue, green. A three-tier jump from black to green. This was the first such case since the three-tier promotion of Capman Theases, a white-tier adventurer from the Teco mountain ranges. A truly exceptional promotion. I didn't expect to be promoted so quickly. Najin looked bewilderedly at the badge in his hand. A green-tier badge, a rank that truly made him an upper-class adventurer in the city. Congratulations, young one. Rosalind draped her arm around Najin's neck. Looking at this rate, you'll reach red tier soon enough, right? Considering your age, that would make you the youngest. Even with the false identity of being 28, becoming a red tier adventurer would set a record for the youngest. Rosalind expressed this thought. It might take a while to reach white tier. Well, even if you make it within 10 years, you'd almost be the youngest. I reached white tier when I was 39. Rosalind was 39 when she achieved Sword Seeker status and ascended to white tier. Hearing this, Najin responded briefly, I don't think it will take that long. Look at this cheeky young one, Rosalind chuckled. Well, good luck. Patted on the back by Rosalind, Najin left the counter with her. He had entered the guild as a black tier, but now he was wearing a green tier badge around his neck. The moment Najin stepped outside and his badge was noticed, the adventurer's eyes widened. The black tier adventurer had bypassed purple and blue, directly ascending to green tier. Najin, just a few days ago an unnoticed adventurer, was now a name known by all. Through rumors, newspapers, and countless other means, the name of the green tier adventurer, Ivan, would spread throughout the city. Najin's goal of distinguishing himself had been practically achieved. Several days had passed since Najin became a green tier adventurer, and he had been quite busy. He moved out of his cost-effective inn and relocated closer to the central guild. The rent was several times more expensive, but it was well within his means. After all, he had more than enough money. The funds from the quest given by Dieta were still substantial, plus the compensation from the Darchenberg forest cleanup and the bounty for subduing the blood troll. He wouldn't have to worry about money for a while. Since I've earned some money, after completing his usual morning training, Najin thought as he showered with cold water. Should I go get some equipment? Definitely a good idea to get some armor and a spare sword. Having potions and such wouldn't hurt either. Merlin agreed. Busy as he had been, Najin hadn't had the chance to leisurely shop for gear. But now he had the time and had raised his rank sufficiently. Green Tier classified him as an upper-class adventurer. He could now confidently enter the district of skilled artisans, previously inaccessible to a black-tier adventurer. Dressed casually, Najin headed towards the artisans' street. Alchemy shops, renowned blacksmiths, stores dealing in magical artifacts. Najin considered equipping himself on this visit. Not necessarily top-tier gear, but basic equipment was necessary. It wouldn't hurt to have a weapon or two for emergencies. Come to think of it, Najin glanced at the sword at his waist. Forged by Master Hojel, it had been his companion since his battles in the underground city, through his duel with Ivan, and even against the blood troll. He was aware he had been quite rough with it. It could break at any time, though it showed no noticeable flaws as he oiled and checked it daily. But there could still be unseen defects. If there were, he would need to get it repaired or buy a spare sword. With that in mind, Najin first visited a renowned blacksmith's forge in Cambria. Supported by Dieta's company, his visit was facilitated by her recommendation. Upon arriving and showing his sword, the blacksmith examined it closely, then called for someone else. I need to get Master Hughes for this. After a few minutes, an old man known as Master Hughes, the city's most skilled blacksmith, came with the blacksmith. Holding Najin's longsword, he asked, Where did you get this sword? A blacksmith I know made it for me. Nonsense, you must have found or stolen it. Hughes frowned deeply. Who would make a sword supplied to the Atanga Knights for a young lad like you? As he ran his finger along the blade of the longsword, he continued, You can fool others, but not me. This is a master's work, the work of a blacksmith skilled enough to forge swords for the Atanga Knights. Not just anyone can make this, master, a title given to only a few blacksmiths. If someone made it for you, tell me their name. Chapter 40, Merchants District. 2. Master Hughes. This esteemed elderly blacksmith, known as Master Hughes, owned the largest forge in Cambria and was revered as the leader of the artisans' district. His stubbornness was even considered a virtue befitting a craftsman of his standing. Despite his gruff manner and prickly attitude, which often became the talk among adventurers, his skills were unquestionably genuine. Decades had been spent hammering steel. A master blacksmith whose skills could secure a prominent place even in the empire's capital, Hughes could have earned the title of a master craftsman had he sought it. However, preferring not to be bound by anything, he chose to settle and live in this city. I couldn't have mistaken it. It was this very recognition by Master Hughes that the sword in his hands was the work of a true master. He examined the sword brought in by the young man once more, the method of finishing the blade, the channels carved into the blade allowing the flow of mana, the perfectly balanced and seemingly custom-fitted handle. A plain longsword, devoid of any flamboyance, yet its craftsmanship spoke volumes of the blacksmith's experience. The simplicity of the sword held its own beauty, a work faithful to the essence of blacksmithing, incomparable to the flamboyant creations of contemporary artisans. However, the problem lay elsewhere. If it were merely a well-crafted sword, Master Hughes would have simply admired it. But the old man had noticed something, traces of Atanga embedded in the sword, back when he was a young apprentice. During his time in a forge contracted with the Knights of Atanga, he learned forging under a renowned master smith. Back then, Hughes had observed the master blacksmiths forging swords for the honorable and dignified Knights of Atanga, defenders of ancient codes. The swords seemed to breathe life under their hammering, and the resulting weapons were incredibly beautiful. I remember it because I've seen it. Scenes unforgettable even after decades. Recalling those days, Master Hughes ran his index and middle finger along the blade. This unique finishing method was used for the swords of the Knights of Atanga. However, something felt off. This was the exact same method used decades ago, but the current Knights of Atanga were known to use a slightly different finishing technique. A sword finished with old generation techniques, but the one in his hands didn't seem to have been forged long ago. Ah, Master Hughes. While he was lost in thought, the blacksmith beside him whispered into Hugh's ear. That adventurer there, isn't he the one? You know, the one who recently jumped 3 ranks at once, the one who single-handedly took down the blood troll. Yes, it seems to be that adventurer. The adventurer who recently stirred up Cambria. Master Hugh's eyes narrowed as he looked at Najin, who stood innocuously before him. Initially thought to be just a naive youth, on closer inspection, Najin's posture was well formed. Calluses, the calluses on the young man's fingers and his slightly skewed stance. Hughes sensed the aura of an experienced swordsman, always ready to draw his sword. Here, you. The old man handed the sword back to Najin. Give this sword a hold. Why all of a sudden? Najin grasped the hilt without a word. What other blacksmiths failed to notice, Master Hughes saw clearly. The young man's physique, the length of the hilt, the balance when holding the sword, everything fit perfectly. A sword as if custom-made for this young man, a weapon meant solely for him. That's enough. You can stop showing me now. But why do you keep asking? Najin sighed deeply. Replacing the sword at his waist, he looked straight at Master Hughes. I came here to get my sword repaired. Why all these questions? It's important. Will you tell me who made it? Najin remained silent. It was a response, as if he had no intention of revealing it. Master Hughes shrugged. Probably some extraordinary encounter. Though the sword seemed too fine for the young man before him, such a craftsman who forged this sword wouldn't have blind eyes. There must be something special about it. Why a sword of old generation Atanga style made for him? Why such a sword was crafted for him? Many unknowns, but Hughes didn't probe further. He always remembered what his senior used to say. A blacksmith just needs to hammer metal well. Whether the one holding the sword is a once-in-a-lifetime genius or a fallen noble who's been rolling in the dirt, what does it matter to us? We are blacksmiths. Stay true to our craft. Hughes clicked his tongue. So can you repair it or not? No need for repairs. It's going to be just fine for another decade or so. Excuse me. That's how it was made. Whoever the blacksmith was, they seem to have put a lot of effort into its durability. It's forged in a way that it won't break easily, slightly heavier than swords of similar size. Hughes sighed and gave Najin another look. Your name is Ivan, right? That's correct. So you're the one the guild leader mentioned. I was thinking of sending you off with a sword. Hughes glanced at the longsword at Najin's waist. Looks like you don't need a sword. Come inside. I'll show you something else. Then I'll have these items delivered to this address. After arranging for the items he purchased at the forge to be delivered to his residence, Najin continued through the streets. His visit to the forge was unexpectedly fruitful, acquiring various items at nearly half their original prices, thanks to the Dieta Company. The introduction from the guild leader made it all possible. He managed to obtain simple armor and auxiliary weapons beneficial in emergencies. Initially standoffish, Master Hughes eventually warmed up, taking an interest in helping Najin choose his armor. You have an eye for quality. Remembering Hughes' pleased smile, Najin moved on. He stopped by alchemist stalls to buy some potions, and while picking up some useful items, he paused, rustling. A display of test tubes filled with a blood-red substance. A variety of doping agents lined up, their distinctive foul smell familiar to Najin. Blood sect. Merlin murmured in Najin's ear. Don't touch those. You'll get addicted if you're not careful. They're effective but have severe repercussions after use. I wasn't planning on buying them anyway. Mulling over the name, Blood Sect, Najin wondered if the alchemist Hakan, who helped him draw Excalibur in the underground city, was also from the Blood Sect. Time had flown by. It had been more than a month since he left the underground city. The passage of time felt both fast and slow. Suddenly, Najin gazed up at the sky, the blue sky and the bright sunlight. What once felt foreign and uncomfortable outside was now familiar. It had been a long time since he sought shadowy and damp places to rest. The familiar things, the ordinary things taken for granted. Feeling a surge of unexpected emotions, Najin continued walking. People in the artisans' district recognized him from time to time, glancing at him as they would a celebrity and passing by. An alchemist approached him, asking if he was interested in trying their creations. Another blacksmith suggested wearing armor engraved with his mark. In the city of opportunities, Cambria, many coveted Najin's growing fame. The gear of the city's most talked-about adventurer would naturally attract the attention of many adventurers. He appreciated the offers, but Najin declined them. There was no need to accept. He made his way through the artisans' district, heading towards its heart, the area where craftsmen and merchants mingled. Heading to the largest trading house in the district, bustling with Cambria's guilds, Najin was not stopped by the guards as before. Thump! Najin ascended the steps of the trading house. He had turned down numerous offers from blacksmiths and alchemists for a reason. A far more enticing proposition had been made by someone else. At the top floor of the Dieta Trading Company, someone was waiting to welcome Najin. Welcome, the guild leader of the Dieta Trading Company. The snake that swallows gold, Dieta Arbinia, greeted Najin with a smile. In the top floor office of the Dieta Trading Company. I always had a good eye for people. I didn't expect you to jump 3 ranks at once, though. Dieta, her face blooming with smiles, was conversing with Najin. Naturally, her mood was exceptionally good, thanks to the young man sitting before her. The adventurer endorsed by the Dieta Trading Company, Ivan. His meteoric rise to a 3-tier promotion had made headlines, elevating the guild's reputation. Dieta had no intention of letting this momentum slip away. About what we discussed last time, she snapped her fingers. A secretary handed Najin a wooden box. Take a look inside. Inside the box lay neatly folded leather armor, black as the primary color with a hint of crimson. Its make was not hard to guess. The armor was made from the hide of the blood troll. About a week ago, Najin had sold the troll's hide to Dieta. He could have taken money for it, but instead he asked Dieta to have armor made from it, a proposal she readily accepted. "It's a good deal for you," Dieta had said. "I used about 60% of the hide for your armor, and the rest will be used elsewhere. The artisans sponsored by our trading company are skilled, so you can trust the quality. Try it on." Dieta pointed to a room in the corner of the office. After a short while, Najin reappeared, having changed into the armor. It was custom-made to fit Najin's build, resembling more a knight's uniform than traditional armor. Made from leather, it offered ease of movement, and being crafted from the hide of the blood troll, it was tough enough to resist ordinary blades. Najin fidgeted with his sleeves, unaccustomed to this type of attire, but found the fit comfortable. "Looks good on you. Thank you." He expressed his thanks, but Dieta was lost in thought, staring at Najin with wide eyes. She had only seen him in loose, casual clothing before. Though good-looking, he had never dressed up properly. Now, in this properly fitted attire, he looked striking. Indeed, clothes make the man. Dieta, returning to her senses, nodded slowly. Her gaze fell on the emblem sewn into Najin's outfit, symbolizing the Dieta Trading Company. This was why she had accepted Najin's proposal. "You wear it well. This adventurer is sponsored by the Dieta Trading Company, so keep your hands off him. Nothing could express this better than top-tier equipment. It might even make that damned red eyes think twice before messing around. Where else could you find such sponsorship? Only a powerhouse like the Dieta Trading Company could afford to monopolize several artisans." Dieta stood up with a bright smile and approached Najin. The height difference made Najin look down on her naturally. Rustling her hair, she suggested, "How about a walk together?" This was also part of the agreement. In exchange for making the armor at a low cost, Najin would spend a day accompanying her. Dieta had a reason for this condition. She needed to show it. By walking around with Najin, she would demonstrate that the rising adventurer had a close relationship with her trading company. This was to show that the Dieta Trading Company was engaging in long-term interactions with the city's most prominent adventurer. It makes quite a picture. Dieta extended her hand to Najin, as if asking for an escort. Unaccustomed to such social graces, Najin grasped her hand as if shaking it. Pajan, the bodyguard standing nearby, sighed and taught Najin how to properly escort. Expecting a challenging day ahead, Pajan had a sense of foreboding as he briefed Najin, who was set to be Dieta's guard for the day. But his intuition was proven right just 30 minutes after Najin and Dieta had left. "This insolent brat," a noble's guard, drawing his sword. "Why the long tongue?" Najin tapped his sword's hilt, expressionless. "If you're so confident, come at me." An insult settled by a duel. Isn't that the code of the knights? Najin muttered to himself as the guard's rationality snapped. Throwing down his glove at Najin's face signified a challenge to a duel. Of course, the glove never hit Najin's face. He caught it midair and tossed it to the ground. "Why throw it at my face when it belongs on the ground? How dare you speak like that in front of me? Then let's duel." Najin drew his sword with a clang. "Aren't you going to draw your sword?" The dumbstruck guard and his red-faced noble master, Dieta barely holding back laughter, and Najin nonchalantly letting his sword tip hang. The scene was more than enough to attract the attention of the city's adventurers.